Ian Cherville, a handsome man with flowing blonde hair, stood with his arms crossed, coldly telling Salonia, "I've fallen in love with Grace. I hope you can call off the engagement as soon as possible." Salonia listened quietly, her round, sparkling eyes fixed on him without blinking. Salonia, Ian Cherville's fiancée, the only daughter of Duke Basin, a beautiful girl with long, flowing hair like a stream. After a moment, she reacted. Salonia sat on the bed, looking up at him, innocently asking like a fawn, "What did you say?" Looking at her beautiful, still childish face, he didn't want to say words that would hurt her. He could only helplessly rub his forehead, gently saying, "I didn't want to say this when you just woke up, but I want our wedding with Grace to take place sooner." Salonia was surprised, she doubted her ears. What did she just hear? She thought frustratingly, call off the engagement? Suddenly, who was Grace? She couldn't understand. What the heck happened during the time she was asleep? She remembered clearly that she had transmigrated into a novel, and it had been 9 months since she lived as Salonia. Yet now, the male lead of the novel and her soon-to-be husband, Ian Cherville, wants to call off the engagement. This novel is called Surviving the Demon King. It can be said that it was my usual romance novel. Speaking of the content of that novel, it is a novel about defeating the demon and certainly the strongest character in the story. After transmigrating into this body, she found out that the person she was living as in the novel was Salonia Bethin. Salonia was one of the protectors of the empire and also the female lead of the story. And her fiancé is also the male lead, Ian Cherville, a handsome man. The two of them had an arranged marriage, but there was no progress in love, and they didn't have any feelings for each other. The relationship between the two gradually stagnated as they often had normal dates, and since she came here, it hasn't improved anything. Suddenly, the Demon King was resurrected, a remarkable event. And with the terrifying appearance of the Demon King, the Empire formed a squad to fight against the Demon King. This squad was formed in a hasty manner, but the people in it were carefully selected. All of them were capable people. The squad was formed. At that time, Ian Cherville led the monks of the palace and the fire knights, along with Salonia volunteered to contribute to peace. She is a peace-loving person, so she can sacrifice anything to support peace. In addition, there are other masters including the knight, Ray of Hetzel, and the male supporting character Meg Ryan, who inherited the blood of the dragon, a handsome man. According to the novel, during the war, Salonia realized the true love they had for each other. Regev and Meg could only watch without confessing their love. They hid their unrequited love. They simply volunteered to help Salonia, using the most practical actions to make the person they love happier. So the four of them joined forces to fight the demons. Even if the reasons were different, the goal was only to fight the demons. Then the female lead and the male lead swore their love and went to marriage. They held hands and entered the church before the blessings of many people. But, my fiancé said it right when I woke up. What? She even thought she misheard. The progress shouldn't be like this. This plot has deviated from the novel. He thought she was worried, rubbed her forehead, frowned and comforted. Don't worry, there will be compensation. Then, he seriously made a request. If you understand, I hope we can do it as quickly as possible. Salonia laughed coldly. Ha. She remembered that a boy once said to her, "Okay, I hope it will be less difficult for you, because it's better for me to be sick than for a weak girl like you to be sick." At this time, she was really sad. Although he was not her real fiancé, she never thought it would end like this, a lame ending. Ian Cherville, in order to achieve his goal, started provoking her. "You are really living a hard life. Are you going to continue dragging it out like this?" Salonia clenched the blanket tightly, thinking to herself, an uncomfortable attitude that she had never witnessed in the past 6 months. It seems that a person like her has really been erased from his mind. For her, it was an insult. If she couldn't get love, then she had to get money. She coldly said to him, "Instead, I will have to receive any amount of compensation that I want. So you just wait until I demand it." She stared at him, secretly calculating, "But that doesn't mean I'll let things go like this, because you betrayed me, so I will also take away the most important thing from you." This time it was Ian Cherville's turn to laugh coldly. Ha. He looked at her with contempt. "I didn't know you were so greedy." She coldly replied, "I'm very sorry you didn't know." Pausing for a moment, she continued, "Okay, at least I can leave a message, right?" Saying that, but in her heart she was thinking, annoying, he doesn't intend to respect me until the end. While Ian Cherville was leaving, he thought to himself, no, this is really myself, maybe it's a good opportunity for me to realize it sooner. Returning to his room, he took out a pen to write a letter. Very quickly he brought a piece of paper into her room, held it up in front of her and said, "This is the letter of annulment." He coldly asked, "Are you satisfied?" Salonia held the letter of annulment in her hand, staring at the words on it. She thought for a moment. Satisfied? The time I spent with you. Only written in a piece of paper, you say I'm satisfied? Her hand clenched the paper so tightly that it trembled. At that time, Ian Cherville turned around to leave. Before leaving, he declared, "It's over, let's go." Suddenly, she spoke, "Wait a minute." Salonia raised her head to look at his back, seriously saying, "One more thing." He glanced at her and asked, "What?" Salonia secretly swore in her heart, "I can't let things be like this." Then she told him, "Can you come closer, one last time?" Listening to her, he slowly approached, but his eyes avoided, not wanting to look directly at her face. Seeing her reach out her hand, he knew what she wanted to do, so he also reached out his hand. Okay, the last handshake. Suddenly, a fist landed straight on his face. It can be said that she used all her strength to hit. Unexpectedly being hit caused him to not react in time. After being hit he still didn't come to his senses. He didn't expect a weak girl to be able to do this. After a moment, he stammered, "This." Ian Cherville stammered asking, "What are you doing? What did you just do?" Salonia coldly asked him, "Did you really think I could shake your hand politely?" She looked at him with contempt, faintly saying, "You've done everything, and I deserve to slap you." Then she asked him, "Could it be that you're angry about this trivial matter? You're not that shallow, are you?" This made him speechless. He couldn't blame her. If he blamed her, wouldn't he admit that he was shallow? Iva Cherville was angry but couldn't do anything. He bluntly declared, "No, enough, you don't need to come to my wedding." "Who cares, as if it's precious," she indifferently replied, "Goodbye, I don't intend to see you again." After that, Iva Cherville left, leaving Salonia alone on the bed. She sadly lowered her head. Her hand clenched into a fist, cursing, "You bastard, for the first time, I thought it would be a family." Recalling the past, before transmigrating into the novel, she lived alone, without family or friends. Here she has family, friends, people who love her, but she doesn't have anyone who loves her anymore. That is also a pity for her. She stepped down from the bed, thinking to herself, "It's still the same, the female lead of the novel. How many people want to be the Duke's daughter?" She walked closer to the window, where the sunlight was shining, promising herself, "Don't dwell on the past." Salonia pulled the curtains. The gentle sunlight shone on her beautiful face. "Now, aren't there still valuable friends who are always by my side?" It can be said that, besides being the male supporting character of the work, they are valuable friends that can't be changed. Leaf saw that she was sad and asked, "Are you okay, Salonia?" He suddenly spoke, startling her and causing her to spit out water. She wiped the water still on her mouth, gently replying, "I'm fine." "Oh, Rayev, by the way, what did you just say?" He sadly said, "I'm very sorry to say it. But he wants to end the oath with Salonia. What the heck?" She looked at him a little confused. Then he avoided her gaze, guiltily explaining, "There is someone else that I want to serve for life." After a moment, she could only utter a word, "You." Salonia pretended to be okay. To hide her embarrassment, she pretended to calmly pick up the cup of water to drink. Pausing for a moment, he said the truth, "I want to make a permanent oath with Grace Bennett." Now, she is starting to panic. Even her friends have changed. She recalled the words Iva Cherville said, "I hope we can divorce as soon as possible." And now, she has also imagined the scene. Leaf knelt down, sincerely saying, "Grace Bennett, I swear a permanent oath to you." Silence enveloped the space, not knowing when the atmosphere became so awkward. Salonia gently stroked her hair, softly responding, Suddenly, she pinched her cheek, innocently thinking, "Is this a dream?" Seeing her unusual actions, he worriedly called, "Oh, Miss Salonia." She rested her chin on her hand, pondering. Ian's request to cancel the engagement caused Leaf to withdraw his commitment to protect her for a time. Leaf looked at her with worried eyes, and a little embarrassment. He asked Salonia, "Are you okay?" Currently, if anyone asks if Ian Cherville has ever loved me, the answer is definitely never, not because he is a kind and polite male lead, but because I and Salonia are two completely different people. Her personality is completely different from the original owner. In other words, I am not Salonia, she is the transmigrator. I have completely accepted that I have been abandoned, the opposite of the original. It is a failure. Don't, then she asked him, "The time we spent together didn't add anything, huh?" Leaf didn't hear clearly and asked again, What did you just say?" Whether he heard it or not, it didn't change the fact that she had been abandoned. Salonia then replied, Nothing. She depressingly rubbed her forehead. It is true that I am a little disappointed when things keep repeating, but I have no reason to be annoyed just because Leaf withdrew his commitment to be a knight. Salonia hesitated, however, as a friend, I should still tell the truth, right? And she decided to tell the truth. Hey Leaf, I really want to help you, but Grace Bennett will soon become Ian's fiancée. After saying that, she quietly observed his expression. Leaf stared at her, speechless. She speculated, it must be shocking, huh? I have never received a reply even when he made a love vow to me. This is not even the first time being taken away by Ian. It must be disappointing. After a long time, he spoke. I know. His eyes contained endless sadness. Hearing that, she wanted to vomit a mouthful of blood. Is there still this kind of dog licking? Thinking then, she asked him, oh, really? Leaf honestly replied, really. He stood up and said, but I can't stop my love for Grace. If I just watch from behind then it will be okay. Hearing that, she was startled. Did I say too much? She awkwardly said to him, I just want this. These words are exactly what he once said to her. At least, I still want to serve Miss Salonia, but now, the same person says, but the object has changed, I just want to serve Miss Grace. Her head was in a mess looking at him. There is no creativity at all. These are not the words he had said to me before. Salonia raised her arm. Moreover, unlike Ian, Leaf is a fickle person. She still wanted to say something more, but... And then, she decided not to say any more. It was originally like that. I can't do anything but... Leaf avoided her gaze, continuing to apologize. I'm sorry, Miss Salonia. She spoke. No, Leaf, you don't have to apologize at all. That's your feeling. Her eyes flashed, but, thinking it over, this situation. Ian and Leaf, why do they both have feelings for Grace? Could it be just a coincidence? Asking Leaf probably won't get anything. Leaf, thinking then, she stood up. Then sincerely said to him, thank you for everything, the feelings you brought me, and the time we spent together, it was very meaningful. After that, she walked in front of Leaf, extended her hand to shake his hand, sincerely blessing him, I hope you will be happy. Leaf awkwardly looked at her, Miss Salonia. Getting these words from her, his face immediately lit up. A last handshake of two friends. Before leaving, he reminded her, then take care. Salonia smiled brightly replying, thank you, you too. After that, she released Leaf's hand. The atmosphere fell into silence again. Leaf bowed to her and said, goodbye. Then he turned around to leave, the sound of footsteps echoed in the space. She stood watching his back leave, thinking to herself, this situation, it seems that the connection between me and Leaf has completely ended. She sat down, lamenting, oh my God. Salonia wiped away her tears while wondering, what happened when I transmigrated here? It can be said that, from when I suddenly transmigrated until I defeated the Demon King and returned, I definitely stuck to the original plot. Why did this happen? That was after defeating the Demon King. I suddenly transmigrated into the novel. I wandered for 3 months without knowing what was happening. That time was terrible. Suddenly, she stopped. Wait. If talking about the male leads, it seems that there is one more person. Only then did she remember. Suddenly a voice rang out, Selly. He loudly called, is Celia here? Ah, found you. She called him, Mglion, secretly adding in her heart, descendant of the dragon. Salonia paused, why now? As soon as he came in, he stretched out his hand in front of her, and said, give it back, I want to give that to someone else rather than you. Salonia exclaimed in surprise, eh? Her hand clenched her skirt tightly, secretly saying in her heart, then why ask me to give it back? But what is even more frightening is... what he is asking for is the heart of the dragon. He must know who its new owner is. That heart is extremely precious. She coldly asked, is it Grace Bennett? Hearing that, he was startled, terrified exclaiming, what, how do you know? Don't tell me you went to investigate me. Salonia covered her face and screamed, eh. After that, she covered her face and cried. The sounds of fut, cuck, echoed in the quiet space. She cried very sadly, but Leaf just quietly stood and watched. But it is, with a character that is not mentioned in the novel, it is embarrassing. At that time, I slipped on a cliff by the sea. She recalled, I will really die here, in this way? So boring. Her face was full of despair. She was not willing. Mglion worriedly called, Sally. She felt her body gradually sinking. The monster was approaching, preparing to open its huge mouth. Salonia loudly called, McLaren. She reached out her hand forward. Mglion loudly shouted, Sally, wait for me. I will save you. At this time, the monster was slowly approaching her. It was flying swiftly in the air. A pair of legs stepped in. Salonia thought back and was afraid. She patted her chest to calm herself. She almost kicked the bucket. At that time she looked at him, sincerely thanking, "McLaren, thank you for saving me." He grabbed her shoulders and shook her hard, constantly calling, "Sally. It's very dangerous, you almost went to see your ancestors, do you know?" These words made her freeze. She knows. What is this panicked expression of his? It seems that he is very worried about her. Salonia blankly looked at him, getting angry. He loudly scolded her, "Are you crazy or what, climbing on that cliff?" She avoided his gaze, guiltily saying, "Well, there was a silkia flower there." Silkia flower, that is a flower with extremely good healing properties, considered a rare and extremely difficult to find flower. Just because of it she almost went to see her ancestors. It can be said that, in the original novel, there was basically no accident when I went to get that flower, but, why did the cliff collapse when I stepped on it? This is something that she thought about but couldn't figure out. McLaren didn't want to blame her. Just seeing the pitiful look on her face, he couldn't continue to utter words of blame out of his mouth. He put his hand on his forehead, trying to calm his emotions, gently saying, "I'm sorry for getting angry at you like that. I was just a little out of control when I saw you fall like that." He sadly sighed. Human life is sometimes so fragile, it fades too quickly. Salonia guiltily repeated the apology. "I'm sorry, he gently called her, Sally. At this time, he patted his chest, confidently saying, "Unlike me, a person with superpowers, you a weak person will need it." He clenched his hands, put them on his left chest, where his heart was beating excitedly. Then, he took out a heart, and said, "The only thing on this earth that can protect its owner from any danger, the heart of the dragon." That's right, what he is holding in his hand is the heart of the dragon. Salonia was a little unbelievable. She covered her mouth and stammered, "McLaren, if you give me this, you will," as if knowing what she was going to say. He nodded, replying, "Yes, I will not be able to use even 10% of my original power." He looked at it indifferently, telling her, "Anyway, it's not very important. As long as you can live longer with me for a little longer, then this is not worth mentioning." Salonia was extremely touched, calling his name, Mac. Back to reality, he is reaching out to ask for the heart of the dragon, impatiently urging her, "What are you fumbling for?" She put her hand on her forehead, sighed a breath. Now even McLaren has abandoned her. Suddenly, he asked her, "But how do you know about Grace? Was you being sick for 3 months real or fake?" She looked at him with an uncomfortable gaze, coldly questioning, "Is that the way you usually talk to someone who just woke up?" He knew he misspoke. His mind was in a mess, stammering, speaking, even so, oh, how is your body?" Thinking of something, she was extremely panicked, dead. He cared and asked her, "Sally, are you really okay? I didn't mean anything but." She looked at him, honestly replying, "Mac, I'm fine, and I understand. Should we continue the story?" Ella, Sally's personal maid, heard her call and immediately ran in, replying, "Yes, princess." She instructed him, "I will go get it. Sit still and wait." He looked at her, humming coldly. At this time, he curiously asked her, "You don't intend to ask me why?" Salonia didn't answer but asked him back, "But why do you need a reason here?" Her hand has clenched into a fist under the table, showing that she is suppressing her emotions. "No, actually I am very curious, but I am also afraid to see the truth revealed. When looking at his reflection, I am afraid that everything in the past is just a fragment that makes up the original story. Has been going on for half a year. Many times I am suspicious about the things I have really experienced. Is it real or is it just my imagination?" He asked her, "Is my heart still safe after so much time?" She replied, "Yeah, I can't lose it." She sincerely said, "It's too precious." He suspiciously asked her, "Precious?" At this time, he found himself so ridiculous, his face darkened, coldly speaking, "Sally, so you are." Hearing the knock on the door, she spoke, "Come in." The maid brought in the dragon heart. Then she raised the box containing the dragon heart, the last dragon heart of the Empire. "McLaren." She speculated, "The reason I couldn't wake up for 3 months, there must be a reason, but..." Suddenly, she called him, "Mac." Hearing her voice, he stiffened, his eyes blankly looked at her as if she was an alien creature. She brought the box in front of him, sincerely saying words of thanks, "Thank you for always protecting me. Thanks to Mac I have survived to this moment." After handing the box to McLaren, she softly said, "Take care, I won't see you off." He quietly looked at the box for a long time without speaking. When turning around to leave, she thought, "Okay." A long sigh came out from Salonia after McLaren left. Ella saw her collapse and was extremely sad. She sadly said, "You must be very upset, princess." Unexpectedly, she spoke. "Do you know? One day you cook a dish with ingredients that you have to work very hard to get, even risking your life, and then someone eats it all." Saying this, she asked her. You will be very angry, right?" Then she suddenly stood up, talking to herself. "Right, I'm not just upset," she affirmed, "I'm very angry. Is it that you have turned all my efforts into nothing after just one night?" Thinking then, she called her. "Ella," she stammered. "Yes." She ordered Ella, "Investigate from all sides to get me information about Grace Bennet." Her eyes were very determined. "I can't let this go. Is this really just a coincidence? There are too many suspicious things." When Ella was brushing her hair, she spoke. "Miss." Then caring and asking her, "How do you feel now?" Salonia turned around, asking her, what?" She seemed to have no energy at all. She replied, "Looking at myself in the mirror, even I almost couldn't recognize myself, with dark circles under my eyes, pale skin." Unable to deny what she said, she nodded. She recalled that on a rainy day and the steps became heavy, she, the one left behind, lost balance and fell on the muddy road. She tripped over a rock and fell on the ground, painfully cried, "Ouch." When she fell, all three of them. When she raised her face, all three of them reached out to help her. Leaf gently said, "Salonia, this road is slippery, take my hand." Clion offered, "Selly, how about I carry you on my back?" And Iva Cherville looked like a gentleman. "Miss, this way." At that time, she chose Iva. She naturally took the hand of her fiancé Ian. We held hands and walked all the way. When she happily held her fiancé's hand, looking back, she saw two lonely figures. She saw Lev and Cryan bitterly retracting their hands in the back, but she thought she couldn't reciprocate their feelings, so it's best not to give hope. Escaping from the past, she told Ella, "It's okay, I just dreamed about the old days. By the way, how is my father?" She bowed her head, a little embarrassed to say, "The Duke, of course." The imposing Duke held a handkerchief to wipe his tears, crying and saying, "My dear daughter, oh God, Salonia, why did you skip meals like that? Quickly prepare a lavish meal." The two of them were speechless with this tearful father. Father is really Duke Galloway Bethine, the father who loves his mother and daughter very much. Since entering this body, Salonia decided to join the Demon Subjugation Corps, but her father insisted on stopping her. That's right, what father wants his child to put themselves in danger? Especially this daughter-obsessed father. When his daughter returned, she lost consciousness and fell into a coma, which made him very sad. From what I heard from Ella, he invited many doctors and priests from all over the country to treat his daughter. He used every way to save his little daughter. Even if there was a glimmer of hope, he would try to the end. Even if trying every way, she still didn't wake up. It seemed that she had fallen into a deep sleep. In the end, the Duke was very desperate when he saw his child forever unconscious. And finding himself in a completely strange world, where he was holding his healthy daughter in his arms. Salonia closed her eyes and thought, "Just because I skipped a meal I was scolded so loudly, just a moment ago." When she drowsily opened her eyes, Ella called her, "Miss, please wake up." Seeing her, she was surprised and exclaimed, "Huh." The Duke said that he had been fasting just because the young lady had skipped dinner. Hearing that, she immediately jumped up, panicking, saying, "What? I'll go down immediately." Salonia let Ella brush her hair, while she sat sighing, "As long as it is something related to his daughter, then he can do anything." Her eyes flashed, It's not surprising that father would react like that after hearing Ian's stupid actions. She knew her father too well. Fortunately, father calmed down after being stopped by everyone. He went crazy holding a knife wanting to slash him, making everyone scared to death. In one aspect, this marriage is the determination of Salonia's grandparents. On the other hand, it is also an arranged marriage arranged by the former Duke. With this combination, Bethin, a noble family with huge assets that even surpasses the royal treasury. So with this marriage, even the emperor has to be wary. That is not a good thing. In the end, it didn't happen, and the emperor doesn't need to be wary anymore. Very quickly, Ella finished brushing. She said, "It's all done, miss." She looked at the beautiful face in the mirror, nodded and said, Thank you." She is very similar to her mother, who is always praised by society for her beauty, and her face is also praised for becoming more and more beautiful. Who wouldn't be fascinated by this beautiful face? Salonia reached out to touch her cheek, thinking to herself, as expected, she looks like the female lead. After that, she picked up a bottle of medicine, thinking for a moment, thanks to my father giving me medicine every day, so even if I have been bedridden for months, I still look beautiful. Finishing, she walked out the door, saying to Ella while walking, "Let's go, Ella, father must be waiting for us." Her father gently called, "Salonia." When the two father and daughter sat down to eat, he spoke, "I heard you are investigating information about a woman from Finest." She honestly replied, "Yes, father." Then he seriously asked her, "Do you have any regrets about that guy? Galloway Bethine, Duke of Bethine, then let me tell Duke Cherville." She firmly affirmed, "Absolutely not." As expected, they had contacted father. As one of the business points of the Bethune family, information is what brings power and wealth. It can be said that they are very fast. According to her understanding, this is an organization established during the first leader's reign, based on the beliefs of the Bethune family and continuing to develop until now. She thought to herself, "Until now I still haven't seen it as necessary, but it is extremely useful when I want to find authentic information that has not been spread out." Instead, it came to my father's ears like this is really, I don't know what to say. He put the plate down on the table, seriously talking to her, "Selly, if you are curious, but it is related to the family's reputation." She hurriedly denied, "No, father." Afraid that her father would misunderstand, she had to tell the truth, "I just really need to check a few things." Hearing that, he suspiciously asked her, "Check?" She wiped her mouth, faintly saying, "Yes, Lev and Cryan were present on that day, and by some coincidence, they all love Miss Bennet." Looking at his puzzled eyes, she had to explain, "This is not a matter of right or wrong timing, I am simply curious and want to thoroughly understand it." She skewered food onto the plate, a clang sound was made. Salonia thought to herself, "If their feelings for me are to promote the progress in the original, then what about myself?" Thinking for a while, she replied, "It's okay." Her father seriously observed every expression on her face, he didn't want to miss anything about his daughter. Looking at the father who loves her wholeheartedly, she said, "No matter what, if it's true, father will know soon." She ate while thinking, I definitely have a reason. A clear and sunny morning. A foot placed on the ground. A voice rang out, "It's good that I have completed the work early, now we can even date one day earlier." Iva gently asked, "Do you like the scenery here, what do you think?" He gently called the beautiful girl in front of him, Grace. The wind was whistling outside the castle. The servants were preparing the carriage. Iva and Grace sat intimately on the swing, the girl leaned her head on the boy's shoulder, a very romantic scene. He asked her, "Grace, is there any place you want to go?" She looked up at him, pondering, After a moment, she smiled and said, "I want to go to the cake shop that the woman recommended." He nodded and asked, "Where is it?" She raised her index finger and replied, "Rob Lang." He avoided her gaze, thinking to himself, of course, after all, that is Salonia's favorite dessert shop. Seeing him absent-minded, she called, "Duke." He then suggested another place, "Grace, it's in an abandoned area, and it's not even famous, how about the newly opened Tavern Brigitte? I heard that inside that tavern there are many colors and it's beautiful." She started to act cute leaning her head on his chest, "But honey, I really want to go to Robland and see." He was not used to being intimate with her, very reluctantly reminding, "Grace." He repeated again, "Robland is a bit far, so today let's go somewhere a little closer." She was unwilling, softly calling him, "Duke." Her eyes flashed, could it be? Her face darkened, coldly asking, "Could it be that you have been there with Salonia before?" She questioned him, "You are afraid that that place will remind you of memories with Salonia, that's why you don't want to go with me." He hurriedly explained, "Grace, it's not like that." After that, she brushed his hand away, loudly saying, "Forget it." Then turning around and leaving, "Really, I'm still not important enough for you to have time for me." Knowing that he had angered her, he hurriedly ran after her to coax her, "Grace." Iva stammered explaining, "Grace, you misunderstood, I'm just worried that if that place is too far it will be quite difficult for you." Reluctantly he had to say, "If you want, let's go there right now, I don't have any longing for Salonia anymore." She immediately turned her head and asked, "Really?" He came in front of her, slowly explaining, "Of course, you are the only one for me, that woman has nothing to do with me anymore." Then she coquettishly told him, "I believe that what you said is sincere." Iva hurriedly swore, "I swear." Being coaxed, she smiled like a flower, nodding and replying, "Okay, then let's go to Robland together, haha." After that, he called the servant, "Okay, hurry up and bring the carriage here." He replied, "Yes, Duke." She snuggled her head into his chest, smiling. At this time a boy was running on the road with a newspaper, shouting, newspaper here, new newspaper here, there's new news." He raised the newspaper waving it to attract everyone's attention. buy a newspaper to know more hot information, a person exclaimed in surprise. Huh. A couple bought a newspaper, the two of them told each other, look at this. Hot news with a bang, Princess Salonia Beth, who was originally in a beautiful love, is now a broken heart. Salonia read the newspaper, she sneered, ha, how ridiculous. Then she threw the newspaper away, coldly saying, what is this nonsense newspaper writing crazily about? Lifting the teacup, she thought to herself, this is the first time I have lived like a princess. She happily thought, ha, so happy. It's great, I really like it, this is the life of a princess, right? So happy. Recalling her past life, she was annoyed, she had to lie on a dirty floor, so miserable. At that time, she had to bathe in a cold pond. Is this the normal temperature of water? It can freeze a person. Every day I had to eat dry bread, never getting to eat delicious food. She gritted her teeth thinking, if I have to live like this, I don't want to do it again. Her eyes lit up, it doesn't matter how miserable I have to be, this is the first time I have lived like a princess, why would I avoid it? She told herself, I will live smoothly from now on, seeing her sometimes sad, sometimes happy, her complexion changing like a chameleon. Ella was a little worried. Miss, are you okay? Ha ha ha, what did she just say? But then there was some unexpected news. Ella clapped her hands, oh miss, I have heard that you are going to have a congratulatory party, is that right? After defeating the Demon King, everyone is drinking alcohol and celebrating. A victory celebration ceremony was held for those who had contributed by the Emperor, and of course Ian, Meg Ryan and Leigh all attended. They happily ate and drank to their fill. Only she can't participate. I can't participate because I have fallen into an unexplained sleep. She lifted the teacup, faintly saying, I guess I can't participate in the ceremony. It seems that you are worried about me. Ella nodded and replied, of course. What kind of person is our princess? Ella clenched the newspaper in her hand, coldly saying, you have read what is in the newspaper and still don't care. Those bastards have written as if they are real. In her heart she secretly calculated, should I use strong measures against them? Seeing her stand up, she spoke encouragingly, don't listen to their nonsense, be strong, she faintly asked, do you really think so, how lovely. A broadcast of the kingdom, evasion, and Ella has guessed the situation outside, a girl stealthily watching. About the people who contributed to defeating the Demon King. Among them, I am noticed because of my breakup event with Ian, so sad. She put her hand on her lips, starting to speculate, I think it will be exactly the same when talking about other people. After that, she asked Ella, oh Ella, what happened to our request? She happily replied, I have sent the letter that you requested, but the recipient then. Hearing that, she remembered an event, that's right, it's almost time to receive alimony. Thinking of the letter, she guessed, he must have been very angry when he received the letter, because I asked for some very precious things from him. Unexpectedly, a servant came to announce, Miss, the leader is here. She surprised asked, what, so fast? She mumbled, not even a day has passed, this is thanks to Father's power, the information collected is really fast. That person gave her a stack of documents and said, Salonia, this is the information that you requested. Salonia read the documents. While she read, he summarized the information. This is the information that has been carefully investigated, including the personal information of the person that you requested, along with information about that person's relationships and family as well. She sincerely thanked him. Thank you, Jillian. Speaking of him, Jillian, who became a leader at the age of 24, a successful young man from a very young age. Since the information has been provided by such a capable person, it must be very trustworthy. Information about Grace Bennett is in this file. She stared at the document in front of her. Salonia opened the document, faintly saying, okay. When she opened it, she heard like thunder was striking. Then she raised her head and asked him, this information, is it true? Jillian spoke, for sure. Salonia held a page of paper in her hand, wondering, a tiny piece of paper. She flipped the page back and forth, but that was all the information about Grace, unreasonable. Salonia grumbled looking at him, is there some misunderstanding here? Is it because my price is not to your liking? What I need is everything about her, Jillian replied. It seems that there is nothing else. Salonia also helplessly put the paper down. It seems that he also doesn't know the full story. At least this is the maximum amount of information I can have without relying on the church. Jillian spoke, the only thing worth paying attention to here is that she has had relationships with 3 men in the 3 months after the celebration, however. Salonia thought to herself, even so, every meeting was arranged by the men next to her, I also just saw that. The first meetings between Grace and those three people were right after the celebration. The one who did not contact or meet Grace happened to interrupt the conversation. On the last day, they mentioned not being separated from Grace. In the period after the celebration and a few weeks later, it seems that everyone has something to do with her. Jillian sighed, handing out a page of paper saying, "Here is a list of the people who attended the celebration." She picked up the paper to see and pondered. The emperor, the queen, the prince. People with high titles, including father. Could it be just because he changed his mind? The current me doing this is just to satisfy my curiosity with the life of another person. Now I'm really not sure anymore. I don't know what I should do anymore. Ella was on the side watching her intently. "Miss." She pointed and laughed happily saying, "How about I redecorate the room or you can go out for a while to relax?" Salonia, like a lost soul, replied, "Ah, okay." Ella saw her like that, thinking to herself, "It seems that she is no longer in the mood, poor thing." Salonia thought again, "Is it because I can't find anything to my liking? I still can't get out of it. I don't expect to find out the whole truth immediately. But it's so uncomfortable when I can't find even a little bit of a clue." Ella on the side gave a smile, trying to comfort. "Then how about going out for a bit, like going to the center for a bit, for example? I heard that you like cakes. Why not go to Roblink and indulge yourself with some delicious food?" Salonia stopped when she heard delicious food. "Delicious food," Ella replied. "Yes." She stomped her feet to wake up. "That's right, it's not the time to think about nonsense like this." She turned back to look at Ella saying, "Let's go. Elle, you will go prepare immediately, miss." A few hours later, she with an ignorant face thought to herself, "I heard that today is a lucky day." When going to the shop, Salonia saw Leaf and was very surprised. Really, meeting again with the person who has always guaranteed not to cross the line with her in a few days is like a reversal of fate. She came closer to him and spoke, "So I guess I have no choice but to face it." "Why are you here?" Leaf with a dignified stance replied, "Well, you see, miss." Salonia saw his complexion change, thinking to herself, "Why are you so surprised? As if you have met someone who shouldn't have appeared at this time." Leaf looked at her and asked, "Did miss come to buy cakes?" She also wondered, "What about you?" Leaf hesitated. "Oh, he thought to himself, it's not that uncomfortable, but there seems to be something missing in me. Elle usually wouldn't behave like that." Leaf stammered, saying, it's best not to go inside the store. It seems that there are a few bad people there. All the desserts on sale today have sold out." Salonia calmly said, "Is that so? I heard it's no different from a lie." He avoided her gaze. Salonia looked and observed him, thinking to herself, his habit when lying is not daring to look into my eyes. Even in this situation, you are still so firm. Leaf was trying to avoid Salonia's gaze. He thought to himself, I just want to protect Miss Grace. Salonia's face darkened looking at him. Leaf spoke saying, Miss Salonia. She interrupted him saying, it seems she's here. Leaf startled, she looked at him stammering, thinking to herself, guessed right, Grace is indeed inside. Ella on the side whispered, Miss. I'll wrap it up for you. Salonia turned to reply, eat it all before leaving. She thought to herself, it seems that I am becoming an obstacle for Ella at this time. Salonia walked inside ignoring Leaf. Be careful, Ella, Leaf spoke, Miss Salonia. Salonia still didn't stop walking, creating the sound of footsteps. Just walking inside, she thought, why do I have to avoid Grace? It must be Grace, the one who is having an affair with my fiancé. Moreover, instead of repeating that name over and over again, I really want to meet Grace in person. But why am I so worried? Salonia reached out to open the door. She suddenly looked up unexpectedly. Grace's face also walked out. Grace brightly said, oh, we meet again in a place like this. I really wanted to meet you. Nice to meet you, Salonia. Salonia stared at her, thinking to herself, it's this woman, she is more shameless than I thought. The woman with the new main male lead, the new female lead. Salonia recalled the time before, Ian Cherville was swinging his sword. Then Salonia ran up, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? He looked at her asking, are you okay? Are you alright? Salonia smiled, replying, I'm still okay, you protected me. Ian Cherville put his hand on her shoulder saying, I'm slightly injured. He gently touched her hair. Ian Cherville gently said, if we return safely together, let's go to Roblint together, order as many dishes as you like. She looked up at him with gentle eyes, things like that happened, and until now we still remember. That's it. Back to the present, Grace smiled saying, I guess Miss Salonia also came to buy things. Leaf, standing behind observing, anxiously thought to himself, why does she show as if she knows me, or does she want to emphasize that she is going with her old fiancé? She is more inconsiderate than I thought. Salonia tilted her head and asked, who are you? It seems that Miss here doesn't know me. Wouldn't it be more polite if you introduced yourself first? She stood blankly. Grace, surprised, then said, it's not too late to introduce myself now, right? She lightly held her clothes up. I am Grace Bennet, daughter of Baron Bennet. I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable. Because Salonia is the heroine who defeated the Demon King, so I mistakenly thought that we all knew each other without having to introduce ourselves. Salonia heard the word heroine, thinking to herself, heroine, probably from the original work. For heroes will trust and protect each other forever. Anyway, I'm alone. Salonia then looked up, saying, I didn't become a heroine to pretend that everyone knows me. Grace heard that and paused, becoming silent. A hand reached out to shield Salonia. Leaf stepped forward and said, in my opinion, you are saying too much. Even if Grace was a bit rude, you shouldn't say such things. Salonia saw Leaf come over and thought to herself, he knows how to show his attitude. Her eyes filled with sadness. It's great that your attitude can change so quickly. At this time, the sound of other footsteps gradually approached. Grace. Salonia looked up a little surprised. Ian Cherville looked at Grace and asked, what's wrong? Why are you still here? She startled, Duke. He coldly looked up. Salonia thought to herself, as I guessed they both came here. Ian Cherville looked at her and said, Salonia. Salonia was angry, you actually brought her to Roblanc. How could you? Grace tremblingly hugged Ian Cherville. Duke. He shielded her and shouted, what are you going to do, miss? Salonia also loudly said, do what? I'm not doing anything. Grace lightly pulled Ian Cherville's sleeve and gently said, it's a misunderstanding, Duke. I was very happy to meet Miss Salonia, so I pretended that I knew her. She emphasized, saying, but it can't be denied that Miss Salonia doesn't like me at all. Ian Cherville said, no matter what happens, please don't be rude to my fiancé. Salonia's heart was pounding. What am I looking for a reason to do? Our relationship has ended a long time ago. Like a fool, always reminiscing and unable to forget. What is different from the original, or has something affected us? I am the only one who is firm with that thought, Ian Cherville loudly said. I hope that we don't meet, for the good of both parties. I understand. Salonia stepped forward and said, you are the ones who need to behave politely. Ian Cherville startled, what? I'm not doing anything, she continued. How dare you go around here so shamelessly? Even if you are thick-skinned, it can't be to this extent. Ian Cherville shouted, miss, now. Salonia was silent. I thought you had self-esteem, but, there are so many people looking at us, why don't you at least pretend to be kind, huh? I'm wondering if you let everyone know you're having an affair, then oh wow, that would be great. Ian Cherville heard that and stopped being embarrassed, turning his face away. Grace pulled his hand. Let's go, Duke. Ian Cherville said loudly while leaving, I have been deceived all along, so you were just pretending. After that everyone left, leaving Salonia alone. She stood there blankly, looking very lonely. The sound of flapping wings from the sky. Salonia looked up. Mac Ryan. She saw another person in the sky. It seems that they are waiting for Grace. I'll just go straight and clean up. Grace suddenly turned around and said, oh Salonia. The Duke and I will be engaged soon. Salonia also realized, does she want to boast? She coldly said, then what do you want to say? Grace smiled. Don't be sad. Because we are quite similar. Salonia heard that and startled, what? Grace ran over and hugged Ian Cherville. Duke, let's go. Grace, hurry up. It's hard to travel outside. Should I fly and take you there? I'm very fast. She stood pondering. The main character now is Grace. And I admit, our relationship was so ordinary, so everything has changed. And thanks to everyone, I will no longer be in that relationship because no one allows it. A hand is holding a piece of paper. Leaf is holding the paper, standing focused, watching. Suddenly a voice spoke. You knew everything would turn out like this, right? The person who came was none other than Mac Ryan. Mac Ryan. Leaf replied, that's right. We will still be like this, even if the circumstances change. News about the engagement of Ian and Grace was spread quickly. Duke Ian Cherville announces engagement with Miss Grace Bennet. Grace Bennet, my heart was moved by her innocent appearance when I first met her. She at the victory celebration. It will be different from when I still had feelings for Salonia, when I could only stand and watch her as a friend. Ian is a pair with Grace. After all, I can only stand behind them as a friend. He has a sad face. Unable to stop myself from having feelings for Grace, I didn't know when everything started, because my heart was stolen from when. I've gotten used to not getting anything back after all. Just standing far away looking at her. Just standing next to her is enough to be content. Mac Ryan asked, do you regret it now, giving up the oath of knight in an instant like that? If you have decided like that, why do you feel empty in your heart? Leaf glanced at him saying, so what are you trying to say? You also took back the heart from her? If you were going to take it back, why did you give it to her immediately in the beginning? Mac Ryan suddenly startled. These are your true feelings right now, right, just like me. Mac Ryan replied, I was just trying my best to save Sally at that time. Otherwise she would have died for sure. Leaf silently turned away. I thought you would protect it until the end. I didn't expect you to take it away again, and now you don't care if Salonia is hurt. Mac Ryan annoyed said, what, I still like Salonia. After saying that he suddenly felt dizzy and his heart was beating very fast. Salonia. What is this feeling? It's like. At this time Grace went over shouting, Mac Ryan. Come here and eat together. The two stood still looking at each other. Leaf looked at her and also hesitated. Mac Ryan also turned around, Grace, I'm coming. Leaf thought to himself, just a moment ago. Mac Ryan had. Leaf frowned, rubbing his forehead. He hesitated. What was he hesitating about? Grace's voice continued to ring out, hurry up, Rayev. Leaf saw Grace's sparkling eyes. He also put down the newspaper and walked over to her. Grace's sweet words, along with the radiant smile. Yes, the woman I love is Grace Bennett. A table of sweets is arranged very attractively. The scene switches to Salonia. The original story has completely ended from here. Whether it is a good ending, or a tragic ending. In the novel, a month after defeating the demon, it ended right after the wedding of Ian and Salonia. Salonia crumpled the piece of paper. The plot of the story has exceeded the ending point of the original story, meaning that there is no editing to continue the story. In other words, Ella saw her absent-minded and said, Miss, would you like to eat more cake? Salonia rested her chin on her hand annoyedly replying, of course, bring it to me. The people there saw her and discussed, oh my god, Miss Beth is over there. How can the Baron treat Miss Beth like that? How did she win the inheritance from that family? Salonia rested her chin on her hand annoyedly, here we go again. Ella heard that and angrily slammed the table shouting, talking bad behind Mrs. back? Salonia panicked and quickly said, hey, Ella, calm down. She scratched her face thinking to herself, I'm still okay, just like Grace predicted, the announcement of the engagement ceremony has been corrected. And this is also normal when people pay attention to me. But I have thought carefully. I don't want to waste this life with meaningless emotions, Salonia happily said, I'm busy eating delicious food. Ella spoke, by the way, miss, when do you plan to return to the treatment center? Salonia slumped on the table dejectedly, I tried to forget it, why are you bringing it up? In the original story, Salonia is one of the leading healers of the Empire and works at the treatment center. However, during the deployment of the campaign to defeat the Demon King, she contracted an unknown disease. Then Salonia said, there are still 6 months left of my vacation, I will definitely do everything and then go back to work. Ella also smiled happily, great miss, during this time, please enjoy yourself, Salonia continued, definitely, I will do everything I like. And don't worry about anything. Somewhere there is a mysterious man walking away. Suddenly he stopped. His face gradually revealed. A cold face with sharp eyes is glancing at someone. On the side a group of servants are also competing to discuss, these days Miss Salonia is like a different person. You also think so, right? It feels like being reborn, Miss rarely gets angry or loses her temper. A blonde servant girl tremblingly said, not long ago, Miss smiled and greeted me. The person next to the girl also wondered, but why did she suddenly change? I think it started after the demon defeating team was formed. The blonde servant girl again said, or is that really the case? Participating in the demon extermination war means putting your life on the dangerous table, and after the war ended, she was in a coma for 3 months. Salonia at this time was also standing behind the wall listening to them talking. They said that if someone is in a coma for a while, when they wake up, they will become a completely different person. Maybe it's because it's been too long so she's bored, the person next to her continued, maybe that's it. Salonia heard what they said and thought, this is a conversation that I should pay attention to. The scene switches to another place. Rowano folded her hands smiling saying, Miss Salonia, thank you for letting us sit here. You are becoming more and more beautiful. Salonia looked at them thinking to herself, everyone looks so awkward. Everyone present had a gloomy face. When I was talking to Ella and found out, there were no empty tables, so I told them to sit here. Exactly the same story that I overheard a few days ago. It seems that Salonia also had the same personality before I transmigrated here. So I have to build a good image. She picked up the teacup and said, it's nothing. Salonia looked at everyone with bright eyes. I am the one who should thank the young ladies for being with me. You know, I have been separated from society for a long time, and no girls are willing to be friends with me. Everyone looked at each other understanding. The impromptu meeting has made us chat for quite a long time, just to know what kind of rights they have. That story has begun. Abel hesitated saying, I don't know if I should say this, Marquise Pentagon Miss Abel. Pelaine replied, what's wrong, I can family Miss Pelaine. Rowana also spoke saying, it's okay, just say it, Serde family Miss Rowana. She heard that and said, it may be a bit rude but, actually today, I heard about the engagement of Duke Cherville and Miss Bennet. Seeing that you seem sad so I'm also worried, Salonia sipped the teacup replying, I'm fine, it's okay. Hearing that Abel blamed, it's good that you're okay, but how can such a person exist? How dare she seduce a man who has a fiancé? The Bennet Baron family really has no self-esteem, it's really embarrassing for the nobility. Salonia with a relaxed appearance sat enjoying her teacup. One side is having an affair, the other side is also a type of promiscuous woman, they are the same kind. Pelaine heard that and spoke, I agree, the Duke is too much, does he really only know how to have an affair? Rowana also angrily turned, that's right, wasn't that princess also a fiancé, but right around that time she fainted? Hearing everyone discuss Salonia thought to herself, I'm not too sad. If you think I will shut my mouth even when criticized, then you are wrong, if this is the case then I should have left faster. Suddenly someone shouted, welcome. Abel looked up, what was that sound? That's right, I wonder who came. A footstep of a man walked in. Pelayton surprised, wait, that person is. Everyone present had a confused face. Salonia saw that and worried, what is this atmosphere? Who is that person? A man all in black walked in. Abel looked at him saying, why is that person now? Salonia confused asked, who is he? She replied, the monster of the night. His cold eyes looked towards her. Seeing that she thought to herself, what's wrong, he looks familiar. I must have met him somewhere, how strange. This is a romance novel, because it talks about a world, if that character is special, then his appearance must also be very special. And the main characters all have very beautiful appearances. But I can't believe that the person I have never met is as beautiful as a sculpture, and he is also the monster of the night, there is never a chance that a supporting character would have a nickname like that. That nickname goes along with his appearance, looking at him he doesn't seem like a gentle person, but will he have a different personality? Leonhard Kielrenus walked to a chef making him worried. He received a strange black bag from the chef's hand. Salonia saw that and questioned, that looks really suspicious. She turned back to look at everyone saying, everyone, it seems that he is doing something rude to the shop owner. Abel denied replying, no miss, that is food. She surprised, food, I heard that they take food here to distribute to those who are starving. Pelaine also surprised, really, that's a good thing, I just thought you were still sad. Salonia stared at him pondering, could it be that he is famous for his kindness? But why do I keep having a bad feeling? I have a feeling that I shouldn't let him go like that. A huge wound on his body. Salonia couldn't help but be surprised. Wait, I just saw on his chest, that's not a normal wound, this is a safe and peaceful world for everyone, except for the Demon King. So he can't have such a big wound. Who is that person? Later Salonia also got on the carriage to go back. A voice on the carriage rang out, a scar? On the carriage Ella rested her hand on her chin pondering saying, on the body of the monster of the night? I don't remember seeing it. In the rumors about him, some people say that he goes everywhere to beat robbers and dangerous monsters, maybe the scar came from that. Salonia confused, those scars are not the same, is that really the case? Ella happily said, how do you feel today miss? I think you have met good young ladies, I hope you feel comfortable. Going out for the first time after a while has helped me relieve my mind, at first they were still wary. But then we quickly became close and chatted non-stop. I also promised to invite them to the Besson family mansion next time. It's just right that your friends are coming to play, we need to decorate the garden beautifully, she happily replied, the garden still looks okay. Salonia smiled thinking to herself, friends? Since I woke up in this world, I can only be with the saviors. Only after I grew up, did my world become wide open. It feels like starting over from the beginning, that kind of life is not bad. Ella suddenly wondered and asked, Miss, I have always been curious about this, she replied, what's wrong? What does the Demon King look like? Hearing that, Salonia pondered, the Demon King? Ella worriedly continued saying, there are many rumors about his appearance. I heard that only the saviors know what he looks like. Does he look like the leader of No, like a monster, right? She hummed, nodding. Salonia recalled, the black scales covered his body, and stood at a towering height of at least 3 meters. Moreover, with that half-human half-monster appearance. He was staring with creepy red eyes. Remembering the Demon King made her tremble. So scary, Ella then replied, I know, actually at the coffee shop today, I heard people say that they saw the Demon King with a good-looking appearance. They said that they were attracted by that appearance. Salonia heard that, smiling and sweating cold, thinking to herself, well, misunderstanding like that is probably okay, huh? Anyway, I am the only one who saw the true face of the Demon King. The carriage suddenly stopped abruptly, making the two of them shake. Salonia spoke, asking, Cohen, what's wrong? He paled, replying, Miss, I'm sorry, I'm trying to cross the forest. But then, monsters approached. She heard that and worried, oh no, it seems that the hungry monsters smelled us and followed. Salonia quickly calmed down and asked, are you okay, can we not go anymore? Cohen replied, the horses are scared and don't want to move anymore. CCO secretly calculated, it will be more dangerous if we just stand still like this. But this is too much. Cohen, he panicked and said, I'm really sorry, miss, I will try to block a few in front. In the meantime, the two of you. Before he could finish speaking, Salonia refused. I will not abandon you, Cohen. Cohen replied, yes, I think so. Salonia opened the car door and stepped down, very good. She got out of the car and immediately ordered, I will try to create a path with healing power, so try to move immediately. Salonia worriedly thought, can't let Ella or Cohen get hurt. I have to do something. Ella grabbed her hand, scared, miss, don't go, there are too many monsters, it's very dangerous. Salonia looked at Ella and instructed, don't go out, wait for me, Ella. Miss. Looking at the ferocious wolf slowly approaching. A wolf bared its teeth, growling eyes as if looking at prey. Salonia secretly calculated, I can use the healing light to create a gap, I will signal Cohen and... She used her power, a pure light was gathering on her hand. We can escape from this mess. Salonia used all her strength to help them escape. The light made the wolves run away, right now. She turned around and shouted, Cohen, move the car quickly. A wolf was rushing quickly, why, is the light too weak? She got on the carriage while thinking to herself, the spell was broken too quickly, but we have to get out of here. A wolf was opening its mouth, rushing at Salonia. Suddenly a man appeared, he gathered a stream of black energy on his fingers. The stream of black energy rushed to the wolf, making it evaporate immediately. The remaining wolves saw that and scared ran away. Salonia slumped to the ground, groaning softly, The man with black energy stepped over. Salonia dimly tried to look, who is it? Is it the monster of the night? That face, I remember now. A strange déjà vu feeling from when I saw him at the coffee shop, but I didn't recognize it because he was too far away, but how? Seeing Leonhardt Kielrenus come over, she said, you're already dead. He, with eyes full of sec, said, you know me? She recalled, how can I forget? The man that I killed with my own hands, no. He is the Demon King she killed. Everything has returned to its original state, finally, it's all over. Leaf and MC Lion smiled happily, harmoniously, we have brought peace to the world. Ian slightly turned around and ordered, everyone has gone through a lot of things, send a letter to the palace announcing that the Demon King has been defeated. He quickly received the order, yes, I will also send a quick report. Leaf walked alongside Salonia, he politely said words of thanks, thank you, thanks to the healing magic of Miss Salonia I feel better, I will go check around for a while. She gave a friendly smile, saying goodbye to him, yes, please be careful, Sir Rayev. Salonia walked in caution. She raised her hand to her head, looking extremely tired, the battle just now was really too fierce. Salonia leaned against a wall, resting, her face bowed down, enduring, I have used all my remaining strength, so now I don't have enough strength to stand anymore. I don't know if I can hold on until I get back. She intended to touch her sword, but it was no longer on her. This made Salonia stunned for a moment, She searched everywhere in her cloak and clothes, where is my sword? Salonia looked up at the dark, deep castle, I probably didn't leave it in the castle, right? That castle was desolate without a shadow of anyone, quite scary, in the end I still have to go inside. Salonia walked with light steps without making a sound. It's cold, I have to find the sword and leave quickly. Although I can throw it away, but that sword holds precious memories of this trip. She kept walking in the long hallway without seeing a way out. Salonia felt the air here was cold, gently put the cloak on her. I'm probably dead, right? Finally she found the sword, in the distance. Ah, here it is. She quickly picked up the sword, thinking to herself, now let's get out quickly. But Salonia felt something strange. She kept turning back and forth, observing in all directions. I can feel someone's presence. Salonia suddenly opened her eyes wide, a little frozen. Sinking into a 1,000-year sleep and never waking up, she vaguely guessed, isn't this the place where the Demon King was defeated? He wiggled his eyes. It seems that he is about to wake up, Salonia thought. No, is this really the true form of the Demon King? Indeed, Tan really woke up. She panicked startled, slightly retreated behind. He is still alive? Tan's eyes were blood red, vaguely focused on the air. She panicked, thinking of many different situations, or he has revived in this form. No, I can't let the Demon King revive. Salonia's hand holding the sword trembled. She wanted to do something. I have to. Salonia closed her eyes, scared to do what she didn't want. I have to stab him. I have to kill him. She woke up on the comfortable bed, escaping from the terrible nightmare yesterday. Salonia jumped up immediately, still not over the shock. Her whole body was covered in sweat, wondering to herself, was it just a dream? Why did I dream like that? Salonia gently opened the curtains to wake up. Ella gently walked in to serve Salonia. Miss, how do you feel? I'm glad you woke up, miss, she said with a puzzled voice. Ella. She calmly asked, Ella, what happened to me? Ella tried to persuade and instruct. Please be careful, miss, you just got treated, you won't feel pain anymore, but you still shouldn't be careless. She still insisted on asking. What exactly happened? What time is it now? Salonia recalled everything that could appear in her head. It's been about 2 hours since we left the forest. So what happened in the forest was not a dream. She reassured, I will tell you later, miss. Do you want to meet the guest now? Salonia was curious. What guest? Ella smiled sweetly politely. Yes, he is the savior of me and our master. She still didn't believe it was true. Impossible. Salonia hurriedly ran out of the room. She panicked and ran after. Miss. Ella tried to call back. Where are you going in such a hurry? Her face became serious. It seems that everything is very important. Impossible. Salonia knocked on the door wanting to escape. Absolutely impossible. She didn't believe everything that was happening before her eyes. Betthein suddenly appeared. Salonia. He sat leaning on the chair. Seeing her come in, he asked, You finally woke up, do you feel better? Betthein gently held the teacup. He gave a gentle smile. You came at the right time. Come over here to meet him. He gently said, he is the benefactor who saved your life. Salonia was stunned with the person in front of her. Tan crossed his arms and looked emotionlessly. Why, Demon King? She mumbled, again here. Tan smirked. We meet again. Salonia was still haunted by the nightmare just now, imagining herself holding the sword. Those red pupils haunted me even in my dreams. The feeling of the dagger stabbing deep into his skin was still imprinted in my mind. She stood in front of Tan, her complexion gloomy, her whole body stiff. What is going on? Betthein happily asked his little daughter. Please take good care of him, Salonia, and he left first. I have something to do, so I'll go first, because he is the one who saved you, so don't forget to treat him like a VIP guest. Salonia cried in her heart a lot. Father can't leave like that. Tan stood quietly observing. He uttered a sentence that hit Salonia's heart. We have met before, haven't we? How can she say that she has met him? She immediately refused. Of course not. This is the first time I have met you. Tan was still sitting in the same place, but every sentence that came out was hitting her heart. She said, he must be dead. Salonia's whole body stiffened. Damn it, he remembers. She didn't say a word, just pondered, but there is something really strange. Why does he talk like he is meeting me for the first time? Salonia looked at the man in front of her. He doesn't remember who I am. The water surface is blurred in the dark night, plus the flickering fire in the wind. A mysterious person walks along the street. He takes heavy steps. The person wearing a black hat walked towards the light. His hand is about to do something. He gently touched. That person asked, how did it escape? Even the words of this person are so mysterious. I have doubled the security. After that, he slowly turned his back and left. The light gradually disappeared, leaving only a dark space just like this person's identity. Then another person is watching. This person is completely opposite when watching him, can't just leave it like that, we have to act quickly. That light is like a formation, a little faster. It is square, round, and triangular details that look really strange. This person clicked his tongue, at this speed it will take a long time. The one standing ordered, we need to do it quickly, the subordinate knelt down, I am waiting for your order. This person closed his eyes with no expression on his face. Back to the conversation, Tan crossed his arms and stared, she knows. While Salonia was still pondering without saying a word, he really doesn't recognize me, should I feel at ease? She has to protect her family, I can't let my father and the servants be in danger. Salonia kept the old answer, you mistook me for someone else, she has to think of a way. I will plan the next step later. Tan with an indifferent face, but his words refused to let go, so you decided to deny it to the end. Salonia looked away avoiding, no, he exclaimed, I have amnesia. She calmed down, asked, what? Tan expressed, I have no place to go, and don't know anyone. She showed no interest, what does it have to do with me? Salonia didn't understand much, so he doesn't recognize me because of amnesia? What is that? Tan shyly asked to stay, so I have no choice but to stay here, she was more and more confused, what is he saying? Salonia firmly didn't allow him to stay at her house, I am very grateful that you saved me, but I will never agree to let you stay here, if you still don't leave, I will have to call the guards. Her face was serious without a smile. Tan's eyes narrowed guessing her intention. And then he stood up and left. Salonia didn't understand what just happened to her, I can't understand him, what exactly is that man, no, Demon King thinking. He walked to the window, turning his back to Salonia, aren't you curious? Tan rolled up his sleeves, while she was puzzled, what? Tan's finger suddenly flared with sparks, he showed his attitude, how long does it take for this fire to spread throughout the mansion? She panicked startled, what do you think you are doing? I will call the guards immediately. Tan evilly threatened the little girl, go ahead if you want to see with your own eyes, what will happen to them. This time she couldn't act rashly anymore, I have to calm down and think. Salonia's pupils shrank, I have tried so hard to destroy the Demon King, but now I can't destroy him myself. He smiled satisfied, it seems he has grasped her weakness. Salonia annoyed tightened her hands, if I go in the wrong direction and he remembers what happened. She has to protect this house, I can't reveal that he is the Demon King threatening world peace. Salonia had to admit one thing, and I am the one who stabbed him. She this time was no longer shaking, resolutely replied, I repeat, I don't know who you are, so I can't give you the answer you want. Tan narrowed his eyes with deep meaning, I have no choice but to continue pretending not to know him. He finally let go of Salonia, okay, I will wait, I have a lot of time. Tan crossed his legs to one side, and I guess you haven't heard this. Your father has allowed me to stay at this mansion. Salonia cried in her heart a lot, father, what do you think? Tan with a face as if wanting to tease, I dare not refuse that kind request, while she was devastated, actually, you can. Tan returned with a cold face, it seems that you don't like me here, it's simple, if you want me to leave, tell me what you know about me, then I will leave here immediately. Salonia turned her back, I don't know anything. He waved his leg, accepting, okay. Tan leaned back, just tell me if you change your mind. Salonia looked at him getting more and more uncomfortable, who knows the Demon King is so childish? I can't adapt to this, he even doesn't move at all, she felt she was really unlucky. Why do things like this keep happening to me? Salonia clenched her hand, suppressed her anger in her heart, it seems that he doesn't intend to do anything, take it slowly and then plan, if I can persuade him then I will send him away without any obstacles. He changed the subject, by the way, is there no breakfast here? Tan coquettishly demanded food like a child, when will they come, if it keeps like this then I will have to eat them instead of dinner. She felt he was so annoying, I will probably endure this, right? Salonia met her with expectant eyes, miss, did you have a smooth conversation with the monster? She was immersed in romantic dreams, while Salonia walked like a ghost, you don't know how amazing he was when he saved us. She thought to herself, since when did he become Sir Monster? The servants started to discuss around, last night, after I talked to the Demon King, Ella told me what happened in the wood storage. A cold face appeared in Salonia's head, he quickly defeated the remaining monsters in an instant. Following Ella's eager story, Sir Monster sent the monsters to heaven in one go. I wish Miss could see that scene, she sighed, they flew away and I'm not better. Ella is really a loyal servant, I don't know what we would do without him, but most importantly I'm glad you're still safe. Salonia turned her head to inquire further, A person who is known as the monster of the night like him has no false rumors? She looked up at the sky recalling, I'm not sure, so I asked around, but everyone praised him. They said that the people in the slums worshipped him like a god. Salonia pondered, they believe in the unreasonable? She felt afraid of this man. Although Tan saved Salonia, that man is the demon king who sowed fear for mankind. He can never become a hero. She still has many things that have not been answered, however there are still a few unknowns. When he revived, a crack appeared in the forest, monsters poured out from there and caused great damage. Salonia immersed herself in her own mind. In that case, when a new crack does not appear, can we really see that person as the demon king? Outside suddenly there was a call. Miss, the Duke is back. The magnificent castle is covered by the mysterious night. Betthein came to ask her at night, Sally, did you have a smooth conversation with our guest? Salonia stammered, not knowing what to say. Well, she said that, I heard that you have allowed him to stay at the mansion. He looked at the sky, that's right. He held the teacup, believing in Tan. He has protected my precious daughter, so I need to repay his kindness. Betthein smiled harmoniously and kindly with Salonia. He was moved by Tan's situation. Moreover, I also heard that this young man is called the hero of the slums. It is difficult to meet such a young person these days. She gave a different opinion. You are right, but can't you repay with money? Betthein also thought of that, but he thought that the action would be more meaningful. Of course we will also pay the young man, but because he currently has no place to live. So I thought it would be better if he stayed at our mansion for the time being. He softly called her name, Salonia. Salonia accepted. Betthein seriously reminded her of a few things. Never forget the duties of a noble. If you have too much, it will be very important to know how to share. Of course she knows that better than anyone. It's not that I didn't expect these reactions from father, but I can't help but feel uncomfortable. The nobles of the previous generations passed down this tradition, the belief that nobles should act generously with as many people as possible. That is the belief of Duke Galloway Besson has held throughout his life. While Salonia doesn't want anything to happen, but I won't give up. I have to stop him even if I have to reveal the truth. That is something incredible. She came forward to tell the truth. Father, that man is actually... Salonia suddenly froze. She couldn't utter a word. What's wrong? I suddenly can't speak when I try to tell father about the demon king. Betthein puzzled. Salonia, what's wrong? She wanted to open her mouth so much. I also want to know why. Salonia was struggling to find a way in her heart. I don't know what is happening, but talking is not the only way to convey it. Which one can I use? She looked towards the paper. That's right, I just need to write it down and show it to father. Salonia told him to pay attention to her. Please look at this, father. He read each word, that man. Suddenly she couldn't write anymore either. Salonia stiffened. Can't speak, can't write. Why can't I write like this? What is this? She rubbed her head to find the answer. Why can't I say and even write these words? Betthein felt that his child was messing around. Salonia, enough. She tried to persuade. Wait, father. He has always thought that Tan is a good person. No matter what, he has saved his daughter's life and currently all eyes are on him. Bethaine's wrinkled face worried about the family's fate. If we just give him some money and kick him out, what will people think of the Besson family? Salonia saw that this situation was hopeless. It seems that I can't persuade father. She pondered many things. I should have known. Father always puts the family's reputation first, and no one will understand my problem with that man, anyway. Salonia only knew how to go with the flow, follow the wind. Now I'll do what father says. I have no choice but to keep an eye on him while looking for another solution. Finally, she agreed. Okay, then I will treat him really kindly. Betthein smiled. That's my daughter. He put his hand on her shoulder. Salonia. Betthein was really worried about her daughter. You don't know how panicked I was when I heard you fainted again. She spoke. Father. He gently instructed. You must not get hurt. You must always be very careful, my dear. Betthein could only do that much. It's all I have, don't forget that. Meanwhile, Tan was adjusting his cuffs. It turned out he was scratching his chest incessantly. Damn it. Tan's eyes became really scary. Salonia Besson, huh? The image of Salonia from earlier kept appearing in Tan's head, her face as if she knew him. And also when she fainted, I swear he was dead. He stood by the window, thinking with a headache, what kind of relationship do we have that she said that? His attitude suddenly became sinister. It doesn't matter, as long as I can get my memories back. Who is the real villain after all? A light in the darkness. Tan must do it to the end. I can't miss this opportunity. If she intends to hide the truth to the end, then I have to make her say it herself. Changing location to another magnificent villa, the Cherville family mansion. Documents and newspapers were scattered all over the table and floor. Damn it. That person crumpled the paper in his hand. Is Ian, a man full of sins, worthy of being called a savior? In that piece of paper, it was meticulously written, Ian Cherville and Grace Benet, new lover, is this love or adultery? Ian was annoyed with the piles of newspapers in front of him. Are they crazy? How dare they publish such nonsense articles? He immediately ordered, make a list of these articles and bring them here. Yes, master. Ian's eyes were really cold. Everything is like a joke, it's ridiculous. A highly respected person, I am the savior who defeated the Demon King, that's right. Who knew they would stab him in the back? They used to respect and worship him. Thinking about those people turning their backs on me so quickly, do they think I'll be okay after writing these terrible rumors about me? The servant stood from afar and asked, what about the letters from the Besson family, sir? Ian ordered, bring them here. Ian was now suspicious of even Salonia. I always thought Salonia was an innocent and lovely woman, but the actions she showed in Roblant that day were rude and vulgar. Perhaps he had misunderstood Salonia all along. Is he proudly showing off to everyone the woman who conspired with him to deceive me, so she has been deceiving me all this time? He began to have more negative thoughts. They talk about her being a tragic heroine. From a lovely girl, Salonia in Ian's heart now turned into a fake woman, but these articles wouldn't have appeared if they knew her true nature. He leaned back in his chair, with a hateful mood towards Salonia. The word, tragic, doesn't suit her at all. If only people could know that. The servant placed the letters on the table. Your Grace, here are the letters. Ian was overthinking. This could be a claim for compensation for cancelling the engagement. He was sure of his opinion, that Salonia had betrayed Ian. She must want something big considering she even made me write a commitment. One standing, one sitting, one waiting for Ian to read the letter inside. His eyes changed at this moment. The subordinate who had been waiting now dared to speak. Now, what is it? Ian sternly ordered, send a letter to the Besson family immediately and announce that I will be visiting today. Scene change. On the table appeared many pastries and cakes that were not only delicious but also visually appealing. A hand diligently writing a letter. Salonia personally wrote to each person, Dear Miss Abel, Miss Pauline, and Miss Rowena. She announced some news. The tea party we decided to hold at my family's estate will be postponed for this period. Then Salonia felt dissatisfied again, crumpling the paper. No, what's the point of that? She wrote again on another piece of paper, changing her mind. Instead, I hope you will attend the celebration that will soon be held at the palace. Salonia held 2 envelopes in her hand, satisfied. That's more like it. She switched to the next person. Okay, next is. Salonia began to write, to Mr. Leif. She had been writing for a while and had a headache about the opening. I don't know how to start a letter. The lines of text flowed out like that, each word full of emotion. I never thought I would write a letter like this to Leif, but since I don't know when the Demon King will regain his memories. Leif was someone she could trust at the moment. I should inform the other savior about this situation, and among them, Leif is the most likely to listen to what I say. Salonia wrote each sentence about the truth. Leif, you may not believe it, but the Demon King has been resurrected. She leaned back in her chair. Just like yesterday, she couldn't continue writing, Demon King. Salonia's face darkened with frustration. Damn it, why won't it let me write that word? She crumpled the third piece of paper. Why is this happening? Salonia looked for the cause. What's the reason? She sighed, not knowing what to do. While I'm here struggling, the Demon King may have gone somewhere without telling anyone. It's not that I'm curious about what he's doing. I really just hope he doesn't act up. I can't believe I have to live in the same house with a dangerous man. Salonia stretched and relaxed a bit. I don't know anymore. The servant announced that someone had arrived. Mr. Gillian has arrived. She said, is that so? Salonia exclaimed, that was fast. The library inside was full of books, both above and below. Gillian politely bowed, greetings, miss. Salonia politely welcomed the distinguished guest. Thank you for taking the time to come here. I guess you're busy with the guild's work. Sit down. She began the conversation. This time I want to request information related to the shadow monster. Also, if anything unusual happens in the Empire, please let me know. He respectfully replied, yes. Gillian glanced at her, yes. Salonia calculated for a while. I'm no longer curious about the relationship between her and the other saviors. Now I have to find out if she has any relationship with the Demon King. She cautiously reminded, I need you to keep an eye on her. Gillian's eyes contained many things. Yes, I will have someone follow her. She also instructed on how to recruit personnel reasonably, choose someone who can maintain confidentiality. I don't want any words to be leaked out. He was already prepared. Yes, I already have the right person. After that, a voice from outside echoed, startling the two of them, Your Grace, please. The servant tried to stop Ian from entering. Please wait until the miss approves. While he tried to force his way in, Ian pushed the servant aside. Get out. Haven't I told you that I have an important issue related to Miss Salonia? Salonia applied some glue. She had guessed who it was. This voice. It seems that the uninvited guest has arrived sooner than expected. Jillian held the sword in his hand, ready to protect Salonia. Does Duke Cherville still bother people? If you need it, I can handle it. She gently refused. No need, Jillian, I'm fine. Salonia politely said goodbye to him. You can go now. Sorry for keeping you so long. Jillian sent a kiss on his hand before leaving. Goodbye, miss. As for Ian, he brazenly barged in to find Salonia like a market. Miss Salonia, I have something to say. The servant was still holding his arm and pulling him out. Your Grace, please don't. She had no choice but to tell the servants, okay, everyone, step back. Salonia coldly uttered, sit down, Duke Cherville. Ian's attitude was not very friendly. I will listen to what you say before I hold you accountable for your rudeness. Ian needed a proper explanation. If you know, it will be easier to talk. Miss Salonia, please explain to me so that I can understand. She interrupted, enough. Salonia turned around and strictly reminded, if you want to talk to me, please be polite. No one in the Besson family talks to a thug. Salonia pretended to despise Ian's attitude. What happened to the dignity of a duke that has been shown for so long? This made him apply glue. What? Salonia repeated, didn't they tell you I have guests? Then, she showed the aura of a young lady. My ears are about to explode from the Duke Cherville screams. Is this all the elegance you have to show? Ian was not to be outdone, retorting, what about you? Have you forgotten who I am? Is this how the Besson family treats the Cherville family from now on? Salonia sternly said, why do you have to bring family matters into our personal issues? This is a matter between me and you, Ian. Salonia made him speechless. Anyway, let's continue with the letter. He pondered for a moment. She said it every chance she got. Ian coldly said, I don't know why you are acting like this, but pay attention to what you say. Like a faded rose, turned into a venomous snake. It was too obvious. Ian was speculating on everything. All the blame was directed at Salonia. It seems that you hate me for choosing another woman who is not you. However, it is truly shameful that you act like this. Just because you are jealous. She felt that Ian had a problem. Has he lost his mind? Salonia glared. Are you serious? He stubbornly refused to change his opinion. Otherwise, why would you be so agitated? Ian insisted that Salonia was at fault. She didn't want to beat around the bush anymore. Get straight to the point. You came here directly for the compensation issue, right? Now he relaxed his face a little, leaning back in the sofa, relaxing his face with satisfaction. That's right, compensation. What you want is impossible, so ask for something else. I can give you anything you want. Something like a mine or real estate. Salonia gently denied, you're mistaken, Duke. She beautifully emphasized an important point. Who was in front of Ian? Don't forget that you are talking to the heir of the Besson family. For Salonia, nothing could threaten her. Do I need to explain to you that all of this is completely useless to me? He uncomfortably glanced. What I want is what's in the letter. Ian wanted a good reason. Why do you want it? Do you want to use it yourself? Salonia continued to emphasize. That's none of your business. I asked for it because it's what I want. Salonia sternly expressed what was important. The only thing that is valuable to me in the Cherville family is that sword. That sword was priceless. The item she requested as compensation was the sword that Ian used to defeat the Demon King. It shone brightly in the dazzling halo. It's true that the sword has great symbolic meaning because it was used to kill the Demon King. The real reason I asked for that sword is because it will become a holy sword in the future. Salonia looked at the person to guess his intention. Looking at how reluctant he is, it seems he has realized the special nature of the sword. Ian began to act with Salonia. Do you know something about the sword that I don't know? She pretended to be silly. Know what? Ian, with the girl in front of him, didn't want to bring up the issue again. Forget it, ask for something else. I will give you anything you want. Salonia chuckled sarcastically. You are strange, Duke Cherville. Ian's hand froze in this moment. You look very hesitant to give it to me. Is it because the sword holds some special power? He suddenly shouted angrily, don't be ridiculous. She gently brushed her bangs, smiling, okay, that's good. Why are you angry? Send it to the Besson mansion tomorrow, don't think about deceiving me. Ian was currently at a disadvantage, unable to resist. I will ask the royal court to notarize it. He clicked his tongue and commented, the jealousy of women is really troublesome. Salonia calmly and relievedly smiled, look at how he spews out nonsense again. He immediately switched to another issue, not arguing about that anymore. While you are here, a celebration will soon be held at the palace. You also know that I am the only one who cannot attend. The victory celebration. Ian pretended not to want to attend the party. Actually, you were planning to ask me to attend the celebration after these things happened, right? I have no intention of going. She didn't need him to come either, don't come. Ian applied glue stiffly when Salonia uttered these words. I was worried that you would actually come, so I wanted to say that you shouldn't go. Salonia sincerely expressed, I'm glad we're on the same page, can you leave now? I can't take it anymore. He immediately stood up, I can't listen anymore. Salonia turned away uncomfortably, you didn't listen anyway. Consider today the last time Ian met her. I hope we won't meet again, and this is a warning for the old things, but I hope you don't provoke me anymore. She glanced, fake to the end. Salonia still saw the guest off like a polite host, have a good day, I won't see you off. Today the conversation was not as Ian wanted. He went home in bitterness. Damn it, what was her attitude? Doesn't she remember me at all? Has she really forgotten me so soon? The servant kindly reminded, she is still talking, you shouldn't be here. Tan suddenly appeared naturally, okay, you are really annoying. Tan arrogantly proved himself right, facing Ian, look, I told them to finish early, now I can come in, right? He even thought he was a person, a servant, get out of the way. Tan gave a sidelong glance. He pretended to be polite, is anyone here? I didn't see you because you were too small. Who knows how many times Ian had applied glue in this mansion, me, small. Too short to be noticed. He had always been proud of his bright appearance, no matter where I go, no one surpasses me, everyone has to look up to me. Tan made him really itchy, where did this arrogant jerk come from? Ian began to feel jealous, did he just call her by name? He turned around angrily, speaking harshly, don't tell me he is Salonia's new man, hey, who do you think you are? Salonia went to stop him, enough. She was wary of Ian, warning, stop right there, don't be rude to my guest. Tan didn't expect Salonia to treat him like this, what, you just said, guest, she admitted, yes, our family owes him, so please be polite. Salonia politely chased him away, while Tan watched the drama, you should go now. Salonia whispered to remind Tan, I told you to stay in the room, are you trying to hide me? Ian exuded a strange atmosphere. The servant then came to see him off instead of Salonia, Duke, allow me to escort you to the carriage. He didn't think of this situation, Salonia had someone else, besides him? At the magnificent palace. Leif was walking in the courtyard when a voice called him back, Sir Leif. Following the call, Leif turned his head to look, hitting his eyes was Grace, she was staring at him, Leif was a little surprised and called out, Miss Grace. Grace gave a bright smile and said, there you are, I've been looking for you everywhere. Hearing that, Leif didn't believe it and asked back, you've been looking for me everywhere? Then he put his hand on his chest and said honorably, if you call, I will come to your side immediately. Grace quickly replied, okay, I only came here because I was thinking of you. A second later, she asked Leif, today is that day, right, Sir Leif? When Leif immediately answered, that's right, hearing that Grace asked more, when will it start? Leif replied, soon, when everything is ready, we will start immediately. Suddenly when he said, thinking about not being able to see you for a while, makes me feel quite sad, I'm glad to see you before I leave. Once a year lasting 15 days, the Holy Knights will participate, a sacred ritual. It is a ritual that dispels the fatigue and worries of the mundane world. And regain purity and virtue. Right when Grace said, me too, I want to give you this, I made this when I was thinking of you Leif. She gently and kindly said, performing the ritual must be very tiring, this is a snack after the holiday. Seeing the wooden box in front of him, Leif asked blankly, what is this? Grace said a little shyly, I'm a little embarrassed because I'm afraid it's not really delicious. Then she told him, but I baked this cake myself, I made them with Darjeeling tea leaves that you like. A second later, she reminded Leif, it will be very hungry after the ritual, so please eat it, it can only be stored for 15 days. Hearing that he couldn't help but be moved by her, Leif said a little happily, Miss Grace, I didn't expect you to still remember what I said. A few months ago, the victory honoring ceremony. Inside the room a voice rang out asking, sacred ritual? Ian Cherville at that time said, it's almost time for that ritual, I hope it will go well, I heard that this ritual is very difficult, Leif reassured. Don't worry, it's not that difficult. He continued, that is the ritual that every holy knight must attend every year, it's not that special. But his words were immediately exposed. He's lying, they have to fast for 15 days. Hearing that, Leif could only be embarrassed and exclaimed, haha, Mac Ryan, but he didn't know Grace had noticed that word. Back to this moment, Leif said to her, I'm honored, I remember mentioning it to you at the victory honoring ceremony. He looked at her with affectionate eyes and said, but you still remember. A second later Grace replied with meaning, of course, that's something related to you. She quickly gave the food box to him and told him, please eat it after the ritual, you may feel dizzy if you move too much after fasting, okay? Leif took it with a happy face and replied, I promise, Miss Grace. Grace then said, you promised, you must eat at least a slice. But at this time his subordinates came and announced, Sir Leif, we have to go back to the temple. Leif said with a little regret, oh okay. When he just turned around and said, Miss Grace, I have to go, then suddenly Grace reached out and grabbed him. She grabbed his shirt, causing him to be a little surprised. Leif asked in confusion, Miss Grace. But at this time Grace looked at him with a sincere look and said, Sir Leif, promise me, that when you come back your health is still good and you will come to see me. Leif turned his head shyly and replied, I promise you. Then Leif didn't dare to hesitate and walked away, afraid she would see his embarrassed face. On the other side, Salonia rubbed her head and thought to herself, everything was fine until I saw Ian off. A second she asked Ian, what brought you here? Without rushing to answer, Ian said, you said like I was bothering you, causing Salonia to be speechless. Then he asked, who was the person who just came here? Before Salonia could shape, Ian asked more, you don't like him? At this time she just knew confusedly hup a sound. Then Ian said calmly but with a little cruelty, if he bothers you, do you need me to kill him for you? Hearing that, Salonia was confused and thought to herself, what did he just say, kill Ian for me? Come here, she thought to herself, so that means although he has lost his memory but his temper is still the same, how can he say such words without batting an eye? When she just opened her mouth to say, how can you? Immediately was interrupted by Ian before saying, just say you want to. His voice was full of coldness and said, I will bring his head to you, it's not difficult. Salonia asked, pretending to be dumb, what do you mean, let it go? Then she said, no matter how much I hate someone, but I will never do that. Hearing that, Ian just him in a cold way. A second later he couldn't help but tease her, looking at your face at that time I thought you wanted to kill that jerk, I must be mistaken. Salonia immediately replied, I told you it's not. But when Ian said, I thought that could be a good condition for our agreement, but I must be mistaken. Salonia could only helplessly sigh and thought to herself, good condition for our agreement, just as I thought, he believes that I know who he is, it's complicated here. Then she walked out of the room. Bringing a mood full of thoughts, Salonia walked slowly back to her room. While walking she thought, maybe because everything is so chaotic that I can't sleep. Salonia recalled, when the Demon King was still in the mansion, the things I was worried about would never happen, I thought he would cause trouble and have violent actions. But except for occasionally running into him in the hallway, he rarely left the room. She went submerged in a mess of thoughts. I heard that he even didn't bother to eat. A second later she asked herself, is it okay if he just stays like that? When she still hadn't finished her stream of thoughts, suddenly heard a sound coming from nearby, you. Hearing that sound, Salonia was a little confused and exclaimed, huh, this sound. Another sound who sounded out. Salonia noticed the room nearby. She slowly approached the room and her heart suddenly realized, wait. Salonia was a little confused and thought, this is the room where the Demon King is living, what the heck is he doing? She thought while secretly opening the door a crack. Back to a month ago, Ian recalled, the map of the traces of the mountain had appeared in an abandoned house located deep in the Forbidden Forest. Ian remembered, this is where I woke up when I lost all my memories. Then he remembered himself during that time, to know more about myself. And Ian remembered the hard days, I wandered aimlessly from place to place. At that time he seemed very helpless, for more than a month, I had absolutely no memories of anyone. Then Ian discovered something new, but I found out that I have strange abilities. And, back to reality inside his room. Ian was in so much pain that his hand was bulging with veins. Ian was confused at this time, what the hell is this? With injuries on his body, Ian sat slumped on the ground thinking, every time midnight comes, a terrible pain comes. His whole body was shaking and sweating profusely. At this time Ian's eyes gradually blurred, he had to try to endure the pain that was tormenting him, it's so bad that I can't even put it into words. At this time in Ian's head he wondered, if I regain my memory, will this pain disappear? Suddenly when Salonia pushed the door open and said loudly, "Hey, what the hell are you doing inside?" But after looking around there was no one. Salonia was a little confused. Where is he? She rolled her eyes and glanced at everything and thought to herself, there was a sound just now. When she was still confused, there was suddenly a sound coming out. Following the place where the sound came from, Salonia thought to herself, in the bathroom? Then she approached the bathroom and knocked on the door cautiously and asked, "Hey, what are you doing in there? What happened?" But no one replied. Seeing that, Salonia said, "If you don't answer I'll go in." She pushed the door lightly and went in. Immediately hitting Salonia's eyes was Ian sitting slumped on the ground looking very painful. Seeing this, she couldn't help but worry and came to ask, what happened? When Salonia took a few steps forward to check again, "Are you okay? Are you injured?" Then suddenly Ian got angry and ordered, "Get out of here quickly, I can take care of myself, so please leave." But Salonia didn't care. She replied, "Now you're telling me to abandon you, you're injured, you idiot." Then she said, "Wait a minute, I'll call a doctor right away," but Ian still insisted, "Don't bother about me." But at this time the pain came again, causing Ian to exclaim, "AAA." Seeing that, Salonia said, "It seems like there isn't enough time to call a doctor, I'll use healing techniques right now." But then she suddenly stopped, "Wait a minute, what am I doing now?" When Salonia thought to herself, "I can barely defeat the Demon King and now I'm saving him, but if I leave it like this it will cause misunderstanding. What if he realizes that I hesitated when treating him because I know he is the Demon King?" Suddenly she felt worried, what will happen if he regains his memory after treatment? At this time the servants anxiously ran inside. "Miss, are you okay? I heard a noise." When Salonia was still immersed in her thoughts, "But leaving him like this will be okay, I'm a therapist so I can't abandon people who need help." A second later she looked at them and said, "Now I have to save him, you came at the right time, please call a doctor for me." Immediately the servant replied, "Yes ma'am." Quickly Salonia started filling the tub with water. She took out the bottles of medicinal herbs that were filled in the box. Then she approached Ian and instructed, "It will be painful but try to endure it. The doctor has arrived and gave me this." Ian at this time was still trying to say, quickly, "Get out." But Salonia ignored it. She only said, "At least first aid must be done first." When her hand was about to touch his body, then he firmly held her hand and said, "I told you not to touch me." But then Ian suddenly felt something causing him to be a little surprised. Right when touching Salonia, Ian suddenly realized that there was something unusual about his body. He thought to himself, "This feeling, the pain that tears my body apart, spreads every night." Immersed in thought he thought to himself again, "But what drives me even crazier is the truth that..." At this time Ian felt confused. "The pain that tears my body apart will suddenly disappear when the sun rises, as if it was just an illusion, the first person to free me from this pain, when I felt this pain would last forever." He looked at Salonia in front of him and wondered, "Is this woman, who is this woman?" Seeing Ian just blanking out, Salonia worriedly asked, "What's going on, are you okay now?" Suddenly when Ian pulled her towards him, being pulled suddenly caused her to not react in time and fall into his person. Ian at this time spoke up and asked, "Who are you? How the hell did you do this?" Salonia slowly sat up and replied to him, "What are you talking about? I'm treating you. Seeing you suffer like this, how can I leave it alone?" At this time Ian thought to himself, when touching this woman, the pain completely disappears. But he suddenly realized, if I let go, the pain will come again. At this time Ian said, "Then, you just hold my hand while treating me." Salonia was stunned on the spot after hearing that. "Excuse me." Ian at this time spoke up and said, "I will let you treat me if you hold my hand." Salonia said with a little embarrassment, "What?" Looking at Ian she thought to herself, "He looks quite desperate, unlike usual." Both of them were silent. A second later she had to compromise. Salonia took the vials of medicine and thought to herself, "I should start with the treatment first." She came and applied medicine to the wound and said, "Okay, so hold on tight, let me see here." But then Salonia felt embarrassed and thought to herself, "Wait, I'm too close to him." Suddenly at this time the servant came to announce, "Sir, I have brought you a doctor." All four people looked at each other and were stunned. Seeing the situation the servant asked, "Should I go out now?" Hearing that, Salonia was immediately embarrassed to the point of blushing. Her scream reverberated throughout the city, misunderstanding. The next day the sword was offered in front of Salonia. The man said respectfully, "In the name of the royal family, I confirm that this sword is real." Looking at the sword, Salonia thought to herself, Ian's sword, something he thought was discarded and not even worth the alimony. I worry that I will have difficulty if I keep the sword. She carefully wiped the sword and thought to herself, fortunately, it seems like they didn't mess with the sword. That man asked her again, I have received the alimony, you won't have to see Ian's face anymore, right? But she was busy fiddling with the sword, as expected. Asking for a sword is a great choice, this shiny thing. Suddenly Ian came in with an ice-cold face and said, have you finished talking to that thing? Seeing him, Salonia said loudly, I told you to knock on the door. But then she thought to herself, it's not surprising because I've seen this action of his a few times, but she immediately asked, are you okay? Yesterday. Her face showed a little fear and said, the wound seemed serious. Looking behind Ian's shirt was a layer of bandage. Salonia thought to herself, although it's a wound from later it doesn't seem life-threatening, because it's not treated properly so it keeps healing. And healing again. Back to that night when the doctor was bandaging him, looking at the wound the doctor said, it must hurt a lot like that, it also feels a little fake. Realizing he had said something wrong, the doctor immediately put out the fire. Sorry, sir, why did you become like this? Ian's face without any expression replied, I don't know. But a second later he said, the scar has been there since the first time I woke up, about 3 months ago. Salonia was a little startled. She remembered, 3 months ago. It coincided with the time I defeated the Demon King with the heroes. As expected, this wound was made by me. Back to this when Salonia thought to herself, it's true that I'm worried, but that's not what I need to think about at this time. The priority at this time is to kick this guy out. Ian at this time said, not bad, thanks to someone that. His eyes were fixed on the sword on the table and asked, what is that holy sword? Salonia thought to herself, he doesn't recognize this into the sword. She said a little hesitantly, it's a holy sword. Well, in her heart she suddenly thought. Or, if he doesn't know this either. Then she came to talk to Ian, this is the sword that defeated the Demon King. Salonia thought to herself, I can't remember where it is so all I do is think about it. At this time Ian only replied, oh, is that so? Salonia breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that. Phew, he really doesn't remember anything. But then Ian asked, is this the sword you used? She immediately replied, no, I saw it last time, this is the sword used by the blonde man last time. Ian's eyes showed a little strange. Then he said, is he still coming here? I'll send it to you. But Salonia refused, oh no, I'll just send the sword separately. Salonia at this time said, write a letter now. You must be too crazy to do nonsense so you don't have the courage to come here, right? At this time on the side, Duke Cherville. Inside the Cherville room was venting. He threw everything on the table. Damn it, what kind of sword is that? Cherville was angry and thought to himself, what kind of sword is that? Something that even the emperor covets has to give to a woman who doesn't know the value of it. Cherville continued to sink into a mess of thoughts. After lowering the old Demon King, I felt a powerful power from the sword, because I thought it might be the power of the Demon King, so I always waited for it. A second later, recalling Ian's face, Cherville was even more angry and thought to himself, moreover, that guy is like that but has such an arrogant attitude. The more he thought he became more angry. He decided not to leave Ian in peace. That jerk didn't even know his identity, didn't even bow to a duke. I definitely won't let it go. Then he thought of Salonia. Salonia may be the one who pulled me in to make me jealous. No matter what, I can't believe she has such an attitude. What are you intending? Cherville secretly decided, that arrogant name, I will let you know what politeness is. At this time suddenly the servant came to announce, Duke, Lady Grace has come to visit. Grace stepped slowly into the room. A second later she gave a bright smile and greeted, Duke. After looking around, Salonia exclaimed, oh my god, why is it so messy? Cherville stood there helplessly, thought to himself, it can't be solved. Cherville turned to look at her with cold eyes and said, don't you see that I'm busy right now? Seeing his eyes, Salonia was a little surprised. Realizing he was a little too much, Cherville quickly explained, Grace, I don't mean that. Hearing that, Salonia replied, I understand. Then she turned her back and left and said, I think I shouldn't come here, I shouldn't bother you. Seeing her go, Cherville panicked and called back, Grace, wait. In his heart he thought to himself, damn it, why do these things happen to me? I can't organize my thoughts. Cherville clenched his bulging hand and thought, although things like this are not a big problem. Later at the Duke's dining room, Salonia. Inside at this time her father was very happy and laughed loudly, ha ha ha. He looked at Salonia, gave a smile and asked, meeting like this seems good. Well, it's been a long time since I've had a meal with everyone like this. A second later he asked more, Seely, it's been a long time since you met Mr. Rubius, right? Salonia immediately replied, yes that's right, father, but in her heart she thought. In fact this is the first time I've seen him. The blonde man at this time said respectfully, how did you get it, princess? He is Rubius Sod, commander of the Knights of the Duke. Looking at him Salonia secretly assessed. Is the second son of Count Cid, he has superior skills and received scout invitations from all over the world, he is still loyal to his father and holds the position of Knight Commander beside Duke Basin. When Salonia spoke up and replied, I should have treated you to a meal a long time ago, but it's too late, I'm busy leading the duchy, so please understand me. But suddenly Ian cut in and said, it's not really important. After hearing that Salonia felt surprised and thought to herself, not important, I don't want to meet anyone else because I'm afraid this will happen. Rubius Sod looked at Ian with bullet eyes and asked, who is this rude name? At this time Salonia's father spoke up and explained, it's okay Rubius, this distinguished guest is Seely's benefactor, he has a private situation so don't worry too much about this. After hearing that Rubius was also less wary and replied, is that so? Sorry, sir. Then he turned to her and asked solicitously, princess, has your wound healed? She quickly replied, yes, it's much better, thank you for your concern, Mr. Sod. Rubius Sod smiled after hearing that and said, then I'm glad, I couldn't sleep every night because I was worried. Salonia could only smile awkwardly after hearing that, ahaha. Ian at this time added a shocking sentence, looking at that face is also known to be hypocritical. Salonia was stunned. Rubius Sod didn't believe his ears and exclaimed how one sound, and Salonia thought to herself, oh I'm dead. To defuse the situation Salonia exclaimed, that's right, is it too late to eat now, go for a walk, I have to go to digest, she secretly prayed, please, just one day. Looking at Ian she sent a signal to him, let's quietly move for at least an hour, okay, please. A second later Salonia felt awkward, the atmosphere was as silent as a sheet of paper, luckily her father spoke up and said, speaking of which, I also heard that our distinguished guest was injured. Quite badly. He asked Ian, how is that wound of yours? At this time she secretly pinched Ian's leg. In her heart Salonia was secretly worried, can he say anything good? Ian at this time spoke up and replied, it's probably okay, after hearing that she secretly cried in her heart, he shouldn't have said anything. Hearing him say that Rubius thought to himself, this arrogant guy, hearing the answer Salonia's father smiled and said, I'm glad you're still okay, I can also hear that you don't eat and drink properly. Either, I don't intend to interfere in your personal matters later, but if possible please pay attention to eating and drinking for your health. But Ian still kept a cold attitude and replied, exactly what do I need to eat? When Galloway said, oh boy, it sounds like you've never been hungry before. He instructed Ian, if you don't eat enough, those wounds may be difficult to heal, you should pay special attention to this issue when your health is not good. Looking at the plate of food on the table Ian was silent for a long time. Then he spoke up and asked, what is hunger? After hearing that both Rubius Sod and Galloway Bethine were stunned. Galloway Bethine at this time put the spoon down on the table up a sound. Rubius then spoke up and said, it's not strange because you've always talked like that from before until now, looking at the way you lose awareness of hunger, it seems your head is injured. Salonia also continued to say, that's right, he was injured in the head so he doesn't feel much. At this time her father spoke up and said, I understand, so you can't feel hunger like a normal person, Duke. A second later he stood up and said, it seems like it's time for him to go, oh, time flies so fast, Salonia, I'm sorry but I have to go. You too, young man, please understand me. Rubius quickly said goodbye to her too, miss, see you next time, goodbye, Salonia replied shyly, ah yes. Then everyone dispersed. At this time a boy scratched his head shyly and said, thank you for saving me, you are really the savior of my life. The man opened his mouth and invited, I opened a cafe on the main street, if you have time, please stop by. He put out a basket full of bread and said, I will prepare the most delicious cake for my benefactor. Ian held it in his hand and thought to himself, who will need things like this? Suddenly a boy spoke up and asked, what? Ian immediately used his sharp eyes to warn, get out. The red-haired girl with innocent eyes asked, are you going to eat all that bread alone? Hearing that Ian gave it to the children, both of them said excitedly, thank you, I will eat it really delicious. After tasting it the two children kept praising, it's so delicious, the red-haired girl said, that's right, that's good, the blonde boy said at this time. We can survive a few more days with it. Hearing them talk, Ian thought to himself, delicious, why don't I know about those things? In his head at this time he always asked himself, why? Salonia after waking up yawned. She came to the dining table and said, there are no more worries, I suddenly feel hungry gang. While tasting the piece of fish fillet, suddenly she felt something. Turning around she saw Ian sitting next to her. When she said, just eat freely, my father went somewhere, Demon King or whatever is not important, he still needs to eat to live. Looking at the plate of food on the table, it looks very attractive. Ian suddenly wondered, what the hell is this feeling? At this time he put his eyes on Salonia. Seeing her eat looks very delicious. Seeing her holding a fork to scoop food. Ian quickly followed, he took the plate next to him up. He took a little bit and put it in his mouth to taste. Seeing him eat, Salonia thought to herself, more natural than I thought. Song at this time she continued to think, like that the eating habits have been deeply ingrained inside him, or can be expected because he is the Demon King. A second later she asked, you've never eaten anything after losing your memory? Ian immediately replied, yes, I don't see much need. Hearing that, Salonia could only hum up a sound. She looked at Ian for a long time. Then thought to herself, he doesn't need basic human needs such as eating or sleeping, this is proof that his nature is far from human. While eating, Salonia thought, but looking at him like this, it's no different from a normal person. At this time she told him, if you want to eat something, you can tell anyone in this house. Hearing that, Ian glanced at her and asked, will you eat with me? Salonia after hearing that was a little surprised but also immediately replied, no. Hearing the answer, Ian said, if you don't eat then I also have no reason to do so either. After hearing that, Salonia was stunned and thought to herself, what? Salonia thought something. She was silent for a long time. Then she quickly asked, I want to ask, why did you give your food to other people? Ian replied, because it's necessary. Hearing that she asked more, you mean because of the food? Ian immediately replied, no. At this time he said, they need me, the person who gives them food. After finishing the meal, Salonia returned to her room. In her head still lingering the words Ian said earlier, because they need me. When Ian had said, they needed me to share food at that moment, Salonia at this time thought to herself, is it that he is trying to find his memories by helping people who need him? She sank into her thoughts, or is it that he can't shake off the past about the people he had helped after he lost his memory? Anyway, he is still different from him as usual. But then she suddenly felt a little guilty. No, should not try to understand wrongly, it has nothing to do with me, but when will he leave? At this time she remembered, after we finished the meal, he made an unexpected request. When Salonia asked Ian, you really mean that? Ian did not hesitate to reply, yes. His face without any panic said, I will leave here by myself after a month. Then he made a cooperation proposal, but only if you cooperate with me. Salonia then thought, well, this seems beneficial to me because I will have an excuse to kick him out, just let him speak first. A second later she asked him, what do I need to do for you? The corner of Ian's mouth at this time suddenly curved up. He put his hand out in front and said, give me your hand. Seeing that, Salonia was a little confused, hand. But then she followed his words and reached out to answer. Ian held her hand tightly and pulled her towards him and said, if I hold your hand like this, I won't feel pain anymore. Then he did not hesitate to say, what I want is this. Salonia was a little surprised, what? Then she hummed a sound pretending to be confused. She immediately asked him, don't act so strange, are you talking about the chest pain every night? You want me to cure it for you? Ian replied, yes. Then he said, the reason, you must know very well. Closing the sentence, Ian said, because you know who I am. After hearing that, Salonia withdrew her hand. Then she asked, so if I let you hold my hand every night, you will leave here by yourself after a month? Ian, when he replied, yes, that's if you don't tell anyone about me, she immediately retorted, I don't know anything about you. At this time she secretly feared, is it dangerous? I will have to be with this man every night, if I am willing to accept his conditions, and somehow he suddenly finds his memory within that month. Ian suddenly spoke and interrupted the stream of thoughts, didn't you always want to kick me out quickly? If you don't intend to cooperate with me, then I also have no intention of leaving here. The more he spoke, he moved closer to her, and I think your father will also be comfortable with this. At this time Salonia pushed him away and said loudly, get away. At this time she said, I understand. I will do what you want. In her heart she thought, maybe it will be a little reluctant, but if I endure this matter for a month, he will leave by himself. A second later she also made a condition, along with that. She told him, I also have a condition. Salonia thought to herself, I should also find a safe option. That night, at midnight, Ian entered her room and asked, so this is your room? Salonia saw him and panicked, you have to ignore everyone else's eyes and come straight to my room, the way to avoid everyone's eyes, and enter my room in the middle of the night. At this time she suddenly thought of, is teleportation. Seeing her panic, Ian said, what's with this reaction? I've come as promised. Salonia quickly explained, no, I just didn't think you would come this way. Ian said, teleportation is the only way to come here as you want under these conditions. At this time he was saying, so even later, I also, then suddenly exclaimed one sound, you. Then Ian fell down Salonia Kip. He supported her and asked, are you okay? Ian struggled to reply, she reassured, try to endure a little more. She took his hand and said, I'll go get a chair for you. She put Ian down on the chair, her hand still holding him tightly. Seeing him panting, Salonia wondered to herself, why did things become like this? But then she thought to herself, at least, he didn't make any requests that would harm me. Back to when Salonia made the request with him, she had said, besides, I have a condition, promise me, that you will not interfere in anything of mine or those around me later. She thought to herself, that is probably the best decision for everyone. Salonia tried to reassure herself, now I just need to hold on for about 1 month, only 1 month. At this time Salonia said to Ian, your face clearly looks much better than before. Ian asked, so later, I just need to come find you like this, right? She immediately replied, that's right. But in her heart she thought, it's not easy. Salonia pondered, looking at the way he endures like that, the truth is that he is still a vicious demon king. I can't look at him as an evil spirit that needs to be eliminated. Then she asked him, have you felt better after doing that? Song Salonia then asked, I'll only say that in this case, but are you planning to teleport back like this? Ian said, I should do that. Salonia sighed in her heart, it seems like there is no chance to be caught by others later. When Ian said, then I will see you again tomorrow later, his face moved closer to her, seeing that she panicked in her heart, what? After he left, Salonia said, he seems to be in a good mood today. Ian quickly moved back to his room. In his head he thought, fresh vegetables and watery meat just right. Song, he thought further, my first main meal. He reached out and touched his lips and thought, and the feeling that I've never experienced before, the feeling of hunger. At this time he pondered to himself, until now I still can't remember my own name, although I have a status that is rejected by the world, I still live, the first person to recognize me. Ian's eyes suddenly changed, I become something. Thinking of Salonia, he thought to himself, if I just stay with that woman, the curse of this life will be like a barrier for me, it will change. Staring at his hand. At this time On continued his train of thought, her reaction shows me that things will probably be okay even if she gradually gets bored. 1 month passes, could it be that she really thinks I will let her go? Then he said the sentence, no way. Song, he then said, even if I can't get back my memories, and even if she doesn't say anything about me. When Ian clenched his palms silently determined, I will also keep people staying by my side forever. Tan drowsily woke up and called, hey, wake up. In the spacious room the light shone through the door frames, reflecting on the luxurious carpet. Salonia didn't want to wake up, wanting to pull the blanket over her head to escape refusing. Oh, come on, if you're hungry, you can eat alone. Tan looked at her threateningly, stick your face out here before this door flies away. Hearing the warning of that man, although she didn't want to, Salonia was forced to wake up, she said angrily, angry. A week has passed since I decided to approach the Demon King. Since then, he enters and exits my room every night like his own home. 2 hands hold each other, he takes my hand, so the pain also subsides a little. Every time I see him in pain, my heart also skips a beat, but at least I only have to endure this for 1 month. Salonia at this time was neatly dressed and sat at the table. I still don't understand why I have to have breakfast with you like this. Tan sat in the central chair looking at her and said, you just need to wake up early, is that so difficult? Salonia was resentful but couldn't say who made her unable to sleep well, who knows. On the table there are beautifully decorated dishes, the reason that makes me unable to refuse his request even when I can't wake up early. On the table, in front of each person are 2 plates of golden soup. One of the previous promises includes that both will often eat together. Salonia held the spoon looking at Tan. He was originally still able to live well even without eating or drinking, so why does he demand this? She glanced at him silently, but I still have to keep my word, because he also accepted all my requests without hesitation. For example, he will not enter my room except at midnight, also does not cause aggression to anyone in this house. Salonia closed her eyes and thought, and also. Tan looked at the purple-haired woman drowsily. Is she planning to fall asleep instead of eating? He propped his chin looking at her. For the first time I met this kind of person, looking at her is really funny. I think probably no one knows. Is how scary it is to compromise with a demon with amnesia. Outside the courtyard there are groups of people practicing. Tan asked, who are they? Salonia explained to him, they are a group of knights, in the process of training. He saw a bird and also asked, what is that? Salonia simply replied, a dove. Tan asked further when he saw a cluster of red flowers, what is that again? Salonia said, a cluster of roses. He pointed to an ant on the wall, and that too. Salonia felt uncomfortable looking at Tan. Is he pretending not to know anything to turn me into a joke? She asked him, aren't you going to the coffee shop today? I thought we needed to bring bread to them. Tan replied, I went already, when you were still sleeping soundly this morning. He wondered, I still can't understand why you sleep so much. Salonia couldn't believe her ears when she heard the words he just described, sleeping soundly, when did I sleep like that? She looked at him intently, her hands clenched into fists. I didn't want to hear these things from someone who isn't human like him. Tan discovered something. He pointed in one direction and asked, what are those two people doing? Salonia tilted her head confusedly looking, two people. In the garden there is a man and a woman flirting with each other. The two are about to exchange a kiss. Two lips are almost pressed together. Salonia has a blank face, while Tan's face has no emotion at all. Salonia waved her hand, those two people, if you two want to kiss and hug then go to a secluded place. The maid saw her and replied, miss yes. The two of them left hand in hand. Tan looked at them wondering, what the heck are they trying to do? Salonia said casually, that's what we will do with the person we like. Ta like hearing a foreign word repeated, with the person I like. Salonia wanted to change the subject, that's right. Tan looked at her silently as if thinking about something. She remembered being in the room when she received a piece of paper from Jillian and heard him say, this is the information the person requested. She nodded. Thank you, Jillian returned with a lot of hot information. The fact that he requested to be asked about helped him accidentally escape the disaster from the curiosity of the beggar. I was hoping to find more, but... Salonia was immersed in her own thoughts, that's all that can be found about the night beast. She was still fascinated thinking, the things that are almost similar to the last time. Remembering her conversation with Jillian, she read all the paper he gave and commented, there is almost no new news. Jillian bowed his head, I hope you will forgive me. According to what Jillian found out, that beast suddenly appeared 3 months ago and is currently lurking in the slums, and I also had to run rampant among the thieves and robbers that caused shock to the residents here. All are true but meaningless. Salonia rubbed the paper in her hand, if the Royal Professional Intelligence Team can only find this much, how can I hope to find more than that? Jillian looked at her and said, there has also been no movement from Miss Grace recently. Salonia organized the thoughts in her head, thinking and thinking without coming up with anything. There is no way these things are naturally coincidental. What did I miss? First, I still have to find another direction to investigate myself. She put the paper down on the table and said, thank you, that's enough for today. Jillian stood up and greeted her, I'm really sorry for not being able to fulfill what you wanted. We will still investigate and contact you as soon as there is new news. Salonia nodded, thank you, remember to pay attention. In her heart she had calculations, I have to find a new investigation team. Suddenly she saw something, On the seat where Jillian just left there is a piece of paper, a note, is it Jillian's? She reached out wanting to pick it up and see. Salonia called him back, Jillian, I think you forgot. Jillian turned his head to look, what? His face was extremely startled. Hurriedly turned around and snatched the paper in Salonia's hand. Salonia glared at him. Jillian snatched back the piece of paper and quickly hid it in his coat pocket, coldly said, sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. Salonia didn't think much, even looked at him with hidden meanings teasingly said, or that, a love letter. Jillian faced without emotion to pass, yes, chick, some things like that, now I have to go. Salonia silently watched him leave. It turned out that the frivolity just now was that she was only pretending because she had seen the content in that paper, that, it may just be a misunderstanding, right? On the paper is a 5-pointed star symbol in a circle. I'm sure I've seen black magic, and according to what's written. Salonia recognized that symbol. Jillian's note has a magic circle symbol and Grace's name on it. She remembered his aggressive attitude when he snatched the piece of paper back, although I'm not clear about how those things are, but above all, Jillian's attitude is very strange. Salonia pondered, he is working for my father so maybe he is trying to hide something from me. I better look into this matter separately. Outside the door of the room there was a call for her. Miss, I'm Ella here. I think you need to come out here right now. Salonia was surprised when the person who came was her private maid. Ella. She heard her report. There is a big problem out here. Rubius is being attacked by evil people. The servants in the castle looked up at the top with extremely worried faces. Oh, what should I do? Should I stop them? Salonia went out to examine. She spoke up instructing, everyone please keep your distance. A maid bowed her head to greet her, Miss. There is a hand holding the hilt of the sharp sword tightly. The sword holder is Tan. He stood towering there. Facing him is Rubius Sod kneeling in front of him. Salonia went out. I don't want any members of the mansion to be injured. I made this clear from the beginning, she spoke up, stop right now. Tan glanced over at her. Salonia stood in front of Rubius Sod, staring at Tan coldly said, what do you think you're doing? Put your sword down right now. Rubius Sod although kneeling but spoke up to stop her because he didn't want the atmosphere to become tense, no need to miss. He tried to act normal but the wound on his shoulder was quite painful. I'm okay, just, ugh. Tan face blank heard the servant next to him see him hold his shoulder in pain hurriedly cared, Mr. Sod, are you still okay? Salonia urged, quickly, take Mr. Sod to see a doctor. The servants bowed their heads to receive the command, yes, miss. They cared and asked Rubius Sod, can you walk? He asked them, please help me. At this time Salonia turned to look at Tan, did I ask you for such a difficult thing? Tan's face did not change the slightest bit of emotion, I only do the things that you want me to do. Salonia didn't say anything, in her heart she admired, very arrogant, although this is my fault. Her eyes were as sharp as knives looking at him, although I believe that the Demon King will keep his promise. Salonia held Tan's hand, but sometimes he has the appearance of a real human. I felt that he was in pain. Her hand drooped down, clenching the hem of her skirt in her hand, but, she exclaimed, I can't continue to trust you anymore. The two stood facing each other. Salonia looked at him, although I will still continue to help you. Throughout the time Tan did not change his expression, hearing Salonia's words, because I need to protect what needs to be protected. She turned around, before leaving said a few more words to Tan, I don't want to talk more about this, I hope you don't forget your promise to leave the villa within a month. He looked at the purple-haired girl turn her back and walk away. Tan slightly lowered his face, looking like there was something on his mind. His hand holding the sword was loose, even there were streams of blood flowing down from his arm. The sword fell on the ground, on it had soaked fresh red drops of blood from Tan. It turned out that he was also injured but no one knew. Ella saw him like that worriedly exclaimed, oh my god. Night fell, Salonia was in her room sitting by the window looking outside. It's been a while since dinner, naturally I don't want to go down to the dining room anymore. She was thinking, dinner is probably over, and when night comes. The person she thought of was Tan, he will appear again with that brazen face right, should I expect something good to come or not? The sound of knocking on the door interrupted Salonia's thoughts, Miss, I've arrived. Ella carried the teapot in, this is the teapot that you requested, Salonia thanked her. She put the teapot on the table, spoke up telling, about Mr. Sod, if he is willing to put a cast for a few days, he will quickly recover. Salonia received a cup of tea from her happily said, oh, that's great. Salonia sipped a sip of tea looking at Ella talking, the Duke seems to be a little disappointed in Mr. Sod, since seeing the army commander of the Duke injured. I was shocked by the power of that evil person. Salonia was a little tired wanting to chase her away, okay, can you leave me alone? Ella slightly lowered her head, miss, are you curious about the matter of that evil person? Salonia put the teacup on the table refusing, I feel a little tired. Ella was determined to say, yes, but there is one thing that you don't know. Salonia hearing that was curious, what? She began to tell, I was with the evil person on your orders, I know it's not my business, but I think it will be useful. She recounted the event she had seen this afternoon when everyone had left. Mr. Sod was not the only one affected by the previous battle, the evil person also had to suffer a cut from the sword. I clearly saw blood flowing from that person's arm. Salonia didn't believe it, absurd, that person was cut by Rubius's sword. Ella added, Miss, besides the previous event was not a battle. She remembered when she was standing next to Tan, Rubius Sod was the one who took the initiative to start a conversation with Tan. Do you feel anything that has happened to me since the Duke's family? Rubius Sod provoked them, calling you a noble, you are just lucky to receive the attention of the miss, and you look no different from a homeless wanderer who doesn't know anything. Salonia was shocked, what? Ella affirmed, and Mr. Sod was the one who took the initiative to go to the evil person. Salonia stood up, Ella. She propped her chin ordering, "Bring all the knights and servants who were present at the training room to me." Salonia said, "I have questions for them." She remembered the moment Tan stood there. Returning to the time Salonia met Jillian. Someone called Ella, "Hey." The caller was Tan. "Have you seen the princess?" Ella replied, "The princess is entertaining guests." Someone else came to the place of the two people, "You're here." That was Ruby Assad, "Long time no see, princess's guest." "He doesn't look very friendly, also just at the right time, I have something to say to this special guest." Ruby Assad's condescending voice rang out. He looked at Tan, "I didn't know you were still here." Ruby Assad gave a fake smile, "The princess is really kind, still letting someone thick-skinned stay here." Tan heard the new word, thick-skinned. Ella whispered to explain to him, "It means not knowing shame." Ruby Assad's hand reached out, "The princess has treated you so well and you just think you can become whatever you want." He scornfully said, "What night monster co. Terror in the back alleys of the neighborhood or what ah?" Ella standing on the side also couldn't swallow Ruby Assad's hostile attitude towards Tan, so childish. Ruby Assad still mocked, "It seems you intend to seduce the princess to become her lover, right? But stray cats are still stray cats." Tan's face blank endured the words full of scorn from him, "Just a parasite that is lucky enough to stick around at the Duke's mansion." Ruby Assad declared, "After I finish speaking, get out of here right away, don't cling to the princess anymore." Tan crossed his arms and looked up at him, only said one word, "No." Ruby Assad didn't believe his ears, "Huh." He uncomfortably glared at him, "This guy." Ruby Assad's hand clenched the object in his hand, "Okay then." He was the one who drew his sword first, actively invited Tan to participate in the battle. "I heard everyone say that you are very strong, let's try to see if that rumor is true. If I win, you will have to leave immediately, not allowed to return." Tan without a trace of fear asked, "What if I win?" Ruby Assad was very confident in his ability, provoking him, "There is no such thing, fight or not." Tan's fighting spirit rose. In the present, Salonia walked back and forth in the room. "The clock hanging on the wall has pointed past 12 o'clock at night, it's too late." Salonia looked at it worriedly and thought, just coming late or not wanting to come, it's been so long. She remembered the conversation at that time, "It's just a normal match." The servants in the house recounted, "I have been watching from the beginning of the match, although he was holding a sword but completely did not use it at all." The maid who braids her hair on both sides told, "Then, the chief knight threw dirt and then continued to attack." Salonia blamed herself, "I thought I understood him the best, but I still couldn't see the truth, maybe the wound is still not completely healed." She clenched the piece of cloth on her skirt, "I have to go find those two people myself." Suddenly someone appeared in front of her, who? Tan had arrived in Salonia's room, he was kneeling on the ground. Salonia carried her skirt and ran over, "You." Tan held his chest, only knew how to call out one sound, "Pain." Salonia sat next to him, her hand touched his hand, caringly asked, "It hurts this much ah?" Tan didn't answer, he closed his eyes tightly, sweat beaded on his cheek. Salonia looked at his face, thinking to herself, looking at him in so much pain. Tan's shirt was unbuttoned, revealing the wound on his upper arm. Salonia's eyes widened when she saw his wound. She asked Tan, "You said you've never been injured?" Tan didn't look at her, he sweated out more, said casually, "Who knows?" Salonia showed a clear understanding, "Knew it, you've been smeared by others, right?" She held his hand, blaming herself, "It's because of me, I shouldn't have misunderstood." Tan looked at her when she said, "I'm sorry." He didn't understand, "Huh?" Salonia bowed her head, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Tan told her, "Say it again." Salonia followed and repeated the words just now, "I'm really sorry." Tan didn't let go, again, Salonia repeated again, "I'm very sorry." Tan's face was very serious, also very calm, although it was dotted with sweat, "Not bad, I think so too." Salonia stared at his face. She gave a very bright smile. "The wound on Tan's upper arm has been bandaged." Tan called her, "Hey." Salonia put away the medical kit and asked, "What?" The two sat next to each other on the single chair. "Just now you said you were very sorry to me ah?" Salonia nodded, I really meant it." "Then, from now on call me by name instead of hey or something else." Salonia was surprised, "Call by name ah, then what is your name?" Tan said with a very obvious face, "How do I know?" He gave her the right to decide, "Then you give it." Salonia was startled, me ah, I give the Demon King a name ah." She remembered, I think in the original work, he was only called Demon King, besides Demon King, what else can I call him? Demon King, evil spirit. Salonia cautiously spoke up, "Then, is Tan okay?" Tan repeated, "Tan." The more Salonia thought the more she liked it. It's easy to call and also suits you. Tan saw that she thought so, then he also accepted, suits well, okay. His whole body exuded a joyful, happy aura. He looked a little smiling on that face that had never had any expression. So now my name will be Tan. Salonia looked at him. I'm glad you like it. Actually that name was taken from the word Satan. The glass shattered on the floor, damn it. In Ruby Asada's room, he threw that glass of water. He looked a little tense and a little unwilling. When he bowed his head to listen to the Duke scolding, the Knight Commander of the Duke has lost to the Night Monster. Dalloway Bethine looked at him. More than one person saw it. It's only a matter of time before Bisin's situation becomes more miserable. Ruby Assad fearfully begged, Honorable Duke, just this once. Dalloway Bethine didn't want to see him. Chase him away immediately, get out quickly. You will be placed under supervision during this time, until you become the Knight Commander of the Duke. All of my position is almost overshadowed. If the Duke can solve this problem, then there will be no rumors. I could have kept my position as Knight Commander, but... Ruby Assad remembered Salonia's words. I've heard about that. You were very rude to my distinguished guest. She looked at him warningly. I remind you not to do this again. Ruby Assad hurriedly wanted to salvage the situation. Wait, Princess. But Salonia went straight without looking back. Ruby Assad resented. Why is she on the side of that madman? When discussing the marriage with Duke Ian, I had admitted that and tried to withdraw, but I am not the kind of person who will hand her over to a scoundrel in the slums. Ruby Assada's eyes became dangerous. Unless he is better than me, I will not let anyone stand on her side. At Montera District, the largest city center in the Flanagan Empire. At the Fountain of Angels in the center. On the north side is the Roblink Food District. On the table there are many delicious-looking cakes. The aura of luxury and extravagance radiates everywhere. On the south side is the area with many clothing and jewelry stores. The east is divided into a mixed area and the west is divided into the magic area. Salonia and Ella are here. Ella asked her, Miss, today you will go to the magic area in the west and the store area in the south, right? She nodded. That's right. Learn about Jillian's parchment in the western district. Today I have to go find a dress for the ceremony in the southern district. Ella asked her, by the way, have you solved the matter with the beast yet? Salonia was a little confused. Why? Ella looked at her. This morning you two had breakfast together. Could it be that I remembered wrong? Salonia avoided that look. That. She happily smiled brightly. Oh well, it's solved, huh? As Ella said, I had breakfast with the devil, on Noah's tan. When I told him to eat lunch alone because I had plans to go out, he looked at me in a scary way. The two walked on the street. Salonia took the initiative to gossip. Ella, you seem to like him, huh? Ella replied, he is also a benefactor who saved me, but through this event I feel that he is really very good. Ella naively and honestly said, although a little hot-tempered, but he is a fair and honest person. Salonia was surprised. Is there really that case? At Western District Montera Street, in a store a voice rang out, a magic circle on parchment, huh? It is not used anymore. The two are here, the store owner answered her. I'm not sure if it's still there. He looked at Salonia. I've abandoned it for a long time because no one buys it. Well, nowadays, they no longer handle outdated items like parchment. Salonia accepted the truth. Okay. She looked a little sad. After all, I still can't use this method. It's really bad. But the store owner suggested her to go to another store. That's right. Do you want to visit Wicklander's store? Salonia was surprised. What? He introduced, the water seal there will surely have items related to ancient magic. The two girls happily looked at each other like seeing a ray of hope. The two stood in front of Wicklander's store. The doorbell outside rang. Sorry. The two stepped inside. Is anyone here? Ella saw a red object on the table. Miss, look, it looks like jelly. Salonia looked around and reminded, there are many unusual items. Don't touch anything strange. The sudden voice of the man wearing glasses in the store rang out. It is an ornament made from the lower body of a goblin. Ella was shocked and immediately released her hand. What? Salonia awkwardly looked at him. Making ornaments from monsters, huh? He added, it is also used to show power and wealth, that princess. The store owner is Wicklander. He looked at Salonia. Very happy to meet you, Princess Beth. It seems like you are looking for me. He pondered. Parchment with a magic circle drawn on it, huh? Wicklander asked again, do you remember what the magic circle was drawn on it? Salonia shook her head. No, because I only saw it in passing. Wicklander opened the book to study. Drawing a magic circle on parchment is a very classical method. If someone writes it as you said, then that person will His saying, perhaps that person is trying to hide some secret, stabbed deep into Salonia's heart. Nowadays, magic circles are pre-drawn on items to create a way of movement. After drawing, it can continue to be used but the box must be intact. Salonia seemed to hear a new phrase, the box must be intact. Wicklander explained, there will be traces of the type of magic that person uses. Salonia propped her chin contemplating, Jillian, what are you trying to hide? Wicklander gave her a direction, there is nothing in the store that you want, but there may be clues in the book that I have. Salonia was surprised, books He described it, it is a book that teaches how to draw magic circles. It will be difficult to find because I haven't read it again for a long time, but please wait a few more days. I will contact you later. Salonia had to accept the truth, now there is only that way, that's right, then I will ask you for a favor, okay, Ella. Suddenly Wicklander called her back, Princess, wait. He seemed to see through Salonia, your body doesn't hurt often huh? Salonia confusedly asked back, body huh, nothing. Wicklander hearing that smiled gently, if so then it's fortunate. The driver saw her step out of the store and asked, Miss, are you planning to go to another store? Her legs walked on the dark blue high heels that were stepping. Salonia sank into thought, taking care of yourself, what does it mean? She paid attention to the words of the store owner just said, the last words of Mr. Wicklander. At the peaceful town of Shanty. Tan is here, he is carrying a bag of bread with one hand, the other hand in his pants pocket looking very handsome. Children with dark circles under their eyes noticed this man. A little girl stood in front of him. Tan gave the bag of bread to the little girl. The little girl happily received it, as usual, thank you very much. Tan watched the little girl walk away. On the streets of this town, everyone looks very gentle. There was a voice from behind calling Tan, Big Brother. Tan sighed when he saw him, the annoying name is here, Maxwell, Tan's shoulder of Shanty Town. A few months ago, when I woke up in this shanty town with empty memories, he was just a stranger, but approached me very sincerely and took care of me a lot. Maxwell happily walked side by side next to Tan, it's really hard to meet you this time. It seems that you live at the Duke's house quite well, you look more radiant. Tan relied on his legs being longer to walk big steps, don't follow me, go eat bread. The small Maxwell chased after him, hey, don't be like that, tell me about the Duke. He stopped when he mentioned Salonia, is Miss Bethin very beautiful? Tan learned a new word, beautiful. He turned to look at him, Maxwell affirmed, that's right, you've seen her face right, I'm curious if she is as beautiful as the rumors. These strange words are the first time Tan has heard, cute, beautiful. Is Salonia beautiful or not, what is beautiful like? I think it's like the strange flower that I often see on the streets. He described her, small and simple, with a characteristic purple color, a brilliant flower that makes people have to stop and look back. Suddenly his attitude turned 180 degrees, but how do you know about her? Maxwell couldn't believe he would ask that question, he laughed and said, brother are you kidding, in this whole country who doesn't know Miss Bethin? Tan's face was stern when he heard him describe Salonia, she is one of the 4 saviors of this place. Tan's red eyes looked at him, savior, Salonia is a savior He asked Maxwell, what is a savior? He was stunned by the innocence of this man, oh no big brother, you don't even know that story He hesitated, should I tell you or not? Tan silently listened to Maxwell saying, it will forever be a legend that lasts for time. The story of the 4 heroes. In the clothing store, the shop owner and Verandi showed Salonia the store samples, Miss, how do you see it? She praised, it will really suit your beautiful lilac hair. Salonia looked at it looks quite okay, but... Operated by Verandi, the talented designer sought after by so many noble ladies, Verandi shop. This is a place specializing mainly in costumes for the royal family, so this place is very difficult to book a schedule, but for me, the savior of humanity and the Duke's beloved daughter. Verandi took the initiative to contact me first and offered to design me a dress for the upcoming occasion. Salonia didn't like it a little, perhaps because she specializes in designing for the royal family, but it looks so colorful. Verandi kept showing her other samples of her products, you don't like this design, so what about this? Oh that. The two looked at each other silently, only the awkwardness remained. Verandi put away the papers in her hand, wait, miss, we will prepare an additional secret detail that cannot be revealed to you right now. Salonia grabbed a random piece of paper in the pile of papers on the table regretting thinking, I should have said I liked it no matter what it was. Suddenly she was startled by the sound behind her, oh. She hurriedly looked out to see, Ella, what's wrong? Ella confusedly pointed in one direction, you've been following me since when? A pair of legs with shiny leather shoes stepped in. The person who stepped in was no stranger. You're here. Salonia saw him. Tan. 2 cups of tea were prepared on the table steaming. She asked, how did you find this place? Tan sat cross-legged on the single chair next to her, his 2 hands crossed each other explaining, you said that you would be here this morning. Salonia was speechless because of his misunderstanding. I didn't tell him to come here to find me, she said awkwardly. Oh no, so you've just been wandering around here? Tan asked back, I can't come to find you. Salonia hurriedly denied, oh no, there's no problem at all. At this time Verandi had stepped out. Miss, I brought the new design for you. She saw Tan there and was surprised. Oh, you two came together. Salonia had to admit, alright, but. Verandi assessed the two when she felt, the atmosphere in the room was really strange. She looked at Tan's body, looking at that outfit, he doesn't look like a nobleman, but also has more or less an aura exuding from it, because of the carefully crafted outfit and neat hair. Realizing that she was attracted by that man, Verandi was embarrassed. Oh my god, look at me, miss, do you want to try that secret outfit? Salonia nodded, okay. Ella reminded, kid, even if you're bored you still have to stay there, it usually takes about a little while for the ladies to be able to arrange to go home. Tan coldly corrected her way of calling him, call me Tan. Ella nodded, from Tan. He sat quietly there, watching the ladies buy outfits and try on clothes. Miss, can you look in the mirror on this side? He saw Salonia change various styles of outfits, remembered Maxwell's question at that time, is Miss Bethin very beautiful? Salonia happily tried on different beautiful clothes. Tan sat quietly in one place watching her, the conversation of the girls was very interesting, I think it will look better when focusing more on the shoulders, like this. Salonia brushed her hair to one side revealing her white neck and beautiful collarbone. Ella was curious when she saw Tan stand up. Tan, where are you going? Suddenly he asked Ella, you've been following Salonia for a long time, right? Ella was confused but still replied, yes, but why? She was surprised when she saw something, exclaimed, huh. Of course, our miss is the most beautiful person in the world. Tan hesitantly asked, then, does her heart skip a beat when you see her? Ella wasn't sure if she heard clearly and asked again, yes. Verandi suddenly called him back, young master, can you come over here for a moment? Tan replied, I heard, and Ella had realized, oh. When she saw Tan's red and embarrassed face, Tan, it's not true, right? The mansion is magnificent and very luxurious. Throughout the time Ella went to find the answer about Tan. Salonia sat up straight, ladylike aura with a gentle voice, and also, Verandi, why did you want to find someone to go with me? Verandi expressed, miss, actually. She had an error in designing the clothes, because I measured the size later, the head I made was too wide. She wanted to confirm Verandi's meaning again, you're saying that Tan is the only person with a body that fits to wear this outfit. Verandi nodded shyly, yes, miss. For Salonia, this is also quite reasonable, but, not only about the size, it is also very rare for someone to be able to afford to match the production cost of such royal costumes. She didn't care about the outfit problem, but that's not important. Salonia reasoned for a while, if this outfit is only made specifically for the crown prince, it must be the most gorgeous outfit. Verandi guessed her mood, and suggested, if you are worried about the design then why don't we let him try it on? Salonia was a little surprised, is it possible? She happily replied, of course. Salonia also wanted to see what that outfit would be like, I'm also a little curious what that outfit will look like, I should also take a look. The two of them went to another room together to try on the outfit. Come on, young man, you can look in the mirror on this side. The two of them silently watched. Under his feet were a pair of trendy white shoes. Salonia's eyes widened in shock. The gloves were carefully and meticulously put on. Tan wearing this outfit is no different from a Prince Charming. He really is like a character in a fairy tale that so many girls have been longing for. Even Verandi saw it and had to praise, her eyes full of admiration, Tan, you look very cool. He heard it and found it hard to understand. Very cool, she replied, yes. Tan wanted to hear Salonia's opinion, what do you think? She didn't know what words to use to describe it. I've heard that it's an outfit designed specifically for the crown prince, so I didn't think it would suit Tan, but like this then. Salonia casually said a few words, looks okay. He applied glue with the 2 words just now, okay. Tan counted through the men that the maid had met. Ella has met all including Ian, Rayev and Meg Ryan. Those are the people who have always been considered the most beautiful of the century. She once said that, but she said Tan is much more beautiful than those people. Salonia caressed her fingers on her skirt, I don't think he is that beautiful, but. She really had to admit, it really suits him, as if it was born to be just for him. Verandi asked her again what her plan was. When will you start going? Salonia made a request. Please combine the bill for this outfit with the bill for my dress, then left with Ella. Now then let's go. Ella, she obeyed. Yes, miss. Verandi very happily replied, thank you miss. A clear voice rang out, excuse me. A girl with blonde hair came, is Miss Verandi here? She suddenly met Salonia and Tan here. Grace gracefully like early morning dew came to greet, it is an honor for me to meet you here, miss, you also came to get your custom-made clothes. The person behind Grace muttered, Sally. Salonia didn't feel much goodwill towards these two people, Grace and Meg. Oh, finally I have to meet these faces that I don't want to meet again. She lifted her skirt to salute according to the rules, politely asked, have you chosen the outfit you like? But actually no matter what you wear, you will always shine with your inherent beauty. Salonia didn't answer, and asked her, I guess you also came to get the custom-made dress right. Grace smiled cunningly, yes ma'am. She looked so beautiful and arrogant, I'm also about to wear a dress. Salonia recognized the hidden meaning in her words. That Grace was implicitly mocking herself. She deliberately came here to say this deliberately to let Salonia know, isn't she trying to say in front of me that she will marry Ian? Salonia didn't care what she did, still politely replied, congratulations to you, her technique is very admirable, she will surely help you get the most satisfactory outfit. Grace smiled friendly, I've heard a lot about her reputation. She called Verandi, then, Ms. Barron. Verandi immediately refused, girl, I'm very sorry but. Her shop also has its own rules, my shop needs to book an appointment in advance, not anyone who wants to come can come. Verandi bowed her head to ask permission to leave, well, because my appointment has been postponed so maybe I will leave right now. Grace acted arrogantly snobbish, how dare you, do you know who I am? Client stopped her, Grace. She immediately said softly, Meg Ryan. Grace acted sweetly, I'm okay, maybe we should go to another shop. Salonia looked at those two and was disgusted, surely they are selling cake batter. Client glanced at her softly. He pleaded for Salonia, Sally, can you try asking Ms. Verandi to help us, please help Grace order a set. Her face darkened, what? Grace didn't blink and turned to look back. He is not asking for help now, but is pressing on her more, Grace only wants to have a dress made here, I will only ask you once, and it is originally very simple right? At least think of our acquaintance. Salonia faced these two people, thinking, Meg Ryan, do you really want that? She thought that Grace was worthy enough to have Klein do that, a woman who only knows how to think for herself more than anything, wearing outfits to get another man. Like that is not even enough for you to drive her away, but also makes you think of asking me to help her order a wedding dress. Salonia clenched her fist, angry about that brazen behavior. He even used to declare loudly to stop the friendship with me, now he is talking about being acquainted. Klein stood there waiting for an answer. Sally, what's wrong, will you help? Salonia coldly said, I still can't imagine why she has to need my help. She did not hesitate to question them bluntly, she can originally have everything she wants, right? Salonia could not stand them, so this time too. She said with a stern voice, just let everything be as usual. Salonia raised her voice to Grace, she was too uncomfortable with that hypocrisy, you already have everything you want right, try again, like what has happened until today. Grace was a little surprised, why is she like that? Klein angrily scolded, is it so difficult to say one more word? She is causing trouble for no reason. A voice stopped this tense conversation, that's enough. Tan stepped out and Klein also stepped out to block in front of Grace. He spoke up to protect Salonia, she has made it clear that she doesn't want to do it. Klein raised his voice arrogantly, what, who are you? He didn't care about Tan anymore, kept asking questions to Salonia, can't you see that I'm talking to Salonia, get out of here quickly. Salonia, you just need to say one word. Why is it so difficult to? Tan was uncomfortably wanting to use force with him. Salonia shouted to stop, Tan. He grabbed Klein by the collar, what the hell are you? Tan said with a stern voice threatening, do you want to die? In an instant Klein's attitude was not clear on his face. He used a punch to fight back, don't, make me laugh. Tan glared looking at him. He emotionlessly dodged Klein's attack. Klein was stunned, how? Salonia approached, glaring and ordering, Tan, stop now. Luckily Tan listened, dropped him to the ground with a thud. Klein sat slumped down panting. His pupils shrunk, roaring, how dare you, do you know who I am? Klein burst into anger, do you want to try? She glanced over and recognized the blue energy of the dragon. Salonia stood out in front to block, Meg Ryan, talk reasonably. She raised her voice reminding him, be rational, do you want to use violence against civilians? Mklayan just stood like that quietly silent. Mklayan resentfully looked at Tan opposite, anger clouded his reason, why is Salonia protecting him, and above all, he is a civilian Mklayan felt he had to be wary of Tan, he had destroyed his blue dragon energy in just a blink of an eye. He had recognized Tan's strangeness, he is definitely not an ordinary person, in the dark, I had felt a very strong energy from the very beginning. Mklayan felt a little familiar, I think I've met it somewhere. Salonia spoke up, that's enough, don't harm people. She cautiously speculated, it seems that Meg Ryan still hasn't recognized Tan's status, I should stop them before they lose control and use all their power. The two people Grace and Mklayan just stood like that. Finally they left, let's go, Grace. Yes. Every step of his was so heavy. Then he turned his back to look at Tan like a warning, and you, remember that. Salonia, Tan didn't argue anymore. Grace said goodbye to Mklayan, I should also leave, see you next time. Salonia held her back, wait a minute, girl. She seriously reminded Grace, if you expect fair treatment, just because you used to have merit, then you will be disappointed. Salonia was serious in front of Grace, she has a strong enough intuition to see through her, if a girl is trying to achieve something, don't you think that others will recognize it first? I'm sorry for not being able to help the miss make that dress. She smiled and mocked, isn't it also the same as the miss? Grace criticized Salonia just because she had a vain family name, if it weren't for the Bethin family, you would be nothing, it's also a little funny because you gave me this advice. Salonia cleverly retorted, instead, the family is not the place that I will choose, anyway. She is really a high EQ person, and even her thinking is much higher than Grace, even if I don't have the blood of this family, I can still prove myself, I have another name the savior is placed after. Many efforts in proving myself. She was speechless, unable to refute. Grace angrily turned her back and left. Salonia calmly observed everything and still shone. She returned home, Ella asked permission to walk ahead, my miss, I will go ahead and get some warm water for you to bathe, walk slowly with Mr. Tan, okay? Ho ho. Salonia suddenly asked him, Tan, I have a question. She has always been wondering one thing, why did you want to help me, you didn't need to see me off. Tan answered a sentence with many meanings, he is the savior who has betrayed her. Tan told her as if telling a story, a boy in shanty town that he knew told about that savior. Everyone in the mansion knows this. Salonia looked up, saying, I understand, she thought to herself, it's surprising that he has regained his memory. He then asked Salonia's opinion, do you need me to keep an eye on that person? Tan is like a love-struck person, I will do everything you want. Salonia suddenly couldn't say a word. Tan had a murderous intent, should I kill him? He acts all because of the person he loves, if you need it just say it, I will bring that jerk's head to you. In her head flashed an idea, as if he had changed, anyway, it's like he never had, Salonia calmed Tan, everything is okay now. She gently said, everything is over, and maybe I have also changed a lot. Salonia went ahead urging him, come on, let's have dinner together. Tan suddenly noticed an unusual movement in the canopy. She turned her head to ask, what's wrong? A shadow lingered around the mansion, Tan indifferently let the matter pass, nothing. Scene change at Baron Bennett's house, Grace worriedly, why hasn't he come yet? She kept walking back and forth in the room, restless. A meticulous magic vortex appeared. A person wearing a black cloak appeared. He knelt down to ask for an audience, you called me, miss. Grace hurriedly wanted to get information, Gale, have you heard anything more? He replied, I have no new news. She became more and more anxious, still the same, there is no progress at all. Grace threw things everywhere, angrily, is this how you handle work? She flew into a rage, while I still have to endure those derogatory words, how long do I have to look at that arrogant face? Grace tried everything, tell them that I can't wait any longer. Do it now. Gale accepted, okay then, so. He tore the paper to pieces. Then disappeared into the void. She was immersed in jealousy, that woman, the more I think the more annoying. Grace couldn't stand Salonia for even a second, how can she still be so high and mighty when she has almost lost everything? She bitterly remembered Salonia's words. Even if I don't have the fame of the family, I can still prove myself. Grace clenched her hand, envying Salonia in every aspect, that defeated savior, she would never be able to achieve that title if it weren't for the foundation of her family. The servant laboriously swept away the debris that Grace had caused. She paid attention to every aspect of Grace's life, more importantly, who was the man next to her. What does Grace intend to do with Tan? who is more handsome than Ian and much stronger than Meg Ryan. As expected, whatever Salonia has, Grace also has to get it, only that much, has made me interested. Just thinking of Ian, the servant announced, Miss, Duke Cherville wants to meet. Grace immediately cheered up. What, now, why don't you let him in quickly? Grace stamped her foot annoyedly, originally not a day or two, what should I do if he just suddenly appears like this? Actually for anyone, Grace also felt that the other party was nothing special, even if it is my fiancé, he should have informed me before coming here, really an arrogant and rude person. She then vented her jealousy on the servant, why are you still standing there? Didn't you hear what I said? Prepare everything to meet the Duke for me. The servant trembled listening to the order. Yes, miss. Later, Ian came calmly holding a cup of tea, uttered sweet words, I really wanted to meet you as soon as possible. He gently put the teacup down on the table, sincerely expressed, however it is difficult for me to have any free time recently, because there are many missing reports from the patrol station that have kept me constantly busy. The story between Salonia and Grace has been passed to Ian's ears. I heard that yesterday you had a face-to-face meeting with the miss from the Bethin house. She smiled friendly, yes, but nothing special much. He immediately advised, Grace, no matter what that woman says, you shouldn't be concerned. Even if she is the miss of the Bethin house, she has no right to insult my fiancé. She obediently listened, okay, I will pay attention to this. Grace smiled smugly, the savior of the empire, the person that the Duke loves, can only be me. Ian felt really hard to understand. He observed the room, noticing something new, now I'm thinking, it seems that your room changes every time I come, she answered very falsely to hide that she had destroyed the room. Did you notice? I changed a few curtains and added some decorations to change the atmosphere a bit. Grace asked softly, do you like it? Ian looked around, very magnificent, but his sharp eyes had discovered something. Ian thought that it was not suitable for the current situation, the financial problems of the Bennett family recently have not been good. He skillfully expressed, it looks more wasteful than it needs to be. Ian glanced at Grace, he needs a prudent wife, I should teach her a little about financial control when the two progress to marriage, and she expressed her intention, do you want some more tea? He extended an invitation to her, Grace, should we have a date together? She was naturally shy strangely, why did you suddenly mention this? Ian's face expressed a firm attitude, wanting to turn Grace into a proper duchess, all are about our wedding ceremony, don't you want, I hope you can become my wife as soon as possible. I hope you can learn a little about housekeeping when you come to live at the Duke's mansion, and spend some time with the servants in the house. Grace now only knew how to pour tea for him, Duke, have some more tea. She expressed her feelings, that Grace loves him so much, the time I spend with you is invaluable, no need to rush so much. She showed a smile that made people feel fake, you like Darjeeling tea, right? Night fell, at the Bethin family mansion. Salonia was next to Tan, he suddenly sighed. She diligently asked, are you okay? Tan was silent. Salonia took his hand, Tan softly replied, not really. He turned his head to look elsewhere, and Salonia was curious, it will hurt a lot, not okay at all, what are you looking at? She then changed the subject, I heard that you have been spending time reading a few books with Ella recently, Salonia asked tentatively, what is today's book? Tan began to tell the content of the book he read today. It talks about the story of a boy and a girl, overcoming all barriers of social status and coming to each other. Salonia suspected, is she suggesting Tan romance novels? Tan hadn't finished telling, high status, then he wondered, how do people get that? Salonia calmly replied, by rushing into war and making great achievements. She gave an example by herself, like me for example, if someone also made an achievement eliminating the Demon King like me, they might also be given a title by the Emperor. Salonia embarrassedly continued, but currently, it's been a long time since the war ended and the Demon King has also disappeared, so this way is very difficult. Tan confidently said emotionlessly, if there is still a Demon King here, I will skewer him again. Salonia looked at him and applied glue, who is that Demon King besides you? Salonia then announced the schedule for the next day, tomorrow is Marquis Tenroha's birthday party, I will have to go early so I will also eat first. Tan offered to go along, I will also go with you. Salonia then said, only people who have been invited can attend noble parties like that. So it's hard for you to get in, Tan blankly still didn't understand. Hard to get in, he then changed his attitude, but how old do you know I am, why are you raising your voice like that? Salonia tried to explain, it's just a habit, because you look older than me, Tan asked, how old are you? She instinctively replied, 24, Salonia then corrected. No is 21, I almost revealed my Korean age. Salonia yawned up and down, I've been tired these days, I still eat and sleep normally, why is that? She waited for Tan's agreement, if you feel okay then let's go. Tan used an expression that was difficult to refuse, no, the wound still hurts, Salonia replied, is that so? She looked down, then. Salonia was too tired, falling asleep on his shoulder. She had fallen into a dream. He silently admired Salonia. Tan could not help but restrain himself because of this girl, every time she leans on my hand, that gentle scent lingers around my nose, I always unconsciously take her hand and kiss it. Tan placed a deep kiss on her soft hand, for the first time in so long. He had a wish, I wish time would stop. Changing location to Hers Haybrook Fortress in the north. Here the harsh weather is cold, fog covers blocking the view, still haven't seen any unusual changes in the Demon King's fortress. Lewis was worried about something, how should I accept this after all, a new character has appeared, Lewis Hersheybrooke Grand Duke Hersheybrooke, Kelvin Fainager Knight Commander of the Grand Duke. He felt every bit, I feel like the energy of the devil is still here and mixed in this place, Kelvin speculated, if so then isn't your energy getting stronger? They implicitly thought that they inherited God-given power, that's right, no one else but our master, the energy of the Demon King. Those two are hiding many schemes that need to be clarified. The current situation is difficult to answer, can't be understood, the fortress is still the same even in a state of abandonment, more than that. They still think that the Demon King has really died a long time ago, if the master is still alive there is no reason why we can't find him. Tan had secretly instructed his subordinates, carry out the underground plan, 3 months ago, when the last group of soldiers had pulled into the fortress. The master ordered all demons to leave the fortress. He instructed every step, he told us to go together, or be chased and abandoned. The story forever stopped here, that is the last thing of the master that I know, the demons may have another Demon King dividing the power into the magical objects. The Demon King is the heart is the reason is the source of life for them, we are dependent on the Demon King being alive, the existence of the Demon King is the life of the demons. The sixth sense rises in a new land, here, no matter how long it has been, I can still feel it very clearly. Death and no rebirth, complete destruction. The new land opened after the clouds covered, we didn't have any sobriety and rushed into the city of the mortals to hide. Meticulously planning for conspiracies, intently searching for those who are valuable to exploit and then occupy their bodies. One thing has happened, and Kelvin stood in front of a pile of papers stacked up, instructed Lewis to handle official business, Tom, today I will handle the documents that need to be handled. He slumped on the table sighing, why can there be so much work in the human world? I'd rather go back to that body, you're in the same situation, I'm no different. The two are entering the human server, tasting the bitter taste of the human world. The dark power is still shining in his hand, that's right, even in a mortal body it can be felt very clearly. He clenched tightly, the spiritual power immediately disappeared, clearly it has been destroyed but it seems that the master's weak energy is gradually getting stronger. Can't be mistaken, the master's resurrection. Lewis spoke up, it's time, Jack. The golden time for them to act, let's go, to the capital where I feel the master's power. At another location, the party of Marquis Denloha. Dazzling luxurious extravagant jewelry was displayed on the table. Nenia covered her face hesitantly, Princess Badhine, your appearance is an honor to me. Salonia bowed to express congratulations, congratulations on your 10th birthday, Nenia's princess, the party is really great. The little girl hugged her face excitedly. Nenia excitedly asked her for a favor, there's this, princess, you know I like the rescue team right, can you help me pass on a few words? Salonia was very willing to do this. Of course, the little girl praised wholeheartedly, among them I love and respect the story about you the most. The kid's eyes lit up excitedly, the Demon King is very handsome right, she smiled, oh my god, you're so good to me. To avoid talking about that, she had people bring gifts over, before that then, I have prepared a gift already, I don't know if you will like it. Something sparkling in the box, this is a necklace with healing light. Salonia smiled friendly, although the energy is not large. That gift is her heart, but in important moments it will protect you. Nenia received it, very grateful, thank you very much, princess. The little girl had something to say, just, princess, but. Salonia leaned her ear to listen, what, the little girl whispered as if not wanting others to hear, I don't know who that person is, he has been staring at you in a scary way since just now. Tan used soulless eyes like glaring all the time, even Salonia saw it and had to be startled, scared. Salonia explained to the little girl, that person is the bodyguard escorting me here. He is working too hard, so it's like that. Ah. 3 people representing the Bethind family attended the party. Today the banquet was held at Denloha Mansion. The Bethind side attended but without Tan, because with her father's permission her bodyguard could attend. Salonia looked up at the sky contemplating. That's why my father is so generous with Tan. No matter what, he intends to let me go alone. It seems that no incidents have happened yet. The room became silent. The morning sunlight shone into the room. People were dressed up stepping in the party. Handsome Tan leaned back against a corner of the wall. He is so beautiful that it stirs people's hearts. A girl came to make acquaintance. Very happy to meet you, unknown bodyguard. That girl shyly introduced herself. My name is Flower Bland from Count Bland's family. Tan indifferently glanced. So what? Flower and the people around were sprayed with glue stiffly. She covered her face shyly and ran away, so embarrassed. Tan was afraid that Salonia wouldn't like it like that. There's no way she would ignore herself and respect that mediocrity, Tan recalled, the night before. No, be good at home. He only found this game boring. Mortals are only interested in these things. Really nonsense. Ella from afar told him, Mr. Tan, are you here alone? What about the miss? Tan scolded Ella once, but she ignored it. Hey. Salonia was still immersed in the banquet. Haven't greeted the distinguished guests yet. Wait until everyone arrives, then wait together. Tan suddenly asked Ella about age. How old do I look? She didn't hear clearly. Yes, what ah? Ella looked all over, guessed, looks like over 20 already, looks like 25 years old. He didn't expect to look so young. Is that so? He seems to read romance novels too much. Salonia is 21 years old, then we are 4 years older. Yesterday I read in a novel that a distance of 4 years is the most suitable. Ella used a difficult eye to look at Tan. Is there nothing to read? The two sank in the sea of people, gradually not knowing what to do. When do we have to greet? Is there a need to be so lengthy? It's the first time the miss has appeared, so I don't know what to do. Mr. Tan, everyone greet together. He felt that this place was a little strange. The appearance shows it, but there is no interest in the hobbies of the mortals. If Salonia is in this place, it's really strange. Salonia in Tan's eyes shone like the morning sun, until her eyes were sore only being able to feel the beauty of the light and magnificent decoration. He was silently contemplating. Tan asked, making Ella confused, what is that world? A young man came to Salonia and kissed her hand. She explained to him, young master, please accept my greetings. The young lady's noble lineage is truly prestigious. In an instant, Ella felt a strange energy beside her. Could it be? I suddenly sensed a brutal energy. It was none other than Tan, glaring madly. Ella knew immediately what he was thinking, grabbing Tan's hand to stop him. Sir Tan, those are just the etiquette greetings between superiors and inferiors among the nobility. Until the young lady arrives, you should be quiet. No, you must be quiet. As she was trying to restrain Tan, a mocking voice appeared, look at this place. A match made in heaven. Ian and Grace faced Tan. Back in the day, the Duke of Bathine and I met. What was it? Your name. He sneered. Right, the Beast of the Night, wasn't it? That mediocre nickname stuck with you. Tan glared back. What are you doing here? You don't belong in places like this. Grace spoke with little goodwill. We meet again, Sir Tan. Even though we only met briefly. She asked prettily, do you perhaps remember me? Grace wanted others to remember her, even though we only met briefly. Do you remember me? A hand touched her shoulder. That's a good question. Ian smirked, flattering her to the skies while belittling the other party. Wearing formal attire and coming to a place like this doesn't change her noble appearance. She doesn't need to be polite to that kind of person. She calmly hid her inner satisfaction. Ian pretended to shake her. Hey, are you not listening to me? Are you ignoring me? He suddenly paused for a moment. Facing Tan in front of him. Tan's eyes held no goodwill. Ian could also feel it. What? Impossible. He burst with such discomfort that his heart twisted, this suffocating feeling. Denora greeted cheerfully, Sir Cherville, you're here? Ian replied indifferently, Sir Denora. Ian still glanced back at Tan. He expressed his gratitude to him, thank you for attending despite your busy duties. Ian politely replied, not at all. Today is Duchess Ninia's birthday, so of course I should come. Denora laughed loudly, you are truly a very considerate person. Grace warmly expressed her thanks, thank you for your hospitality, sir. It's been a long time. She introduced herself, you've thrown a wonderful party. My name is Grace Bennet, daughter of Baron Bennet. He didn't pay any attention to Grace, no matter how warmly she greeted him. He turned to Ian to promote his daughter. My daughter is always curious about news of heroes. She'll be very happy to see the ball. Ian replied politely, while Grace hesitated for a few seconds. Very well, I will personally give the Duchess a gift. The two of them left, ignoring Grace. Come, let's go this way together. Salonia felt a little unaccustomed to attending these parties. It seems like all the nobles from all over the country are gathered here. Well, I feel more comfortable now. Ella and Tan arrived. She even brought her a glass of water. Duchess, have a drink to cool down. As Ella handed her the water, Tan inquired, where is he? Huh? Salonia was confused. Who are you talking about? Tan's attitude was a little dangerous. The person who kissed her hand. Isn't he by her side? Salonia was stunned. That. She felt it was very normal, so she explained, it's just a greeting among the nobility. It's a ritual where a man kisses a woman's fingers. In fact, there are many cases where you can't refuse. Tan pressed her, questioning, why don't you do that to me? Or is it mandatory for nobles to do that? Salonia leaned away a little. It's not mandatory unless the other party requests it first. It's not exactly something that nobles have to do. Tan had absorbed new knowledge. Is that so? She looked at him with a strange gaze. What the heck is going on? I have a bad feeling. The fountain flowed beautifully. Ian and Denora continued their conversation, laughing heartily. Grace glared at the two men. She uncomfortably crossed her arms, leaning against the wall, only able to watch. Then Grace looked away. Tan had caught her eye. I thought Ian Cherville would be the focus of today's party, but that guy is attracting everyone's attention even when he's not doing anything. A dangerous glint flashed in her eyes. Who is he, and where did he come from? Just then, someone approached Salonia to greet her. Greetings, esteemed Duchess. Both of them glanced over. It was Grace, sickeningly friendly. It's a pleasure to see you again. Are you enjoying the party? Salonia paid little attention to her, only finding Grace annoying. Do you need something, Miss Bennet? Oh, and hello to you as a greeting from before, then. She fiddled with her fingers, saying, you seem cold to me. It seems everyone here dislikes me. I'll take my leave. Then someone spoke up, it seems there's a misunderstanding. Grace said softly, yes. Salonia wanted to get away from this troublesome person. I'll tell you everything next time, okay? I'm too tired. All eyes were so disdainful and contemptuous. They didn't care about her, they even hated her. They followed the crowd, and everyone here would do the same to her. Salonia's words turned her face ashen, unable to resist. You don't need to worry too much. If you need to discuss anything, go find Sir Cherville, Miss Grace. People around were chattering nonstop. Oh my, did you hear that? The rumor is true. Thousands of eyes turned to Grace. How could she talk so confidently to Miss Bethin? She's so arrogant that she has no friends. Salonia stopped her in time. All right. Grace was waiting for what she would do next. She wondered, what is it that I've been longing for all this time? Is it friendship, right? In fact, even Grace herself wasn't sure. The servant called out, young lady. Gale whispered in her ear, the Duchess wants to meet you at the mansion. The two of them turned and left. Salonia noticed Gale, the man walking beside Grace. She looked back, questioning, who is that? It's so strange. The sound of clinking announced. The host of the banquet announced, the party is ready. Next, we have organized a very special event. Dinroha excitedly presented the program. We have prepared something worth seeing for the honored guests here. I hope everyone will see my sincerity after gathering in the garden. Salonia felt the party was no longer interesting. Something worth seeing. Since the important part is over, it's better if I leave here. She said to her attendant, Ella, let's go home early. If you want, we can stay and watch together. Ella cheered happily, I'd love to. The Duchess is the best. Ella took the lead, saying, then let's go. Sir, you have to take the Duchess along with you. Hearing this, Tan took escorting Salonia for granted. It's my job. They slowly left the luxurious mansion, ignoring the crowd gathering to watch something outside. Salonia considered it ridiculous, but she was also quite curious. What is that something worth seeing that Marquis Dinroha mentioned? I don't think it's a band or a theater troupe. Salonia stopped and called out, Tan? What's wrong? He still hadn't said a word. Tan suddenly asked a question, this sound, do you come here often? Salonia was increasingly confused. What do you mean? I don't come here often. She was a little uneasy. Tan, are you okay? He blurted out a startling sentence, this scream is so clear. What's inside the red cloth? A gruesome cage. What is it? Tan said strange things again, who are you comforting right now? Don't cry anymore. At this moment, Ian Cherville's back was caught. Ian Cherville seems to be looking for something. Ian Cherville walked while mumbling, where did Grace go, in times like these? Suddenly something caught Ian Cherville's attention. Tan, are you okay? That's Salonia's voice. Before Ian Cherville, Salonia was holding Leonhard Kielrenus's hand gently saying, look at me. Ian Cherville thought in his heart, Salonia. Ian Cherville intended to call her but his footsteps came to a halt. Ian Cherville looked at her radiant goddess-like face, her affectionate eyes were affectionate, but for another. Ian Cherville's eyes met Salonia's hand gently holding Leonhard Kielrenus's hand. Ian Cherville was frozen, in his heart he thought, since when did she become like this? He angrily remembered the rumors he had heard, in his heart he thought, could it be that those silly stories are true? From a distance, 3 girls were chatting happily. The girl wearing a gorgeous pink dress said first, oh my god, did you see that? The girl in the blue dress excitedly replied, I know what you want to say, you mean that handsome man with black hair, right? She covered her mouth and pretended to be shy and continued. I wonder if he is an angel. The 3 of them continued to talk enthusiastically, I have never seen such a handsome man in this empire. Ian Cherville stood behind a large wall nearby and heard everything. He thought to himself, what, why should I hide? The girl in the blue dress said to the girl in the pink dress next to her, according to what I heard, they don't greet anyone first, and he doesn't even know my name. The girl in the pink dress covered her face with a fan and replied, that's why I find him more attractive. At that time in their minds there were only sparkling images of Leonhard Kielrenus. They also said that, people say he is the knight of Miss Besson, and the Duke trusts him very much. Hearing this, Ian Cherville thought to himself, the Lord of Besson knows that rascal, does he really know who that brat is? The chatter from the sisterhood still echoed in Ian Cherville's ears. Oh my god, exactly, it sounds a bit bold. Suddenly someone said that, but don't they look very compatible? These words reached Ian Cherville's ears, his face was stunned, frozen in place. After a 3-second horror show, Ian Cherville immediately turned around towards the 3 girls as if an electric current had passed through him. In his heart he thought. What is this? Salonia and that name are that relationship. After the 3 of them left, Ian Cherville also gradually approached Salonia. Salonia noticed Ian Cherville's appearance. She asked, what's going on? Ian Cherville was silent, his eyes fixed on Salonia. Realizing something dangerous, Salonia put her arm across in front of Leonhard Kielrenus. She showed a vigilant attitude. It's not important to you, Duke. Please continue with your work. The words and actions of his fiancée in front of him made Ian Cherville very angry. He asked sternly, what are you doing? Ian Cherville regained his calm. He said in a high voice, his eyebrows slightly furrowed, I only came because it seemed like you were in trouble. What a waste of my kindness. Salonia explained to reassure Ian Cherville, you don't have to worry. Having said that, Salonia seemed to avoid Ian Cherville's eyes. She glanced at the boy behind her back. Salonia thought to herself, no. I don't like getting involved in this but, her train of thought drifted. Leonhard Kielrenus's state gradually became gloomy and silent. Salonia glanced at Leonhard Kielrenus. She thought again, I've never seen Tan like this before. She was so focused on thinking that she didn't know that Ian Cherville was still staring at her attitude. Seeing Salonia's panicked expression, Ian Cherville didn't know what to say. Suddenly a man's voice sounded, okay, everyone's been waiting for a long time, right? These words attracted the attention of Ian Cherville and Salonia. The 2 of them turned sharply towards the voice. Salonia revealed an expression of not understanding what was going on. Standing in front of the 3 people was Dinroha. Dinroha smiled and continued, everyone will not regret gathering here today. Having said that, Dinroha nodded to the follower behind him. He also bowed in response. Then, the follower grabbed the red cloth behind and pulled it down. Dinroha said loudly, the secret will be revealed right now, along with the sound of the red cloth falling. At this moment, everything suddenly went dark in Leonhard Kielrenus's mind. A voice echoed, I must gather strength. Leonhard Kielrenus's eyes also became hollow. He said unconsciously, who is talking? That strange voice continued to echo, When the vision was clear, Leonhardt Kielrenus thought to himself, it feels like there is a strange voice lingering in my head. The unknown is flowing into my head. Suddenly, the sword fell, making a clattering sound. The voice in Leonhardt Kielrenus's head sounded again, what a disappointment, I had quite high expectations of you, that's the voice of the Demon King. Can you use even a strand of my hair with such strength? The images in Leonhardt Kielrenus's mind gradually blurred, he couldn't see everything clearly. Leaf appeared in his mind with a tired state. Leonhardt Kielrenus suddenly paused, but his face remained unchanged. Leonhardt Kielrenus thought to himself, this. At this moment, two figures appeared in Leonhardt Kielrenus's mind. One was Leonhardt Kielrenus himself and the other was the Demon King. Leonhardt Kielrenus thought to himself, my memories. The red cloth was pulled down. Before their eyes was a ferocious monster bearing its fangs. Its eyes were red and locked in a cage. Salonia thought to herself, what is it, monster? She looked at Dinroha with a face that couldn't hide her confusion, thinking, Marquis Dinroha, what is he doing in the middle of the mansion? After seeing the red cloth being pulled down, the monster growled in the cage, excitedly saying, as everyone can see, no matter how hard it tries, everything is still safe. After that, Dinroha happily tapped the iron cage. He introduced, this is a special cage so there will never be a chance for this monster to escape. Salonia frowned worriedly after hearing Dinroha's words. She whispered, safe. In Salonia's memory, the black beast was full of death, its eyes were also red, she thought to herself, in the previous life. She knew that the beast in front of her was Garam, endowed with formidable power as well as its large size, proving to be a formidable opponent. A magic circle appeared. Salonia remembered her previous life. Without divine power, Garam would not be controlled. At this moment, Salonia said anxiously, wait a minute, Lord Dinroha. Before she could finish her words, Ian Cherville replied crisply, I should take care of it. These words made Salonia both tense and glanced at Ian Cherville in confusion. Ian Cherville coldly reminded Salonia of, you should take care of that idiot. As soon as Ian Cherville mentioned Leonhardt Kielrenus, Salonia turned to look at Leonhardt Kielrenus. He was standing still like a statue, his face unchanged. Salonia held her head tense, she didn't understand anything. In her heart she screamed, I don't want to get involved in this, it's too troublesome. As for Ian Cherville, he stepped forward and sneered in his heart. Looking at Ian Cherville's back, Salonia felt a little relieved. Even so, Ian will be able to deal with this monster. Then she could examine the situation. Salonia calculated and signaled, okay, first I have to find a carriage. Leonhardt Kielrenus had no reaction at this time, he seemed to have become a soulless person. Realizing Leonhardt Kielrenus's strangeness, Salonia looked at him with a worried expression. In her mind, the image of Garam reappeared. Now she only had one question in her head, I didn't know before seeing Garam, but now I wonder. She hesitated a little. If the monster's energy affects Tan. Then, she unconsciously reached out to Leonhardt Kielrenus. Everything around the two seemed to be darkness. Salonia seemed to have realized that, the existence of this monster. On the other side, Ian Cherville had arrived at Garam's cage. Dinroha laughed happily when he saw his appearance. Lord Dinroha, what do you think? He pointed at Garam and the iron cage he was proud of. Isn't this the monster we saw in the conquest? At this moment, Ian Cherville was standing in front of Garam. This monster had jet black fur. It was extremely large. Seeing him it snarled fiercely. Ian Cherville face to face with Garam. He observed it, then Ian Cherville slowly said, Garam is quite familiar to me, I will keep an eye on it in case it is needed. Saying this, Ian Cherville signaled to the follower. He said, hey, give me the sword. The follower then handed Ian Cherville the sword he needed. Ian Cherville held the sword with a confident attitude and looked at Garam. Dinroha standing next to him said, everyone please rest assured. Okay, Ian Cherville is here so everyone can rest assured. And watch. At that moment, the surrounding nobles also began to pay attention and discuss excitedly. The woman said, then that's great, with the Duke here, we'll be fine. Right, another person continued, I heard it's very difficult to catch a large monster like that, you're great to catch it. Dinroha narrowed his lips and smiled with satisfaction after hearing the words praising himself. His face darkened, that sneer still on his lips. In Dinroha's mind at this moment was full of calculations. He thought, yes, even the Emperor has never seen a monster of this size. Dinroha knew that, when Ian Cherville was there, Dinroha received the protection of the savior. Garam inside the cage was still baring its sharp teeth, growling at the person standing outside. Suddenly someone called out, young lady, are you still here? I suddenly heard the noise so I came to see what was going on. Salonia turned to the call. It was Ella, she whispered, Ella. Ella looked at Salonia worriedly, then Salonia instructed, you came at the right time, go back into the car with Tan. Hearing Salonia say that, Ella asked, yes, what about the young lady? Salonia said again, I'll explain later, now quickly take Tan away with you. Leonhard Kilrenus until now his body has not had the slightest reaction, he has been standing motionless in place since just now. In Leonhard Kilrenus's mind at that time, that voice was still echoing, right now. Monster, suddenly someone shouted loudly. Garam at this time had escaped from the iron cage, growling and waiting to attack everyone around. Everyone around gradually became panicked, that monster has escaped. Ian Cherville observed the situation was not good, anxiously calling out, everyone, stand behind me. Saying this, he immediately turned to the follower and ordered, protect, evacuate the guests quickly. Without hesitation, the follower replied, yes, sir. After assigning the task, Ian Cherville turned back to the situation in front of him. He thought to himself, damn it, things have become complicated. Ian Cherville shouted loudly, hey, over here. Garam received the provocation and came before Ian Cherville in a towering manner. Its size was taller than an adult, its red eyes stared at Ian Cherville. A few rays of doubt and scrutiny flashed in Ian Cherville's eyes. This monster, there is something very strange about it, Ian Cherville thought to himself. I have a very strange uncomfortable feeling. Garam's eyes looking at Ian Cherville were still red, accompanied by a dangerous growl. Suddenly Garam raised its sharp claws into the air. Immediately, it rushed straight at Ian Cherville's sword-wielding arm. Ian Cherville's eyes twitched slightly. He thought to himself, why is it paying attention to the sword? After dodging Garam's bite, it landed on the ground and growled. Ian Cherville's hand tightened on the hilt of the sword. Ian Cherville looked at his sword, his face was a little worried. He thought to himself, is the outer layer of this monster's skin always so hard? Garam didn't give Ian Cherville time to think more, it swung its powerful sharp claws forward. Ian Cherville didn't understand anything. At this time, Garam was heading not towards him, but towards the blonde young lady standing in the distance. That young lady was Princess Nina. She felt the danger and unconsciously turned her head. Nina was startled by the situation before her. Ian Cherville tried to shout loudly, young lady Nina. Suddenly a bright blue energy ball hit Garam, it screamed in pain. The person who just took action was Salonia. Salonia, while using the Garam control method, called out loudly, quickly get out of here. Suddenly there was a loud shout, attracting Salonia's attention. At this moment, Salonia stood frozen. Garam was standing in front of her panting. Garam was no longer baring its sharp teeth. Salonia began to panic. What is it? Garam at this time seemed to be out of control. Saliva from its mouth flowed out continuously. Salonia was suspicious and scared. This monster, something is not normal. Ian Cherville saw that the situation in front of him was really bad. He shouted her name, Salonia. In a dangerous situation, Ian Cherville was very worried, so he angrily scolded Salonia. Why are you just standing there blankly like an idiot? A call, Salonia gently rang. A steady arm took hold of Salonia's waist. Leonhard Kilrenus swung his sword strongly, quickly, like a gust of wind passing before his eyes. One hand still held Salonia in his arms. Salonia was startled. Her body was held tightly by Leonhard Kilrenus as if glued to his body. Leonhard Kilrenus's face was still cold at this time, without any reaction, but his actions with Salonia were still very gentle. Garam, after receiving Leonhard Kilrenus's slash, had fallen to the ground. Leonhard Kilrenus at this time looked at Salonia with affectionate eyes. He still held her, gently asking, are you okay? Ah yes, Salonia replied. She seemed a little confused. Her legs were a little unsteady because Leonhard Kilrenus had lifted her up. Salonia said shyly, let me down, Tan. These words made Leonhard Kilrenus realize where her embarrassment came from. Suddenly, Leonhard Kilrenus dropped the sword in his hand. Both of his hands lifted Salonia's entire body high. Leonhard Kilrenus's face did not change color. It's strange, your face is all red, do you feel unwell? These words turned Leonhard Kilrenus's actions from romantic to ridiculous. He just wanted to pick her up to see clearly, right? These words of Leonhard Kilrenus made Salonia's pupils contract. She seemed to have realized something. Leonhard Kilrenus's red eyes were still looking at Salonia. He said again, your heart is beating very fast. The more Leonhard Kilrenus said, the more Salonia's face turned red. Her heart beat faster and faster. Her heart was filled with excitement. In a situation as embarrassing as this, just a shout, I told you to put me down quickly. Leonhard Kilrenus remained indifferent and replied, okay. Salonia turned away quickly, her face was hot, her heart was pounding. In her heart she thought, he really lost his mind. As for Leonhard Kilrenus, he also looked intently at the hand that had just carried Salonia, so soft. Miss Besson, someone called Salonia. She immediately turned her head to look. The follower stepped forward in front of Leonhard Kilrenus and Salonia. He put his hand on his chest and bowed slightly. Are you okay? Thank you for protecting Miss Nenia. This follower seemed a bit old. He continued to introduce himself. I am the butler, Magnus. The Duke has taken the young lady to a safe place, so I came to send my greetings to you. Then Magnus also said, and of course with this knight, mentioning Leonhard Kilrenus. His eyes turned to Magnus. Salonia looked at him again. She said softly, ah, he is, my escort knight, Mr. Tan. Magnus bowed to Leonhard Kilrenus, expressing praise. You have really great martial arts skills, Mr. Tan. Thank you again. Leonhard Kilrenus turned away, not caring about Magnus' words. He continued, you are my savior. Magnus kept saying many words of gratitude to Leonhard Kilrenus. I was really surprised that you defeated the monster with just one strike. Salonia did not pay attention to the words of the steward. She just secretly observed Leonhard Kilrenus and thought, Tan seems very different from his usual self. Salonia hesitated a little. Is that normal? Ian Cherville at that time just stood silently in one place. It seems that from the honored one, now Ian Cherville lost to a sword swing of Leonhard Kilrenus. Ian Cherville frowned, his face revealed clear discomfort. The carriage wheels rolled. Salonia sat in the carriage, tiredly sighing. She remembered the garum incident again, thinking about Marquis d'Enroja. Recalling what happened earlier, d'Enroja was happy to introduce the garum, saying, I wanted to exhibit the monster in this way. As he said this, d'Enroja tapped the iron bars of the cage. Fortunately, there were no merchants, but it could have been a major disaster. He didn't seem to regret what had happened. Sitting opposite Salonia, Leonhard Kilrenus was still absent-minded. He didn't look at her, his eyes listlessly looking in one direction. Salonia thought. The fact that Tan defeated the monster. Salonia was a little worried, it will soon be known to everyone. Thinking of this, Salonia became tired, her hair messy. She thought, I really don't want Tan to attract too much attention, but there's nothing I can do. Anyway. It's a good thing, so never mind. Suddenly Leonhard Kilrenus spoke, attracting Salonia's gaze. Earlier. Leonhard Kilrenus hesitated for a moment and then continued, that monster's thoughts appeared in my head. These words surprised Salonia greatly. She suddenly exclaimed. Leonhard Kilrenus remained the same, still slowly explaining, as if others couldn't hear, not even her. Why am I different from everyone else? Leonhard Kilrenus wondered. At the same time, the carriage arrived at the gate of the mansion. Leonhard Kilrenus spoke again, his voice lowered, I want to be like you. Tell me everything you know. Salonia heard these words from him, and the surrounding space seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Returning to her room in the mansion, Salonia quietly sat at the table reading the newspaper. Salonia's eyes suddenly fell on the words in the newspaper. Salonia read silently, the hero who protected everyone from the monster. Here, Salonia sighed, leaning back in her chair. What she had worried about had come true. Salonia thought, as expected, they posted an article about Tan's feat. Salonia slowly put the newspaper down on the table. In her heart, she reassured herself, anyway, I had already guessed this. I don't need to worry too much about this anymore. Should I go to Wicklander's shop today? Thinking this, Salonia stood up. Salonia recalled what happened yesterday. A letter was sent to the mansion. Salonia guessed that, the letter that appeared at the villa yesterday seems to have been sent by Wicklander. It contains a short message requesting a visit. The letter said that he had found an old spell book. However, Salonia still felt uneasy after receiving this letter. Her eyebrows were somewhat lowered, thinking without much hope, but maybe it's a misunderstanding. Because there are some unclear parts in the letter. Remembering the conversation of Salonia, Ella, and Wicklander, only the three of them knew, Salonia continued to consider the offer in the letter. She was somewhat skeptical. Myself, Ella, and Wicklander. The content of the conversation between the three of us can only be inferred by those who know, and it feels like the sender and the recipient are deliberately hidden. Her thoughts were interrupted by a voice outside, Miss, it's Ella. Salonia was startled for a moment and then replied, come in. Ella slowly stepped in, holding the letter that was sent from yesterday in her hand. Ella asked, has the young lady read this? Salonia saw the letter and said, I've read all the articles you found. Then Salonia added, it seems there's no problem with the article about Tan. Then Ella placed a piece of paper on the table. Ella cautiously said, the young lady needs to see this too. Ella glanced at Salonia, this. Looking at the paper on the table, Salonia was a little excited. She couldn't speak, this. On it was an article about a large fire spreading at a store in the Magic Shop district, which wrote, partial damage to the shopping area, casualties and deaths of people in the area have been reported. On one side, Louis Hersheybrooke was sitting cross-legged arrogantly, while Denroha below was bowing respectfully. Marquis Denroha, Louis Hersheybrooke's words were cold. These words were enough to make Denroha sweat profusely. He stammered, I have committed a serious crime, Your Majesty. Louis Hersheybrooke sat above, idly looking at the person below. A serious crime? You mean turning a monster the size of a house into a spectacle? You're really bold. Louis Hersheybrooke said again, I will resolve this issue by fining for the casualties. These words saved Denroha's life. He knelt down on the ground, his voice trembling. I thank you, Your Majesty. After that, Louis Hersheybrooke asked again, very well, then tell me which young man defeated that monster. This question made Denroha a little worried. Denroha's voice trembled, answering hesitantly, that, I'm not sure either, but... Receiving an answer that wasn't what he expected, Louis Hersheybrooke's face darkened. The veins on his hand also bulging out. Seeing that the attitude of the person above seemed angry, Denroha lowered his head and said all the information he knew about Leonhard Kielrenus. I heard that he is currently at the Duke of Besson's mansion. He is called the Beast of the Night in the underworld. Hearing these words, Louis Hersheybrooke unconsciously lifted his hand off the chair, his voice deep and gruff as he asked, I heard that Ian Cherville was also present at the gathering. But it was the Beast of the Night in the suburbs who really made a name for himself. Leonhard Kielrenus really made Louis Hersheybrooke become very interested. He on the outside was lofty but inside he thought, I wonder when I will meet that mysterious man. At the burnt bookstore, only ashes remained. The army was present to investigate. Salonia wearing a closed cloak with Ella was present at the scene of the fire. A soldier instructed, please step back, it's very dangerous here. The devastated scene before her made Salonia very shocked. She whispered, Lord Wicklander. The people around were also gossiping. Some said that Lord Wicklander couldn't escape. The person next to him also continued, I heard that the embers from the fireplace fell on the carpet while he was sleeping. Is that true? After that, some people revealed a look of surprise. Oh my God, how could such a terrible thing happen? Salonia at this time was no less shocked. She stood frozen, unable to do anything more. In Salonia's head at this time were myriad questions. Salonia doubted the fire. Was it just an accident, or about the appearance of the letter at the mansion? And all that happened before I met Wicklander. It seems that all these things are related to each other. Are you Miss Besson? Suddenly someone called Salonia. Hearing her name, Salonia immediately turned to look for the source of the voice. The person in front of Salonia was a young man with long black hair. He kept his head low, wearing a closed cloak. Ethan, the guard, immediately raised his hand in front of Salonia, asking sternly, step back and reveal your identity. Salonia immediately stopped him. All right, Ethan. Salonia slowly asked, who are you? The eyes of the young man before her did not have any fluctuations. A moment later, in an empty room, dark brown coffee rippled on the surface. Salonia spoke first, taking the cup of coffee. You are Lord Wicklander's disciple? The young man before her replied, that's right. He was Wicklander's disciple. His real name was Henrik. Henrik at this time had taken off his cloak. Henrik suddenly said again, he is a sage. These words made Salonia very surprised. A sage? Salonia remembered the plot. It seems that he is a character briefly mentioned in the novel. Salonia remembered that, in the original work, sages are described as people with deep insight who can read people's minds, and can even foresee the future. Salonia fell into a train of thought. She rubbed her chin, thinking in her heart, Lord Wicklander's appearance was quite extraordinary. Henrik interrupted her thoughts. He continued, the reason I wanted to meet you is because I need to convey what the Lord entrusted to me. Henrik continued. These words surprised Salonia greatly. She exclaimed. After that, Henrik took out a red notebook, with a star symbol on the cover. Henrik slowly explained, he told me that Miss Besson is about to visit. Henrik brought it before Salonia and continued. So he entrusted me to give this book to you. Both Ethan and Ella were also very surprised. Huh? Henrik repeated again, he told me that Miss Besson is about to visit, so he entrusted me to give this book to you. Suddenly Salonia seemed to have understood something, she paused, wait, does that mean? Seeing Salonia's expression, Henrik said, you guessed it right, as if he knew this would happen and gave it to me. Henrik picked up the cup of coffee, speaking as he held it, it doesn't seem to be just an accident. At this time, in Salonia's mind appeared words from deep within her memory, everything must follow fate, if you try to change it rashly. The present will become distorted. Salonia's thoughts became more and more intense, so strong that they seemed to want to tear apart Salonia's mind. Henrik suddenly said again, I believe in what he saw, but it's difficult to understand his intentions. Henrik looked deeply into Salonia's eyes, he continued, but I'm sure, Miss Besson must have seen something too. These words seemed to have hit the mark. Salonia closed her eyes, calming herself, she sighed softly. Leaving the room, Salonia's figure was full of fatigue and worry. Holding the book given by Henrik, Salonia was thinking, a future that shouldn't be changed, what did Wicklander see? Before leaving, Henrik left Salonia with a sentence, take care of yourself carefully. You must stay safe. It seemed that this was also the word Wicklander wanted to convey to Salonia. Flipping through each page of the diary, Salonia's mood became more agitated. In the diary, Wicklander wrote, I can't just sit there and wait until others are hurt anymore. Whatever bad happens in that future, I must prevent it. Each line was like a shock hitting Salonia's mind. At the Bennett villa, a maid was playing the piano. Another girl held a flower in her hand and asked, is this Darjeeling tea leaves? The maid opposite asked, Jamie, don't try to trick me. The girl named Jamie was the one who held the flower. Jamie replied, no, I really don't think they are Darjeeling tea leaves. On the table were countless Darjeeling tea leaves. All 3 Darjeeling containers were very beautiful. The 2 of them continued to talk, I need to send these to Duke Cherville. Earl Ford, and Lord Rye, by the end of today, a maid said worriedly, if we delay any longer. At a damp basement, someone said loudly, are you okay pulling him down to that basement? Another person whispered, can't you be quiet? They carried down a sealed container, a person said, hurry, we need to finish before the young lady comes looking for it. The basement door once again closed tightly, light could not enter. At this time, at Salonia's mansion, dazzling light shone through the window into the room. On the table were books, some of which were flipped open. Salonia carefully read each line in Wicklander's diary. She thought, the architecture about the magic circle that I recorded, its content is difficult to find in ordinary books. In the book that Henrik gave to Salonia, some important information was recorded. Parchment was once mainly used as a medium for magic before the development of artifacts. It seems to record how to use the magic circle. The book also wrote, writing the magic circle and the person's name together is divided into 3 main types. These 3 types are divided as follows: spatial teleportation, object teleportation, and communication used to exchange information. The book also noted, all 3 types require a destination and a recipient, so the location and the person's name should be written below the magic circle. Reading this, Salonia was a little suspicious. She thought, if so then the magic circle with Grace of Gillen's name. Thinking of this, Salonia could not help but suspect that, whether these meaningless details about Grace is evidence that Gillian belongs to Grace? Salonia's eyes gradually became sharper. At this time Salonia seemed to have reached a final conclusion. Is that really possible? Salonia continued her line of reasoning. She believed that, even if he is the vice president of Firest and because the Bethin family is running it, so what Gillian can do is very limited. How can he deceive his father? Salonia clenched her hand. She thought, like the male leads who were charmed by Grace, don't tell me. Suddenly, Salonia stood up. She had made her decision. I must prepare soon, because he will come here for the daily report. Salonia just left while thinking. Her eyes flashed with a few sharp glints. I will set a trap to catch Gillian, so I can witness it with my own eyes. Along the mansion hallway, yellow chrysanthemums were blooming. Salonia stood in front of Leonhard Kilrenus's room, calling his name. Tan, are you there? Salonia then remembered the time Leonhard Kilrenus hugged her when she was attacked by Garum. Salonia thought, when I think of someone trustworthy in this mansion. She was slightly sad. It's ironic how Tan was the first person to appear in my head. Salonia thought, I don't have anything specific to discuss. Salonia didn't hear Leonhard Kilrenus respond. She announced again, I'm coming in. Leonhard Kilrenus's room was empty. There was no one here. Salonia walked around the room, a little surprised. Where did he go? I didn't know he would go out at this time. Suddenly something caught Salonia's attention. She paused. There was a door that she found very suspicious. Salonia remembered the image of Leonhard Kilrenus leaning against the pillar in that room. The wound on his abdomen began to throb. Salonia worriedly thought, could it be, his pain has returned? Without any hesitation, Salonia decided to go to that door. Just about to open the door, Salonia tentatively asked, Tan, are you inside? Before she could open the door, suddenly an arm from somewhere grabbed Salonia's hand tightly. She was a little startled. The large hand rested straight on the wall. Salonia at this time was nestled in Leonhard Kilrenus's arms. One hand grabbed her arm, one hand Leonhard Kilrenus rested on the wall. This action was both unexpected and embarrassing. Salonia blushing stammered, what are you doing? Before she could finish her words, Leonhard Kilrenus interrupted her, keep quiet. He whispered softly, someone's coming. It turned out to be two maids. As they walked they discussed something. One person spoke first, are you sure that monster isn't here? The other person immediately replied, I saw him leave the gate of the mansion this morning. Salonia immediately became suspicious, why are the maids here? Those two maids continued to discuss excitedly, leave here quickly, what if he comes back? The other person said, that's enough, hurry. After a while, Salonia called softly, I think they're gone. Salonia blushing reminded, can you back off a bit? Leonhard Kilrenus just looked at her without understanding. After separating, Salonia turned back to ask Leonhard Kilrenus, how did you know they were coming here? Leonhard Kilrenus only replied quietly, I've noticed them following me for a few days. Stopping for a moment, Leonhard Kilrenus remembered the maids whispering following him. He said again, so today I pretended to go out and then secretly returned to the room. Leonhard Kilrenus also said, it's quite simple because they don't know I can teleport. Hearing these words, Salonia standing beside rubbed her chin thinking, he's really calculating. Since the two maids had left, Salonia always kept a thought in her mind, so, what did they do in the room when they thought Tan wasn't here? Thinking of this, Salonia began to check Leonhard Kilrenus's room. First she had to check the balcony. Next, Salonia flipped through the bedding on Leonhard Kilrenus's bed. She didn't find anything but it seemed that something caught her attention. Light was emitted from the cabinet. Salonia slowly approached the red cabinet, her hand was reaching out to prepare to pull open the cabinet. Salonia said loudly in frustration, why are these here? Most of it is mine. Salonia picked up the jewelry, gold and silver in the cabinet and asked, why did they put them here? She speculated that, did they intend to frame Tan for stealing these things? Salonia clenched the gold bracelet in her hand, thinking, there's no way Tan would be interested in gemstones. Who can get anything back if they do this? Suddenly she understood something, her pupils contracted. Someone is trying to separate Tan from me and hoping he will leave the mansion. At this time, in Salonia's mind she could only think of one person, it was Ruby Assad. She thought, only one person wants this to happen. Quietly closing the desk, Salonia softly said, it seems that they want to accuse you and kick you out of the mansion. Salonia reassured Leonhard Kilrenus, don't worry, I'll handle it myself. Hearing Salonia say this, Leonhard Kilrenus repeated in confusion, handle, he added, wouldn't it be better for you if I left here as soon as possible? Hearing Leonhard Kilrenus say this, Salonia quickly turned around, I'm sorry, I didn't want that to happen. Realizing that she had overreacted, Salonia stammered to explain, I mean. Unable to say a word because she was too embarrassed, Salonia turned away quickly, changing the subject, let's go eat dinner. She also said, we can think about what we'll do together after dinner. Leonhard Kilrenus didn't say anything, only quietly watching Salonia's figure. Leonhard Kilrenus happily closed his eyes and replied, okay. Oh my god, do you mean there's a thief in the mansion? A maid deliberately said loudly in the hallway of the mansion. The other person replied loudly, yes, I'm sure. As they planned, Salonia had heard everything. She went over and asked, what's wrong? The two maids clasped their hands and bowed to her, young lady. One person spoke first. This maid said that some gemstones that she cherished were lost. From behind came a man's voice, here they are, young lady. What's all this chaos? In front of Salonia was Ruby Assad. He used his blazing golden eyes to shine straight at Salonia. Ruby Assad's appearance surprised Salonia greatly. She was slightly startled and thought, Rubius, he appeared just in time as if he had been waiting for this moment. Salonia pretended to return to their story. Salonia then said, she said that this maid's things were lost. Ruby Assad didn't pay attention to Salonia's words. The person he was paying attention to was only Leonhard Kilrenus. Ruby Assad used a contemptuous face and mocking voice to look at Leonhard Kilrenus, oh my, it looks like a petty thief has entered the mansion. The space of the mansion fell into silence, the sunlight was still shining brightly. On the table were two sets of jewelry, red crystal and blue crystal. Grace was trying on each set of jewelry. She blushed and asked softly, "Duke, how do I look? Does it suit me?" It seemed that Ian Cherville didn't hear her words. Grace called several times, "Duke, Lord Duke." Ian Cherville lazily turned to look at Grace. His voice had no emotion, answering concisely, "It looks good." Having said that, Ian Cherville turned to leave. This action made Grace involuntarily freeze, not knowing what to say. In Ian Cherville's head at this time, he didn't seem to pay attention to Grace's jewelry. He was thinking about something else. Ian Cherville realized that something was really strange. After he met Grace, he hesitated a little. "I never had any other thoughts about Salonia." But Ian Cherville's eyes shone with suspicion. "Ever since I saw her with him, thoughts about her kept swirling in my head." Everything in Ian Cherville's mind seemed to have been turned upside down. Ian Cherville, while thinking about Salonia, intended to pick up the jewelry on the table. Only Salonia lingered in Ian Cherville's mind at this time. He thought, Salonia would never be with that kind of man, if I go back to her. This absent-minded action of Ian Cherville had all been captured in Grace's eyes. Her face darkened. Thoughts were also swirling in her heart. Ian has been acting strange lately. Before he would become worried when I just frowned and got angry. Why is he like this now? Ian Cherville has gradually become more indifferent to Grace than before. He is indifferent to everything. Grace thought, is it because I keep avoiding marriage? In Grace's heart she complained, how annoying. Thinking of this, Grace pretended to smile brightly and looked at Ian Cherville and said, "Ian, can I visit the Duke's mansion tomorrow?" Ian Cherville replied, "Why do you suddenly want to visit the Duke's mansion?" Grace looked for an excuse to defend, "I just want to go with the Grand Duke and his friend. Because we will be meeting each other often from now on." Hearing these words, Ian Cherville only replied softly, "Okay, if that's what you want." Ian Cherville's reaction was contrary to Grace's expectations. She was stunned, forcing a benevolent smile, thinking, "That's it?" Grace's hand clenched her clothes, making them wrinkled. In her heart she cursed, "Is that the end? Does he expect me to feel disappointed?" In Grace's eyes, she was the one who controlled this game. The one who controlled men could only be her. This man was only keeping her as a trophy. On the other side, Salonia's father at this time sternly came over to ask, "What's wrong, Salonia?" Seeing him come over, Salonia was also startled and turned around, "Father." Then in front of many people, Salonia's face was somewhat worried as she said, "I think there's a thief in the mansion." Upon hearing this sentence, Salonia's father didn't believe it and asked, "A thief? Do you have any reason to suspect?" "Excuse me," a firm footstep came over and spoke, "Duke and young lady." This was a guy with blonde hair and red eyes. As he approached, he raised his hand and said, "The servants here are all familiar with your care and welfare." Then he glanced sideways and added, "There is one who is not like that." Then at this moment standing here, this blonde-haired guy got to the main story. "It's too late to check each room one." Speaking of this name immediately pointed at Tiernan Palgayan and blamed him. How about checking the guest's room first, the most suspicious person? Just as he was mentioned, Tiernan Palgayan immediately turned his head and gave a disdainful smile. Still glancing at Tiernan Palgayan, this blonde-haired name added, "I will also participate in the investigation." Speaking of this, he thought, "You arrogant bastard. Let's see how comfortable you can be." And just like that, those maids followed the order and ran to check. Right at this moment, the blonde-haired name slightly looked from behind Salonia and gave a strange smile. But at this moment, a maid came out and said loudly, I have found the culprit." Upon receiving this information, the blonde-haired guy came out and gave a triumphant smile and said repeatedly, "As expected, I knew it, he grew up in a lowly place. It seems that he can't lie about his origins anymore." Then this name turned to look straight at Tiernan Palgayan and began to question, "Did your eyes light up when you saw the jewelry? How stupid, how dare you lay your hands on the head of the young lady?" Next his expression darkened and said very triumphantly, "Right, now let's kick that escort knight out of the mansion, and punish him based on the number of jewelry that he stole." Having said that, he still kept a terrifying expression. A moment later after going up, Salonia's jewelry was in the cabinet again to his astonishment. Standing there next to Salonia's father, he couldn't believe it and said in a trembling voice, "What is this? How can it be like this? I'm sure I told you to put everything in." When he heard these words, Salonia's father calmly asked, "Put everything in?" Next Salonia's father looked a little serious and looked up at Sid and asked, "What do you mean, Lord Sid? Do you have something to explain?" At this time being exposed, Sid stood up to take the blame. His face darkened in disbelief of the truth. "Sir, I think something is wrong." Right at this moment, Salonia also appeared and spoke, making him scared. "By the way, this Salonia then picked up that type of jewelry, her face still cold, and continued, I gave it to our guest, our escort knight. After that, she glanced over at Sid, her voice even scarier, Lord Commander of the night team. And just like that she stood next to Tiernan Palgayan, her hands raised and placed together, and continued, I'm curious how you know about the jewelry, the one that I have never lost. Being exposed, Sid still roared and argued, clearly this name has a grudge against me, admit it, do you think you can escape after the things you did at the Duke's mansion? Hearing him scold, Tiernan Palgayan approached confused, I don't know what you're talking about. Unable to argue back, Sid also lowered his head, his face clenched, how dare you use me, to gain the young lady's favor. Being cornered, Sid raised his fist as if preparing to attack and asked loudly, do you think I don't know anything about your intentions? But before Sid could do anything more, Tiernan Palgayan quickly controlled him. At this time, Salonia's father put both hands behind his back and calmly walked over to look at Sid, no need to hear more, from now on, Rubius Sid will be relieved of his responsibility as the commander of the night team. Then on this side, Salonia turned her back to prepare to leave, her eyes still glancing back as a warning, find out which servants participated in this case, I will deal with them myself. Seeing her intend to deal with those servants, Sid felt guilty and knelt behind her begging, this is too much, young lady, how can you only be lenient with this escort knight? Hearing Sid say these words, Salonia was somewhat angry, control your words. After that, she also turned her back, her face unhappily looking at Sid, and continued, I have never been lenient with anyone, I gave you a chance based on your loyalty, but... Speaking of this, she was silent for a moment and then continued, remember, you yourself are responsible for this. After hearing these words of Salonia, on Sid's face a look of fear was revealed. Young lady. At this time walking in the hallway, Tiernan Palgayan followed Salonia and spoke, everything is as you said. Hearing him greet like that, she also replied, yes. I'm glad we could solve it easily. After that he asked again, what am I doing now? Upon hearing that, Salonia stopped, her cheeks reddened as she turned back and said with a shy look, it's almost midnight, can we meet again later? Hearing that, on Tiernan Palgayan's face there was some agitation and he agreed, of course. And just like that, in the middle of the night, Salonia's voice rang out once again, reminding, remember to avoid other people's eyes. Following that, he also obeyed, I know. Late at night, at the mansion. Salonia was fast asleep, leaning on Leonhard Kielhenis's shoulder. He carefully admired her face, thoughtfully thinking, recently, Salonia has been falling asleep more often while holding my hand. Leonhard was both happy and worried, he thought to himself, it's great to see a side of her that I usually don't have the chance to see, but I don't want to see her so exhausted. Salonia was completely asleep, her beautiful purple hair and delicate face made her look like a sleeping princess in the forest. Leonhard unconsciously remembered every moment that had passed in their daily lives, when Salonia worriedly asked, are you all right? When she smiled brightly and asked after him, how are you, Tan? Or even when Salonia frowned and said, that can't be. Leonhard twirled a beautiful lock of her purple hair, carefully looking at it and thinking, my presence. Immediately after that, he unexpectedly placed a kiss on that lock of hair, gently and full of reverence. Outside the mansion, in a forest, two people wearing black cloaks hurriedly ran after another person in black, loudly calling, Lord Seed, please wait. Jane showed an annoyed expression, loudly questioning, what are you planning to do? We were kicked out because of you. We did everything you said, but this is different from what you promised. Ruby Assad, hearing this, angrily turned his head, glaring at Jane, who had just spoken out. He was so angry that the veins on his forehead stood out, and he growled loudly, both of you didn't do everything according to my orders, that's why the young lady found out. Jane was frightened by this fierce attitude of Rubius, her momentum greatly reduced, and she stuttered, anyway, at least give us the promised money, Lord Seed. You planned all of this. You should at least take responsibility. But, he went back on his word, not bothering to pay and even grabbing Jane by the collar, coldly shouting, shut up, causing her to scream in fear. Rubius coldly looked down at the two of them, his face as dark as a devil, and growled the order, get out, before I chop both of you up. The man next to Jane then pulled her away, trembling as he said, let's go, Jane. Jane sobbed, and Rubius only glanced at them before snorting. He gnashed his teeth, angrily thinking, do they know who they're talking to? Rubius looked towards the magnificent mansion shining with lights on the distant mountain, thinking high above, even in this situation, I am fundamentally different from those lowly gnats. He remembered Salonia's beautiful face, and began to dream far away, I am the one who has witnessed her growth all this time, if possible. Rubius resentfully growled in his heart, I should have been the first one standing beside her as the most loyal and trusted person. How dare that filthy bastard? Just at this moment, an unexpected voice rang out, interrupting his crazy thoughts. Why are you still here? Rubius, startled, turned around sharply. He looked around, cautiously calling out, someone? A figure suddenly appeared behind Rubius, coldly saying, that's not the answer to my question. Rubius seemed to recognize who had just arrived. He furiously cursed, you bastard, why are you here? Rubius tightened the sword on his hip. He smirked, arrogantly declaring, okay, it seems like you're really determined to give your life into my hands. I'll take your head as a trophy right here. And now, and then. He seized the opportunity. As quick as lightning he swung his sword, jumping towards Leonhardt as if to strike him down, while confidently affirming, the young lady will belong to me. But Leonhardt didn't even bother to look up, only gently swinging his sword once in the middle of the air. Rubius, startled, frantically turned his head to search, his mouth angrily yelling, where did you hide? What kind of cowardly magic is this? After that, he suddenly widened his eyes, thinking in shock, what's happening? Rubius frowned, startled, thinking, this scent. The crackling of flames began to appear in the space. In just a moment, a huge fire suddenly erupted right under his feet, causing Rubius to cry out in horror, fire! Leonhardt, who had disappeared, reappeared, firmly confirming in a growling voice, the flames will burn you to ashes. Rubius saw the person behind him, panicked and fell to the ground, shocked and screaming, who are you, after all? Looking at Leonhardt's relaxed appearance and triumphant smile, Rubius fearfully thought, what is this oppressive feeling? I can't move. His face turned pale, and he fearfully crawled backwards, loudly questioning, what are you hiding from the young lady? Who are you really? Leonhardt touched his chin, raised his eyebrows and said calmly, that's exactly what I want to ask you. He narrowed his eyes looking at Rubius, appearing extremely dangerous, and said in a deep voice, guess, what do you think my true identity is? No one knew the ending of the arrogant Rubius. The next morning, Leonhardt helped Salonia down from the carriage, while thinking to himself, finally, the celebration will be held for me at the royal palace in 2 days. Meanwhile, I have searched every corner of the kingdom to find a new news provider. Finally, I found the news association just in time for the celebration. Maxwell placed his hand on his chest, bowed and respectfully greeted Salonia, pleased to meet you, savior of the kingdom, Miss Besson. Only being serious for a second, immediately after that, he mischievously winked, snapped his fingers and flatteringly said, you are indeed as beautiful as I heard from Tan. Salonia smiled, humbly replying, thank you, you are really good, Maxwell. I didn't expect you to be so kind. Leonhardt glared at Maxwell, and said in a deep voice. Enough with the flattery, lead us inside. Maxwell heard Salonia praise him, and his eyes sparkled like stars, flatteringly praising again, I didn't expect you to be so kind. This was a famous news association in the underworld, Storm. I heard that it's very difficult to contact them, thanks to Tan's friend, Maxwell. I was lucky enough to get an appointment. What I need right now is not the reputation of the association, but the ability to handle everything quietly and quickly. Salonia and Leonhardt sat down on the sofa. As soon as Leonhardt thought of this, Salonia unexpectedly put her hand on him. Seeing this, Leonhardt bowed his head, looking down at Salonia, silently waiting for her to speak. Salonia smiled brightly, asking, you will escort me today, right? Leonhardt at first was confused, but quickly agreed, escort, okay. He immediately straightened his face, and declared loudly, I'm sure no one can lay a finger on you. Salonia happily laughed and replied, yes, I'm counting on you. Sir Knight, Maxwell curiously observed their reactions. In the bustling and lively marketplace. Inside a restaurant, 2 voices rang out, young lady, please wait a moment, okay, thank you. Salonia looked around the building, and silently remarked in her heart, a tidy building, without any presence. I wouldn't know this place was a news association if I just passed by. Then she suddenly asked the person next to her, Leonhardt, have you ever been here before, Tan? Leonhardt then replied, no, this is my first time here. I only learned about it because I wanted to help you. Hearing this, Salonia touched her chin and replied, I see. Leonhardt couldn't help but silently observe her. After a long while, he unconsciously raised his hand, touching the ribbon-shaped earrings with rubies in the center on Salonia's ears. This action of his surprised Salonia, looking up at him, Leonhardt without flinching, calmly made up a story, there's something on your hair. Salonia completely believed him, smiling and replying, thank you, Tan. Just at this moment, someone suddenly came down from upstairs, speaking to break the warm, pink atmosphere between the two of them. I didn't expect such a distinguished guest to come to this place. So we can't welcome you properly. A long-haired blonde man came down, politely saying, please don't think badly of us. Pleased to meet you, Miss Besson. Salonia turned her head, surprised thinking, you are the leader of Storm. Maxwell rested his cheek on his hand, excitedly glancing at Leonhardt, gossiping asking, hey, when did this happen? You like the young lady, right? Leonhardt frowned, his face sullen, deliberately ignoring Maxwell's sparkling eyes and curious expression. He casually replied, everyone likes her, making Maxwell angrily shout, what's that got to do with anything? Maxwell raised his finger, and said with dissatisfaction, I've felt like this for a while, but you're really too oblivious, aren't you? He began to lecture Leonhardt. Trying to get it through his brain, love is. When you're away from them, you feel worried about them. When you're together, that feeling is great, but when you're apart, there will only be regret. When you're together, you'll want to get closer to them. Leonhardt silently remembered Salonia's face, immersed in his own world. He bowed his head, pondering, is that my feeling every time I see Salonia? Could this be love? At the same time, inside a private office, Salonia had passed by the piano with the sheet music placed on the stand. As Salonia was absent-mindedly looking at the room, the blonde man suddenly spoke, does the young lady like this room? He smiled brightly, silently waiting for her reply. Salonia then replied, it's very cute, there are a lot of beautiful things. At this time, Daniel placed his hand on his chest, politely introducing himself. Sorry for the late introduction, Miss Besson, I am Daniel Jackson, the leader of Storm, Daniel Jackson. Salonia also politely replied, thank you for your hospitality, I hope you're not surprised by my sudden contact. Daniel politely continued, not at all, young lady, don't worry, everyone knows that the Finest Association belongs to the Besson family. He took the initiative, if Miss Salonia chose Storm, you must have something you want to do without letting your family know. Daniel clasped his hands together and said, I'm curious. Seeing this attitude of his, Salonia didn't beat around the bush anymore, but went straight to the point, if that's what you think, I'll also be frank. Currently, I need help from someone outside the family. She raised her teacup and seriously continued, I'm looking for someone who can act independently in necessary situations, someone smart and capable. Salonia looked straight at Daniel, her eyes deep and sharp, and calmly asked, what do you think? Is my request too difficult? Daniel, hearing this, raised his eyebrows, not answering immediately. The big bell rang loudly. A voice rang out, oh, I see, it's today. An old man, leaning on his hand, looked up at the big bell, and said, what's today? The ritual of the Holy Nights, they ring the bell like that at the end of the ceremony. I heard they fast for 2 weeks. Contrary to his excitement, the old friend next to him didn't care much, and only said, let's not talk about that anymore, let's go. The long, holy ritual finally came to an end. Another bell rang. Leaf happily smiled, standing outside the shrine. He remembered Grace's figure, and happily thought to himself, maybe it's because I met Miss Grace before the ceremony. So this ceremony felt particularly longer than others. Leaf carried the toolbox, and continued to think about Grace's reaction. If I tell her that I didn't get a chance to try the dessert that she prepared, she'd probably be disappointed. Just at this moment, a loud scream suddenly rang out, causing Leaf to startle and turn around. Someone, help me. The old man with the blonde beard just now was trembling, pointing forward in fear, and shouting, the wheels of the carriage, it's too dangerous, get out of the way. A large carriage wheel was out of control and speeding along the road. The wheel was heading straight for the 2 young priests in front. However, luckily, Leaf appeared in time, skillfully using his sword to chop the wheel into pieces. The female priest, who was both shocked and scared, collapsed to the ground. The old man with the blonde beard ran over, looking dejected, lowered his head and stuttered an apology. I am sorry, Sir Knight. The wheel of the carriage suddenly fell off. Leaf didn't scold him, only gently reminding, it's okay, please be careful next time. As soon as he finished speaking, a childish voice, full of excitement, rang out, it smells so good, immediately followed by a hasty reminder, Emily, you can't eat this, making Leaf turn his head. As Emily was drooling looking at Leaf's box, the smaller girl tightly frowned, cautiously saying, Sir Leif, I'm sorry, the box is broken. Leaf smiled, he bent down, and harmoniously replied, luckily the cookies are still intact, they were given by a friend of mine, can you two help me eat them? The female priest, hearing this, happily exclaimed, "Wow, really?" Leaf once again confirmed, "Of course, I've already eaten enough for lunch anyway." The short-haired female priest lowered her head, reverently replying, "Thank you," while the childish Emily raised her hands high, happily cheering, "Sir Leif is number one." Looking at the happy expressions of the two girls, Leif also unconsciously smiled, thinking to himself, "Those young priests must be very hungry, I think she will understand." He turned around and walked away, unable to resist continuing to think in his heart, thinking about it, I was going to see her again. Thinking of this, Leif stopped, he frowned, pondering, why did I act like that? My vows to her were all my true feelings. But the truth is that my vows to Salonia have changed. That has always haunted me. I deeply regretted it during the holy ceremony. I also understand clearly that doing so will not soothe Salonia's wounds. Leif tightened his hand and placed it on his chest, softly calling out in his heart, "Salonia." Just at this moment, Leif suddenly frowned, his head suddenly ached like a hammer, he clenched his hand and supported his forehead, a familiar voice echoed in his mind, "Leif, it's poppies." Salonia's image appeared again, she smiled at him, giving Leif a stick of medicine, gently reassuring him, "You won't feel pain anymore." Leif frowned, looking bewildered, and thought, this memory. Just at this moment, an unexpected voice rang out, "Sir Leif." Grace, clutching her skirt, ran quickly. Her face was pale, and she fearfully stared at Leif. Grace rushed towards Leif, panicking, asking, "Are you all right? What's wrong?" Leif's eyes suddenly became dull, his face pale, and he unexpectedly blurted out a sound, "Ah." Leif blankly called, "Miss Salonia," making Grace's face darken, her eyes widening, extremely tense. She deliberately ignored those words, hurriedly took a cake from the box she brought, and loudly exclaimed as if forcing, "Here, eat quickly, it's made from herbs so it will help your headache." Leif suddenly grabbed her hand, and coldly said, "Miss Grace, wait a moment." Grace pulled her hand out of Leif's hand, and glared at him with a dark face. Immediately after that, she changed her voice, and concernedly asked, "Sir Leif, are you all right? How do you feel? You suddenly got a headache." Leif then replied, I'm all right, but, what is Miss Grace doing here?" Grace, hearing this, immediately hid the box of cakes behind her back, she gave a forced smile, and pretended to be innocent and blurted out, "Oh, me? I was just worried that the cakes I gave you last time might have spoiled because they've been sitting for so long." Then Grace hesitantly asked, "Although I made it to last a long time, have you tried it?" Leif also didn't hide anything, frankly recounting, that, I gave it to the young priests that I met earlier." He gently continued, "I hoped that she would understand, they needed it more than me, so I let them take those cakes," but as soon as she heard this, Grace's face darkened. Ice cold, she didn't say anything but that ice-cold expression showed Grace's upset and uncomfortable mood. She was silent for a few seconds, quickly correcting her expression and said, "Let's leave that for the way back." Leif immediately agreed, "Okay." Grace placed her hand on Leif. When Leif turned away she widened her eyes, glancing back with cold eyes. At the same time, in another place, Salonia walked downstairs, suddenly asking, "Is everything done, Tan?" Leonhard only looked up at her, his expression emotionless, not saying a word. This made Salonia feel strange, wondering in her heart, why does he look so gloomy? Then she hesitantly asked, did I make you wait too long?" Leonhard blankly replied, "I was about to go upstairs," making Salonia think that he really was dissatisfied because he had waited too long, so she generously praised, "You've been very patient." Salonia raised her head to look at him, and happily said, "My conversation with the group leader went quite smoothly, I'll tell you about it on the way back in the carriage." Leonhard looked down at her, and replied, "Okay." After placating Leonhard, Salonia frowned, contemplating, the Storm News Association. I don't know how capable they are. But one thing is certain, they are more trustworthy to me than finessed right now. She walked while thinking, even Daniel, the group leader, he observed me but still treated me with respect. I wouldn't give him work if I felt I was being looked down upon. Just at this moment, a blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out, cutting off Salonia's train of thought. "Emily, wake up." Maxwell immediately approached to ask what was wrong. "Hey, what's the problem?" The short-haired nun that Leif had met earlier was kneeling and holding Emily, anxiously saying, "My sister," suddenly collapsed. Leonhard looked down at the two children, and analyzed in his heart, "Nuns' robes, these children should be inside, why are they here?" Looking at Emily struggling to breathe, with sweat pouring down like a stream, he thought, "I'm not sure what her symptoms are, but I think I can alleviate her pain with my healing power." Seeing this situation, Salonia then suggested, "Maxwell, can you take us to a more private place? Maxwell immediately agreed, of course, follow me. Inside a small, old room. Leonhardt carried Emily into the room. Maxwell, seeing this, hurriedly said, put her down here. After putting Emily down on the bed, she unexpectedly painfully groaned, looking extremely distressed. Salonia, seeing this, frowned and asked, what did she eat before fainting? Emily's sister didn't hide anything, lowered her head and stammered, she ate a little bread, she collapsed right after taking a bite, I don't know anything else. Salonia confusingly muttered, bread? Emily's sister immediately offered a half-eaten loaf of bread, cautiously saying, yes, I have it here. Just opening the cloth wrapping the bread, besides the familiar shape exactly like the bread that Grace had made for Leaf, the strange and foul smell of it immediately rushed out, making Salonia unable to help but feel disgusted. Ugh. She immediately raised her hand to cover her nose. Leonhardt glanced at Salonia, and said, it smells terrible. Salonia then agreed, indeed it does. But, Maxwell stuck his head out, and asked curiously, what are you two talking about? It's just the smell of delicious bread. Salonia, surprised, looked at him, again emphasizing, but it smells terrible. Maxwell confusingly said, well, I smell sugar and butter. Immediately after that, Emily's sister also curiously looked up at her and said exactly like Maxwell, I also only smell the fragrance. This made Salonia startled, her face darkened, and she suspiciously thought, how could that terrible smell? She looked at the strange piece of bread before her, and pondered in her heart, only me and Tan can recognize it? Just at this moment, the hand of Emily, who was unconscious, suddenly moved. Emily unexpectedly sat up in surprise of her sister. Her sister, seeing this, immediately asked after her, Sister Emily, are you okay? But Emily's expression was very strange, she widened her dull eyes, her face cold, not saying a word. Salonia immediately knelt down near Emily, and concernedly asked after her, Emily, can you hear me? Please speak if you feel pain. Just at this moment, Emily unexpectedly blurted out a meaningless sentence, I will go, causing her sister to startle and call, Emily, while Leonhardt had been silent from the start. Carefully observing. Emily's cheeks suddenly flushed red, she excitedly shouted, Miss Grace, I have to go see Miss Grace. As soon as she heard those two words, Miss Grace, Salonia was stunned, her face darkened as if shocked, speechless. Emily's sister, hearing this, blankly asked, Sister Emily, what are you talking about? Who is she? Even her sister didn't know who Grace was, but Emily passionately affirmed. She is the person I like the most. Salonia unexpectedly grabbed Emily's hand and called, Emily. She gently guided, focus on my voice and remember, causing Emily to be dazed. Looking at the piece of bread, Salonia said in a low voice as if she already knew what was happening, who gave you this bread? Emily blankly followed Salonia's words, remembering and dazedly replying, a holy knight, gave it to me right before I left the temple. Salonia, hearing this, narrowed her eyes, pensively thinking, there is no guarantee that this holy knight is the person I suspect, but... To confirm the suspicion in her heart, Salonia continued to question, then is it possible that holy knight has blue hair? She remembered the man with the sea blue hair. Just as Salonia had predicted, Emily exclaimed in surprise, ah, yes, that's right, how did you? Although she had predicted this situation, Salonia was still stunned, trying to calm down to analyze the situation in her head. Leif certainly didn't eat anything because of the holy ritual. A child seeks out Grace immediately after eating the bread that she received from Leif, if Grace is involved in this again. At the same time, the person who caused all this trouble, Grace, was nervously biting her nails. A person in black suddenly appeared, kneeling in front of her and respectfully saying, My lady. Grace glanced at him, coldly asking, Gale, what's the result? Gale respectfully reported, I didn't find any nuns with abnormal symptoms, but Grace still didn't believe it, again confirming, have you checked carefully? Gale affirmed firmly, I checked everyone in the temple multiple times, but didn't find the box or any children with symptoms. Just hearing this, Grace immediately flew into a rage, she angrily knocked over the vase on the table, and growled, then where did they disappear to? She glared, gnashing her teeth and cursing, why did Leif have to give it to a child like an idiot? Grace stepped on the broken pieces of the vase, and coldly ordered, check again until you find them. And she disdainfully rolled her eyes, and ruthlessly emphasized, if that thing finds its way here, destroy it. Gale stood up, pulled the hood down low, and briefly replied, yes, my lady. Immediately after that, in a place Grace couldn't see, that person unexpectedly tore in half the paper drawing a strange five-pointed star formation. Grace bowed her head, her long hair scattered, making her no different from a vicious witch. Grace said to herself, "Calm down, nothing will happen." Her expression was distracted, crazily repeating in her head, "Nothing will happen." At the same time, those familiar words suddenly rushed back into Salonia's mind. "I will swear eternal allegiance to Miss Grace Bennet. About the heart that I gave to her before. I want to take it back," causing her to be stuck in unsolvable struggles, because people cannot force anyone to be with them forever. "I only thought that. I want you to end our engagement as soon as possible. They have changed their minds, but what if they were manipulated by someone?" Salonia touched her chin, a horrific thought suddenly appeared in her head. What if all of this is not their intention? Salonia suddenly asked, "Sister Emily, have you ever met Miss Grace?" Emily, although her mind didn't seem very clear, still honestly answered Salonia's question, "No, I have to go see Grace." Having said that, Emily unexpectedly stood up and shouted, "I'm going, I want to quickly see Grace," causing Salonia to startle. Salonia gently grabbed Emily's hand, gently calming her excited mood. "Wait a minute, please listen to me, Emily." She looked at Emily with worried and uneasy eyes. However, Emily, who had just been clamoring to go find Grace, was now standing still as if turned to stone, her face distracted, causing Salonia to confusingly call, "Emily." This appearance and reaction of Emily made Salonia realize, now that I think about it, just now. Emily looked very strange when I touched her. She immediately remembered her touch with Emily just now, vaguely figuring out the reason, perhaps. Salonia was both surprised and delighted to realize that my healing power will have an effect on her. At this moment, Emily lowered her eyes again, dazedly blurting out, "Oh." Salonia immediately grasped Emily's hand tightly, gently guiding, "Sister Emily, please take a deep breath." Emily obediently followed Salonia's words, tiredly exclaiming, "I feel so dizzy." Brilliant light radiated out. Salonia frowned tightly, struggling to release her power. Even though sweat flowed continuously on her forehead, Salonia still gritted her teeth and chanted, "Please stay with me." In her head she thought, "It's been a long time since I've used so much power. During the expedition, I healed 3 men without any problems. But this." Immediately after that, Emily widened her eyes and looked at her hand, dazedly blurting out, "Ah, is it over?" Salonia then replied, You look alright, how do you feel?" She hesitated for a moment and then asked directly, "Do you still want to go see Grace?" Emily, who had just been excited to go see Grace, now tilted her head, confusedly asking, Who is that?" Hearing this, Salonia clasped her hands together, not answering in detail but hiding the matter. "Ah, it's nothing." She aimlessly looked forward. Then Salonia bowed her head, her face serious, and thought, what did she do? After that, she said goodbye to the 2 girls and Maxwell, and asked them to keep secret what had happened between them. She also didn't forget to replace the bread that she had taken with other delicious snacks. In the carriage, on the way back, Salonia looked out the window, pensively thinking, it's hard to believe that something like this would happen to a young nun. Perhaps I should also investigate this temple. Thinking of this, she raised her eyes to the sky, her hair messy, helplessly complaining in her heart, "Why am I so busy?" Even though Salonia was actually unemployed in her current situation. Chapter 9. Looking at her expression, Leonhardt concernedly asked, "Why do you look so exhausted?" Emily didn't explain why, not telling him about Grace's matter, only tiredly admitting, "Is that so? I feel more tired than usual." Leonhardt didn't reply, looking deeply at her as if contemplating something, or wanting to seek some question in Salonia. However, unexpectedly, Leonhardt suddenly reached out and pulled Salonia into his arms to her surprise. She looked up at him, dazedly calling, "Tan." Leonhardt looked down at Salonia, softly saying, "You can lean on me if you want." Salonia, hearing this, blushed, secretly smiling happily. Soon, they returned to the mansion. Unexpectedly, Leonhardt again carried Salonia, who had fallen asleep, inside. The maid hurriedly came to greet them. Seeing this scene, she worriedly exclaimed, "Oh my, young lady, Sir Tan, what happened?" Leonhardt slowly replied, "Nothing, I think she just fainted from exhaustion." Just at this moment, someone unexpectedly stepped forward and politely offered to him, "Please give the young lady to me." Gallo Raymond's assistant reached out towards Leonhardt, continuing, "I will escort Miss Selina from here." Leonhardt then narrowed his eyes to look at him. After that, he coldly dismissed, "Get out," but Gallo's assistant still stood in place, stubbornly saying, "This is a direct order from the Duke," causing the maid to be scared until her face turned pale. The atmosphere between the 2 men was frozen, as cold as the winter wind and snow. The maid, seeing this situation, hurriedly persuaded and assured Leonhardt, Sir Tan, I will be by Miss Salonia's side all this time, so please don't worry. Leonhardt, after a moment of silence, also agreed to give Salonia to the assistant. A strand of her purple hair brushed past his hand. When that strand of hair fell down and Salonia had been carried away, Leonhardt still silently watched her back. The hand that had just touched the purple strand still paused in midair. He looked at his hand, thinking dazedly, Salonia's warmth spreading in my arms is gradually fading. Leonhardt narrowed his eyes, looking very dangerous, and suddenly felt annoyed, thinking, what is this emotion? Should I kill that guy and take Salonia back? Immediately after that, he immediately dismissed that thought in his head. No, if I do that, she will never smile at me again. Salonia. Leonhardt's face was cold. He unconsciously remembered Salonia's appearance of trying to use her power until she was covered in sweat just now, only to save a stranger named Emily. Leonhardt couldn't help but think that. Love and concern for weak humans. Just at this moment, rain suddenly fell. In a flash, each raindrop poured down on Leonhardt, but he still didn't move, letting it soak his body as if he was busy thinking about something. The next morning, inside the mansion, a voice rang out, I see there is still no new information about Miss Grace. Jillian reported, yes, there is nothing unusual. I don't think she is someone that the young lady needs to worry about. Salonia suspiciously asked, is that so? Jillian concernedly asked after her, I heard the young lady is sick. Has the young lady been feeling better? Salonia took the document, and smiled as she replied, perhaps I was just a little tired. After a good night's sleep, I have been feeling much better. She recalled that, after falling asleep in the carriage, I woke up the next morning. I felt guilty that I couldn't see Tan off because I had fallen asleep. Immediately after that, Salonia suddenly widened her eyes, staring at Gilia, thinking, I have a mission to complete. Ella should be coming soon. As soon as she thought of Ella, her familiar sweet voice echoed behind the door of the room, young lady, it's Ella. Please allow me to enter. Although she knew that Ella would come, Salonia still stood up, pretending to ask, Ella, what is it? I have a guest, Ella earnestly said in a voice just like a professional actor. I'm sorry, young lady, but you asked me to inform you about this. I received news that the book that you were looking for is available. It is at Blorence, the last shop in the magic area. This sentence immediately made Jillian pay attention. And all these reactions of his were captured in Salonia's eyes. She smiled, gently saying, Jillian, I have something important to take care of, can you leave? Jillian immediately agreed without hesitation, of course, young lady, please call me again soon. As soon as he turned around, Jillian immediately changed his expression, darkly glancing at Salonia behind him. Jillian left, and the door was closed. Salonia, seeing this, immediately turned her head to look at Ella, happily praising, great job, Ella. Ella poked her chin, smiled and replied, I thought it was fun. Salonia raised the paper covered in words, excitedly thinking, now is just the beginning, Jillian. She confidently thought, I have set a trap. Remembering Jillian's face, Salonia confidently affirmed in her heart, now, all that's left is to wait for the prey to fall into the trap. At the same time, in another place, a voice rang out, we are about to arrive at the Demon King's castle. Leaf looked towards the castle on the high mountain, and carefully reminded, the terrain will definitely become rougher as we get closer. Ian then decided, let's stop here. At this moment, someone unexpectedly grabbed Salonia's hand. The blue-haired man tenderly asked after her, Sally, how are you feeling? Salonia smiled brightly, her spirits lifted as she affirmed, the dragon heart is helping me recover faster, and I don't feel as tired as I did before. I must thank you. Mac, again, thank you very much. That blue-haired man gently looked at her, sincerely expressing his feelings, I am always worried about the young lady. He happily continued, but now, nothing can harm the young lady anymore, except dark magic, making Salonia surprised and exclaim, dark magic? The blue-haired man then explained. The holy dragons are always completely opposed to black magic. The blue-haired man seriously emphasized, even with the dragon heart, the young lady cannot be protected from it. Having said that, he gently reassured, but don't be afraid, I haven't seen anyone else use such ancient magic in this era. After that, that man declared loudly, and I will protect the young lady for the rest of my life. The book was closed with a thud. Salonia didn't say anything, sitting motionless in the library. She was pensively thinking, dark magic. It was created long ago by a small group of devil worshippers. It is said that, hundreds of years ago, it was deemed heresy by the emperor. And has been destroyed since then. I thought that the central library, the largest library in the empire. All materials related to ancient magic are banned by law. Someone had told her that there will be more information about dark magic. Salonia looked at the pile of books on the table, despairingly thinking, but I didn't expect reading those books to be banned. If all related materials and academic books are banned, ancient magic is considered dead, just as Mac Ryan said. Salonia wondered in agony, then how can Grace use dark magic? She remembered the bewitched piece of bread, trying to calm down to analyze. Magic can control the minds of the male leads and young nuns. And even affect Mac Ryan, a dragon. But it has no effect on Tan, the demon king, and its effect can be nullified by my healing power. Salonia thought, all clues point to dark magic, but I still lack evidence. I wish I could prove all of this undeniably. Salonia seemed to be submerged in a mess of chaotic and tangled thoughts, without any answers. Would it be better if there was a clear boundary when it comes to human emotions? If they are really cunning enough to betray me, should I consider their actions as false? And if they didn't mean it like that, would that make my broken heart shatter even more? If everyone in this world is just a character in a story, how can I be sure that my emotions are my own and not just part of the character that I have become? In the end, she collapsed on the table, despairingly groaning, "Ah, my head hurts so much." Just at this moment, an unexpected voice rang out, making Salonia surprised and raising her head. "Where does it hurt?" Salonia looked at Leonhardt's handsome face next to her, chagrined thinking, "Oh, I was so caught up in reading that I forgot Tan was next to me." She hurriedly started a conversation with him. "Tan, why didn't you say anything? You must be very bored." But Leonhardt replied that, "No, time passes by so quickly." He shamelessly confessed, "I have been watching you the whole time," making Salonia's entire face turn red. She awkwardly stood up, stammering, "Then let's go. Ella must be waiting." Leonhardt still fixed his eyes on Salonia, and quickly replied, "Okay." At the same time, in another place, someone looked out the window and asked, "Tom, can you feel it?" Tom smirked, excitedly replying, "Yes, it is getting stronger as we get closer to the capital. This powerful and overwhelming energy. I use Hersheyberg." Tom, the Grand Duke of the North, excitedly affirmed, "It's definitely our king." Kelvin Finnegar, Jack, immediately clenched his hands, gleefully exclaiming, "I knew he didn't disappear at that time." The two of them continued to converse. "Our demon king must have been waiting and accumulating energy, just like us. We must find him as soon as possible." "Yes, he will be waiting for us." The two of them laughed crazily, happily affirming, "Soon, the demon king will be completely reborn." The next morning, birds were singing, in the carriage. As Leonhardt admired Salonia, she was still thinking, "Hopefully Jillian will do well on the task I assigned, as always." Leonhardt unexpectedly grabbed Salonia's hand. Salonia then worriedly asked, "What's wrong, Tan? Are you in pain?" In her head she thought, "I couldn't hold his hand last night because I fell asleep." Leonhardt pulled Salonia closer, gently saying, "No, I just wanted to hold your hand." She then obediently replied, "Yes." But as soon as she turned to look at Ella, who was snickering, she reluctantly thought, "Ugh, Ella is looking at us with a strange look. Oh my." Just at this moment, the carriage suddenly shook violently. Ella then hurriedly said, "I will go out to see what is happening." "Young lady, the carriage must have stopped for something." She stepped out and asked, "Mr. Jackson, what's wrong?" Salonia worriedly watched her. After that, she raised her hand that was being held tightly, helplessly saying, "You can't just hold my hand like this in public." Leonhardt discontentedly asked, "Why not?" "Is it because of my status?" That sentence startled Salonia, dazedly exclaiming, "What?" Leonhardt unexpectedly seriously asked that, "Do I have the standing like other people? Can I hold your hand? Even if it's in public?" Then he looked straight at her, making Salonia unable to help but exclaim in her heart, "Oh. I have seen this look in his eyes before. When he asked me who he was. This look seems to be saying that this person is craving for something intensely." Salonia immediately turned her head away, avoiding his intense eyes, shyly saying, "Sorry, I should go out to see what is happening." The sound of the door opening rang out. Leonhardt didn't follow her immediately, but silently gazed at his hand. The luxurious carriage suddenly stopped. Salonia stood awkwardly next to the carriage, covering her face. In her head, she was constantly thinking, how can he say such words without batting an eye? Who did he learn that from? Her face turned redder, unconsciously raising her hand to cover her mouth, as if only she was embarrassed. Ella ran over with a hurried look, urging, "Young lady, you should stay inside, it might be dangerous outside." Salonia worriedly asked, "Ella, are you okay? What's wrong?" The maid quickly described the incident that was happening. There is a tree that fell right in the middle of the road. I don't think we can get through soon. This tricky tree separated the two black and white cars in the group. The man behind also poked his head up to ask her opinion. Should we turn back, young lady? Salonia paused for a moment and then quickly agreed. Maybe we should. And we should inform the Capitol guards along the way. Tan also got out of the car from the moment he came over to ask about the matter. What's wrong? She turned her head to look at him and explained. Oh Tan, the road is blocked. So I think we should turn back. In the meantime, Ella transformed herself into a strong girl, diligently using her strength to move the tree trunk. Salonia frantically shouted, Ella, stop, you will hurt yourself. Tan was a little speechless and turned to confirm. This is the problem. She looked confused. But. He didn't wait for her to finish speaking, and with one hand lifted the tree trunk up. Ella clapped her little hands and exclaimed, Oh, Sir Tan, you are so strong. While Salonia really felt embarrassed, it's lucky that there is no one around. The weather today was beautiful with blue sky, white clouds, and golden sunshine. The caravan continued to rumble forward. Ella, sitting in the car, continued her fangirl mode with Tan. I think we will arrive on time thanks to Sir Tan. Salonia nodded and chimed in. That's right, thank you, Tan. She sincerely thanked him, his help was very valuable. As the two got out of the car, standing side by side, someone approached. It turned out to be the Grand Duke and his Knight Commander coming to thank them. We have traveled a long way, and thanks to you, we don't need to turn back. Salonia looked straight at them with a slight suspicion. I have never seen these nobles before. Then she looked up at the pattern on their car, and I don't think I have seen that crest around the capital. She smiled and raised her hand to her chest to greet them. I am Salonia Besson. We were just passing by, so it's no trouble. I'm very happy to help. Grand Duke Louis Hersheybrooke also smiled and replied, It's truly an honor to meet one of the saviors as soon as we arrive in the capital. She bowed her head slightly, showing humility. The honor is mine, sir. Her eyes flashed with calculation, wondering in her head, the Duke of the North, Salonia thought of the image of the White Castle in the storm and the rumors she had heard. I heard that he almost personally led the expeditions in punishing when monsters flooded everywhere after the Demon King revived. In the middle of the trees, 4 people faced each other without saying anything, making the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Salonia poked her finger at the arm of the man next to her, signaling. Tan showed that he understood. He lifted his noble head and nodded as a greeting. Grand Duke Louis and Knight Kelvin simultaneously opened their mouths and stood stunned as if struck by lightning. To break this awkward atmosphere, Kelvin cleared his throat and spoke, Sir, ahem. But he wasn't much more articulate, and turned his eyes to the Grand Duke as if asking for instructions. After the meaningful look of His Highness, Kelvin asked a very perfunctory question, And what is your name? Salonia forcefully stomped on the foot of the man next to her. He reluctantly replied, My name is Tan. The 2 people opposite felt enlightened by this awkwardness. The Grand Duke pensively repeated his name, Tan. Salonia felt that the conversation had reached a dead end, so she bowed and said, Well, we have to leave because we have an appointment, but I hope you will visit the Besson family next time. Then, without waiting for the 2 people to react, the couple quickly turned around and walked away in the surprise of the other party. Back to the day before, Grand Duke Louis said with emotion in the night, That's strange. He covered himself with black outerwear, and spoke out his doubts. I can feel the energy of the king stronger than yesterday, but it is being dispersed too much, making it more difficult to pinpoint the location. He suggested to Kelvin, Let's try to find the direction where it is a little stronger. He received the order and agreed, Okay. The full moon hung high beside the stars. Kelvin raised his hand to rub his forehead and involuntarily cursed, Damn it, those saviors have really ruined everything for us, not only us, but even the king has to hide in the darkness. He kept venting his frustration, I can't believe we are rummaging through the garbage of humanity to trace his energy. Then Kelvin looked around and spoke out his doubts. I wonder what the king would say if he knew about this. Lord Louis, who was rummaging around in front, spoke to comfort him. Just endure a little longer, Jack. I heard that humans have a habit of leaving traces everywhere, so it is also useful to search through their garbage. He held up a piece of paper that he had just found in front of him. That's right, traces like these. Kelvin leaned his head closer and asked, What is this? He looked intently at it and explained, A newspaper that people in the capital like to read. Back to the present, Kelvin sat in the car pursing his lips and rolling his eyes back and forth in doubt. This man. Lord Louis affirmed, I'm sure that is the king. He raised his hand and tried to refute, but why didn't he recognize us? and he even bowed to us, the loyal subjects of His Majesty. The Grand Duke couldn't say anything more in the face of such sharp arguments, and just crossed his arms and endured. The Grand Duke recalled the image of Tan, the beast of the night, who had saved many people. When he read about him in the newspaper, he only thought that he had the appearance of a king. Tan's appearance was exactly the same as the monarch in his memory, but it was impossible for a demon to not recognize his monarch. He thought about the shackles that had bound himself. His powerful energy envelopes our entire body. Finally, Grand Duke Louis affirmed, "It is said that the beast of the night has lost his memory. Perhaps he not only forgot us but also forgot himself." Kelvin stammered and didn't accept this speculation. Impossible. He narrowed his aged but dangerous eyes and questioned, "And did you hear the name of the girl standing next to him?" Salonia's appearance emerged in his consciousness, one of the saviors, who killed our king. Kelvin, hearing this, was completely shocked, his face beaded with cold sweat. The Grand Duke continued to speak, not only that. He looked straight at Kelvin, his tone unanswerable, "I can feel it, the energy of the king is from her." The night continued to drag on, the moon was still hanging high, but the stars had run away. In a small tavern, the voice of the waiter rang out, "Thank you, I hope you come back soon." The door was suddenly opened from the outside. A pair of slender legs walked in, rubbing against the floor and making a tapping sound. The waiter slightly raised his head and said words of refusal, "Oh, I'm sorry, but we are about to close." Salonia took off her hat and cloak, and smiling brightly asked back, "Oh, is that so?" She raised her index finger to her lips, winking playfully, "Then I came just in time." The candles in the tavern crackled and brightly lit a corner. At the edge of the magic district, there was a shop specializing in magic items and ancient texts. This tavern was that shop. The leader was none other than Salonia. Before they revealed information about this place to Lord Jillian, they actually operated it as a legitimate store. The waiter, who looked foolish, was actually Maxwell playing the role of the shop owner. Salonia looked around the tavern and was secretly satisfied, "And it looks even more convincing than I had planned, this will definitely." She thought of that man's cold face and continued the line of thinking, "'Cause Jillian to react." The fire of anger burned fiercely on the top of Salonia's head. "I don't care what Grace wants anymore, I will catch them red-handed." Maxwell watched her and was confused. He tried to confirm with her, "But are you sure the two of you will be okay? It's not too late to call the Knights of the Besson family now." Salonia smiled with squinted eyes, "It's okay, you know how good Tan is, Maxwell." In her heart she was even more sure, he is stronger than the Knights, and he knows how to keep secrets too. She reached out and pushed a book on the shelf. The space changed to a desolate, fire-ravaged ruin. "The one who set fire to Weeklander's shop will definitely appear here tonight. She took every step forward, they are the ones who want to stop me." Salonia's eyes widened with an unblinking gaze, her face serious without a trace of a smile. A golden-haired figure fluttered in the wind, his face unclear, further urging her to find the truth. That face came closer, the familiar green eyes of Grace. Darkness had covered the space with a dark curtain. The tavern door was slightly ajar, revealing a gap. Maxwell looked around and said, "All the shops around are probably closed by now." He updated the situation very carefully. "All the buildings will be empty." Salonia showed satisfaction. "Good." She spoke up and asked him, "It might be dangerous, why don't you go home?" "Maxwell, thank you very much for helping." He was surprised by this offer, and turned around to reassure her. "Please don't worry, young lady." Maxwell suddenly walked to one side, speaking mysteriously, "That's right, I have this for you." He brought a bright white orb to Salonia. "This is a recording orb." He thoughtfully introduced the function of the orb in his hand to her professionally. "I heard the shops in the Magic District use it to protect security. I got one because I thought it might help." The young lady, Salonia widened her eyes to look at this toy and opened her mouth in agreement. "You're right, I'm sure it will be useful." Maxwell felt happy that she was satisfied. "Haha, I thought so too." As soon as Maxwell left, the Magic District fell into silence. Ella was walking and preparing for the next step. She clenched her fists and cheered on the young lady of her house. She grabbed Tan towards the liquor cabinet, while Tan and herself decided to wait, hiding inside the shop. Salonia hid behind the liquor cabinet, bowing her head worriedly. "I've tried my best to lure them out, but I'm also scared." Her mind was filled with thoughts about her bold plan. Will they really come, and if I catch them, what then? Tan reached out and gently grabbed Salonia's hand. While she was startled and confused, he spoke up to announce, "I feel someone here." As soon as Tan finished speaking, a sound rang out not far away. The two quickly squatted down and silently hid. Outside the door, the moonlight cast the shadow of a person wearing a cloak. Tan watched with thoughtful eyes. Salonia also glanced over calculatingly. That dark shadow quickly moved into the tavern. That person knocked all the books off the shelf, annoyed swearing, "Damn it, where did they put it?" Suddenly the candles on the shelf burst into flames, brightly illuminating an area. Salonia stood behind him and darkly asked, "Looking for something?" She slowly stepped closer. "Today is just like a gamble, I'm not sure if risking acting alone is worth it." While approaching, she spoke to distract his attention, "This must be very important to you." Finally she stopped at a distance that was neither too far nor too near, or rather, to your master, if you have to take action yourself. That person turned around revealing his face, Jillian. He said slowly, "There must be some misunderstanding, Miss Salonia." She immediately asked back, "A misunderstanding?" Without waiting for him to say anything more, she spoke up to affirm, "You were the one who set fire to Weeklander's shop, and harmed innocent people, weren't you?" He turned his eyes to stare at her, his voice full of provocation. "I must have acted too carelessly, I didn't expect the young lady to care about me so much." Salonia couldn't control her anger, she shouted, "That's all you have to say, Jillian, you deceived me and took advantage of the Besson family." She shouted straight into his face, "You think I don't know who you're working for?" Jillian bowed his head as if completely surrendering. "It seems I can't escape this with words. Are you alone, young lady?" He warned in a low voice, "Your healing ability is not enough to protect yourself." Salonia asked suspiciously, "What?" Jillian turned his foot and stepped in front of her. "I don't know what you hope to achieve by setting a trap for me." He emitted a dark and ominous black aura and warned Salonia, "But things will not go as the young lady intends." She unexpectedly pulled out a short dagger and pointed it straight at him. "Don't move." She raised the knife with both hands, and threatened loudly, "You really think I came here alone? I've already called the guards. Enjoy yourself in the capital's dungeon tonight, you bastard." Jillian calmly looked down at the blade. Then suddenly he grabbed her wrist and squeezed it tightly. The knife in Salonia's hand flew out, spinning a few times in the air. Jillian warned in a low voice, "Is that really how a noble young lady should speak? I think it's time you reconsider your position, young lady." He brought his face close to Salonia and mocked, "What do you think could happen to a young lady wandering alone at night?" Then he grabbed her hand and pulled her close to his body, full of ambiguity. "I am very willing to show you." Salonia didn't bother to pay attention to his threats. "Don't make me laugh." She lowered her head and gave a mocking smile. "What else can you do?" Tan, who didn't know when he had appeared behind Jillian, reached out and put him in a headlock. Salonia turned around and rubbed her sore wrist, ignoring him, yelling, "Ugh, let me go." He tilted his head and questioned Tan, Why are you here with the young lady? Who are you working for?" He coldly shouted, "Shut up." His arm tightened, making Jillian grunt uncomfortably. Finally, Gillen was tied tightly to a chair. Salonia silently stood in front of him, watching without blinking. In her head, there were swirling calculations. It's easy to predict. If everything including tonight and the arson at Weeklander's shop were revealed to the public. But the more she thought, the more she felt suspicious. Then the Besson family and the Finest Guild would suffer heavy losses. Jillian has too much to keep an eye on as one of his father's most trusted people and the deputy leader of Finest. Why would he dare to risk it like this? Jillian slightly moved his lips, "Ugh," and then immediately woke up. She spoke up first and proposed, "Now that you're awake, let's talk clearly, Jillian." He only lowered his head and called her name, Miss Salonia. He kept persuading, "What does this mean? Untie me." Salonia looked at him like she was looking at an idiot. "I'm sorry, but that's not going to happen. You were caught red-handed." She looked straight into his eyes and accused, "This will harm the Finest Guild and the Besson family." Then she spoke out her decision, "To prevent that from happening, I will prove that everything you did has nothing to do with the Besson family." Jillian blankly looked up. Salonia continued to speak, but first. She raised a piece of paper in front of him and questioned, "Want to explain this?" Salonia remembered the image of the two people once contacting. She analyzed, "You reacted so excessively even though I only touched it slightly, and you have kept it with you all this time." Jillian. He turned his face away and dryly replied, "I don't know." Salonia smiled and asked back, "Is that so? Then would you mind if I used it?" On the paper was a magic drawing. She continuously attacked him. Maybe it's teleportation or communication magic, or contact magic. In Jillian's heart, waves rose. How does she know? As if answering his thoughts, Salonia spoke out her plan. "I guess you used parchment to not leave any magic traces. Unfortunately it didn't work, on the contrary. It helped me trace your footsteps." She gave him another chance. "You should start talking." Then she growled, before I actually use it. Jillian didn't expect her to go this far. He paled and bowed his head. Finally he whispered a reply, it's communication magic. Salonia lowered her hand and coldly asked, since when did you start working for Grace? Gillen lowered his head and said a shocking word, I have always been working for Miss Grace. Salonia had heard what she wanted, she turned her back and left, leaving behind a sentence like an autobiography, is that so? Strangely this makes me feel relieved. She brushed past Jillian without any emotion, while he seemed to be collapsing and slightly tilted his head. Salonia walked slowly with a heavy face, that's right, I really feel relieved, above all this confirms that. She remembered Jillian's unwilling face, he wasn't manipulated by Grace's magic like the others, the fact that he wasn't confused or changed his attitude suddenly is proof. Which means there is nothing more to consider for his sentence. She stopped because there was something she didn't understand, but what I'm curious to know, is why he put Grace above the Besson family, where he has devoted his whole life to. On the table before her were two items, an oil lamp and a match. Salonia reached out and took the recording orb placed next to them and softly said, your way of doing things hasn't changed. She stared at the shining orb, and asked, you plan to find the item, hide it, light the fire and run away? She again remembered the devastated scene of the shop in the past, exactly like how you set fire to Weeklander's shop. Fire burned in her heart, why would you do that? She turned around sharply and questioned him, do you know how many innocent people died because of that? Jillian looked indifferent, strangely, I thought the young lady also agreed that small sacrifices are necessary for the greater good. She approached and continuously used words to push him, isn't that also why you agreed to become one of those ridiculous saviors? Don't beat around the bush. Jillian, I asked you why you killed Mr. Weeklander. She felt confused, you could have just taken the book and left, so why do such a cruel thing? Jillian's answer was surprisingly simple, because that old man saw my face. Doesn't everyone know that witnesses must be eliminated? Salonia widened her eyes in shock, what, that's why he killed an innocent person? Jillian chuckled smugly, I really don't know if the young lady is too naive or pretending to be stupid, do you need me to spell it out for you to understand? She felt that this interrogation couldn't go anywhere else, never mind, I don't think I can get anything more from him, his confession has been recorded in the orb, so my goal has been achieved. Salonia decided to leave him and the recording orb in the room, the guards should be coming soon, Ella has already informed them, now all that's left is to leave him here with the evidence of his crimes. Salonia reached out to adjust her collar and asked, one last thing, does my father know you work for Grace? Jillian tightly closed his eyes and answered straightforwardly, if he knew, I would have died a long time ago. She looked deeply at him as if wanting to confirm the truth or falsehood. Then she grabbed Tan and leaned her head down to whisper, Tan, is there a way to keep him in place until the guards arrive, so he can't do anything else? He nodded to show that he understood. Tan stepped forward and swung his hand in a decisive punch. Looking at Jillian lying flat on the floor without groaning, Tan looked confused, is he okay? I controlled my punch. The next day, at the Besson castle bathed in brilliant golden sunlight. Duke Besson read the TKB in his hand and spoke in surprise, the suspect who set fire and murdered has been arrested. He looked straight at his daughter in front of him and asked again, this was really done by you? The Duke called the name of his beautiful daughter, Sally. Salonia quickly pushed the teacup in front of her father. The Duke sat cross-legged, and said in a low voice of blame, after you recovered, I was determined to support you with all my ability, but this is too dangerous. He looked at his daughter who was bowing her head in silence, and gently asked again, why didn't you tell me in advance? Salonia quickly spoke up and apologized, I'm sorry, father, but I couldn't act rashly, after I found out that Jillian was keeping an eye on me. The Duke brought the teacup to his lips and took a sip, committing to her, I will take care of that. Salonia widened her eyes in surprise, she suspiciously asked back, what are you implying? She didn't hesitate to ask him directly, is it the fact that Jillian was watching my every move and committing crimes, or perhaps that he betrayed the family? The Duke put the teacup down on the table with a clatter and made a promise, anyway, we can't let him escape punishment, from now on, I will also find another reliable messenger to help you. Sally. Salonia immediately smiled with squinted eyes and refused, it's okay, I'm sure father is very busy, so please don't worry about me. He also didn't force her, okay, if you've decided. The two father and daughter set Jillian aside, and the Duke changed the direction of the conversation to another matter, now that I think about it, your celebration is coming soon. He put his hand on his knee and gently suggested, His Majesty personally guarantees everything goes smoothly, so I advise you to rest and prepare to enjoy the event. She immediately agreed, yes father, then I won't disturb you anymore. Salonia returned to the room and turned around standing with her back against the door. She looked down as if thinking about something is strange. Suddenly Ella came from afar and spoke to attract her attention. Young lady, Sir Tan has returned, he is waiting in the dining room. Salonia replied briefly, oh, okay. She walked to the window and looked outside. It's past noon, did he go out at this hour? She remembered the moment when the carriage had just stopped. Yesterday, when I and everyone returned to the mansion, Tan suddenly rushed out and disappeared. Tan's figure coldly entered the night. I waited until midnight but he still didn't come back. Salonia wondered in her heart, what was so urgent? The sun hid behind the clouds, dyeing a corner of the sky golden. Tan, with his hands in his pockets, calmly walked into the mansion. Salonia observed his back standing in front of the window and softly spoke, Tan. She reached out to gently smooth her hair, and tilted her head charmingly asking, you just got back? Salonia, while walking next to Tan, continued to speak, I was startled when you suddenly left the carriage like that, did something happen? Tan didn't reply, but suddenly called her name, Salonia. Then he broke out his momentum, slowly spitting out each word questioning, what do you know about the Demon King? Back to last night, Tan sat in the carriage and looked outside suspiciously, someone is following us. He jumped out of the car leaving behind a sentence, go home first, Salonia, while she frantically called after him, what, Tan, wait. Tan hid himself in the deserted forest, silently speculating about the other party, 2 people oh well, it doesn't matter how many there are. Recognizing that the people following him were the Grand Duke and Kelvin, Tan confidently calculated, I can easily eliminate them. He stepped out from behind the tree, and directly opened his mouth to question, aren't you 2 nobles? Tan's voice was colder than the current night, why are you secretly following her? Grand Duke Louis hesitantly spoke, we didn't mean to do that, don't you remember anything about us? Tan raised his eyes suspiciously at what he asked, what? Kelvin reached out and stepped closer emphasizing, you really lost your memory? Tan stared blankly at the 2 people in front of him, he was completely confused. Louis completely believed the hypothesis that the monarch had lost his memory, he exclaimed, of course, you are, our master. The more Tan heard, the more confused he became, his mind was now stuck like glue. He spoke out with a head full of question marks to confirm, master? Kevil moved to touch immediately hugged Tan, with emotion, my king, I have missed you so much, he fearfully dodged to the side. Tan angrily shouted, what are you doing, do you want to die? Kelvin felt that the foul-mouthed monarch had returned, he choked with tears, ah, how I have missed how vividly you use your words. After the touching moment of recognition, both of them immediately knelt down to salute, please allow us to bow in a proper manner, greetings to our master, the king of all monsters. Tan's identity was completely revealed, the embodiment of the deepest darkness covering all evil dimensions, Demon King Leonhart Kielrenus. Tan stood frozen digesting this information that had fallen from the sky. Currently he was also standing frozen in front of Salonia, the atmosphere between the 2 people distant and awkward. Salonia found her voice and spoke slowly, Demon King? Why are you suddenly asking this? Tan frankly said what he knew, I heard you destroyed the Demon King, and that is why people call you the savior. Tan fell into a distant memory, back then, you. At that time, she was slumped on the ground, softly saying, I swore you were dead. Louis's questioning voice still echoed in his ears, Your Majesty, why are you by the side of that human girl? He immediately strung together every segment of memory and information he had heard, that is why she reacted as if she had just seen someone return from the dead. That also coincides with the story that those who call themselves my subordinates had told, but what is important to me is. Tan spoke up and asked what he cared about most, Salonia, do you hate the Demon King? She slightly startled, and hesitantly replied, that. In Tan's head, he tried to warn himself, I can't immediately believe what they said. But the goodwill of Louis and Kelvin made him hesitate, but their energy is not unfamiliar to me. He remembered the death energy that escaped from his finger, those strange powers that only I possess. Next, those unfamiliar faces and places that appeared in his head from time to time, those fragments of memory that occasionally rise up. Finally Tan remembered the pain that tormented him every night. He affirmed, perhaps I am not an ordinary person. Tan thought that he was probably the person that Louis was referring to, but they called him the Demon King. Last night, both Louis and Kelvin knelt down and begged, they proposed to return to the Demon King's castle, saying that his unstable memories and power would return if he did so. Tan was like he was immersing himself in a vast ocean, those memories that I had always been searching for. Salonia spoke up and interrupted his train of thought, things are not that simple, Tan. Tan immediately raised his head to look straight at her. Salonia gently reached out and grabbed his hand. He suddenly felt confused with the name she called and his own name, Tan, Leonhardt Kielrenus. In the dark night, in a distant place, a stern voice rang out. You look so pathetic. Jillian knelt before two mysterious figures, silently enduring. That person called his name, Jillian. He immediately admitted all his mistakes. I have no excuses, Lord. That person exuded killing intent. This only proves. He darkly said each word, that you are useless. Jillian, hearing this, tried to explain, Lord, please believe me, the man next to Salonia Besson is not an ordinary person. We need to find out his identity. That person impatiently shouted, shut up. He questioned in a low voice, if you had risked and acted on your own, you should have brought back results for me. How dare you ruin everything? Jillian bowed his head lower and begged in a flurry, I'm sorry, but, please give me another chance. I'm already dead. I guarantee I will serve you until the end. That person looked at the candle burning brightly, and softly questioned, is that so? He slowly made a proposal, then at least I can expect you to find someone to replace your life, right? Jillian didn't hesitate and immediately agreed, of course, I won't let you down. The mysterious person immediately pulled out his sword, you must prove yourself. Jillian was covered in sweat, slightly panicking. A piercing scream rang out, accompanied by drops of blood falling to the floor. The mysterious person turned to ask his companion, how many times is it today? That person immediately spoke up, including this one, it's 52. He turned to Jillian to warn him, as you should know, I hate losing. He gave Jillian a choice, if you really want to be useful, find me another sacrifice before I have to kill you. He bowed his head, hugging his injured wrist and accepting his fate, as you wish. On the day of the celebration banquet, the Resin castle was even more brilliant under the sparkling sunlight. The maid holding the comb softly spoke, young lady, what hairstyle do you want, tie it up or let it down? Without waiting for Salonia to speak, another maid proposed, I think letting it down would match your dress better. Then, why don't we let it down naturally? Salonia stared at herself in the mirror, lost in thought, today's celebration. She remembered what her father had said, held in the name of the royal family to celebrate my recovery, is a grand party attracting the attention of both the upper class and the royal family. Salonia suddenly lowered her eyes showing disappointment, in such an event, is there not even one young master who wants to become my companion? How can there be no invitations? She turned to look at her maid. The maid had also reported that there were letters sent to her, but the problem was. Salonia was stunned to remember the scene of the maid being flustered when she discovered that all of them disappeared or were discovered in the fireplace before reaching my hands. She sighed and speculated, it must be Tan, even though he pretended not to know. What is he planning these days? The more she thought about Tan, the more confused she felt. The two people had been going their separate ways these days. It's been hard to meet him recently. Before, I used to spend every waking moment with him, but now when he leaves. Salonia fiddled with her fingers and accepted the truth, I actually feel this lonely. She reached out to rub her chin remembering Tan's grumpy appearance like an old man, perhaps this feeling is similar to when a wild wolf that I had tamed ran away. Tan every day, it's time to eat, it's time to sleep, where are you going, I'll go with you. Then Salonia sadly remembered the unpleasant conversation the other day. Is it because of what happened that day? Perhaps Tan's memory is gradually returning. Salonia suddenly stood up, the maid holding the comb stumbled back and exclaimed in panic, oh my, young lady. She suddenly remembered Tan's promise, in 1 month, I will voluntarily leave this house. She wondered, is he looking for a place to live because of that promise? Salonia again bowed her head sadly, of course I know, that he can't stay here forever, even if he didn't promise that. She herself was like she was in a vast, boundless land. I am just worried because, well I am still in the dark about everything and extremely confused. And Tan is the one she's chasing in that land. I can't take my eyes off the demon lord, a very important figure. The ancient texts don't provide me with any new clues. She looked out at the brilliant space outside the window, and the Storm Association hasn't contacted me to provide new information yet. That's right, that's the only reason. Two blushing maids gathered around praising her, Miss is so beautiful, yes, she's even more radiant than the sun. Salonia, after getting her hair and makeup done, became much more gorgeous than usual. She slowly stood up and walked out of the room. Behind her a maid suggested, how about Miss put on her dress now? This way Miss, she gently agreed, okay. She stood in front of the door quietly calculating, I'll be back late when the party ends. Then she lowered her eyes regretfully, does that mean I won't get to see him tonight? Down in the hall, the maids were still busy decorating and cleaning. The emperor stood high up observing, and praised, "It seems that the final preparations for the party are going smoothly." He called out to the man standing beside him, "Crown Prince." He immediately raised his hand to his chest and saluted, "Yes, your majesty." He asked his son, "Do you know why we are holding a banquet to celebrate Salonia Besson at Nexit Hall?" The crown prince lowered his head as if thinking, Nexit Hall is the second largest hall in the royal palace. It is difficult to hold an event here unless the emperor bestows favor on someone. So the fact that the ceremony is being held here. Then he confidently gave the answer, is a good opportunity to publicly announce. The crown prince calmly stated the shocking information, that the royal family is considering Salonia as the crown princess. The emperor was very pleased with this answer, yes, exactly. He frankly stated his calculation, if we merge the Besson family into the royal family through marriage, it will definitely help us consolidate the power of the throne. The crown prince understood and continued, and it will be as you wish, your majesty. The emperor turned to instruct the crown prince, good, fortunately, Salonia's companion today is her father, Duke Besson. It is a good opportunity for you to personally escort her. The crown prince immediately replied, yes, your majesty. He smiled brightly, but the smile didn't reach his eyes, I will treat her very carefully. The crown prince quickly dressed himself up. The attendant beside him carefully adjusted his clothes. The crown prince slightly raised his eyelids, slowly savoring a name, Salonia Besson. He knew she was the one who slapped another young lady, the woman even dared to make a scene at the royal party, trusting in the power of her family. The crown prince closed his eyes and secretly assessed, she's nothing special, it's just her attitude, it might be interesting to see her freak out tonight. The crown prince recalled their previous companionship, even so, she was silent during the ceremony before the expedition, she trembled like a lamb going to its death. Salonia's face at that time was pale and bloodless, wasn't she the one who volunteered to participate in the expedition? The crown prince was silent in contemplation, it was lucky that she wasn't left behind during the expedition, that's just like her, crying and running back home. He suddenly turned to the side and asked, Denvers, where is Duke Besson? Denvers immediately bowed and announced, he should be arriving at the palace with Miss Salonia soon. He then asked again, I still have some time, don't I? Denvers looked confused, I beg your pardon. He watched the crown prince walk out the door and shouted in a panic, Your Highness, you really don't intend to disobey His Majesty's orders, do you? The crown prince felt that he was talking nonsense. Disobey His Majesty's orders, are you crazy? I'm just going out for a walk, so you should focus on preparing. Denvers slammed his fist on his forehead helplessly, Your Highness, you can't do that today. His Majesty has clearly instructed that you are the one who must escort Miss Salonia. The crown prince carelessly instructed, that's right, find an opportunity at the end of the party, and keep her by your side instead of me. Denvers cried out in panic. How can I keep Miss Salonia by my side? The crown prince reached out and stroked his chin teasingly, why are you always so serious? No matter how noble she is, she's still just a woman after all. After saying that, he turned and walked out like a gust of wind. The crown prince didn't forget to smile confidently, she won't be able to resist my charm. Denvers felt confused, then why don't you come to the banquet hall with me now, Your Highness? The crown prince turned around irritably, I told you I have other plans, if she intends to leave, let me know. Denvers still tried to ask, Your Highness, what are the other plans? The crown prince didn't react, he immediately shouted, Your Highness, where are you going, Your Highness? Under the main hall, someone spoke happily, congratulations on your recovery, miss. Salonia gently replied, thank you. She put her hand on her chest, tilted her head politely, I am very grateful that you came. The person handed a bouquet of bright red roses to Salonia, Miss, thank you for inviting me. He didn't spare any compliments, you look radiant tonight, as always. Salonia felt a little overwhelmed, she mechanically replied, thank you. Everyone around also chimed in, Miss, congratulations, Miss Salonia, I'm really happy to see you so healthy. Handsome men kept coming up to Salonia, Miss, I feel relieved to see that you are still safe. She stared blankly thinking, tonight, they are surrounding me more than usual. Her eyes lit up looking in one direction, the savior is here, father. But he wasn't standing alone, there were more people around him than her, seeming busy with the business that father intends to start. She looked at the men gathered closely together and secretly planned, I should be careful and pay attention to where father is. Suddenly a charming voice greeted, Miss Salonia. She quickly replied, Miss Abel, Miss Pauline. Abel asked first, how have you been lately? It's been a while. Pauline also lowered her eyes and continued, your dress is so exquisite. Abel held her arm and admired, you look like you just stepped out of a novel. Salonia felt that they were a little too enthusiastic. She tried to divert the attention. Thank you, would you like to go this way? I will take you to my seat. Salonia looked at the empty chair next to the window, and hesitated. Her eyes showed curiosity, unable to help but notice that Miss Rowena was not present. Pauline sitting next to her quickly explained, she's a little busy with dating, so we haven't seen each other for a while. Abel also added, but she is very much looking forward to your celebration party. She will definitely come soon. Pauline leaned forward a little, looking gossipy. She looked at the dress on Salonia and wondered, is this dress from Boutique Verandi? She chattered to herself for a while, I saw that beautiful design in the store, I was wondering who would wear it. You know how picky Mrs. Verandi is. The young ladies around also perked up their ears to listen. Pauline put her hand to her mouth and whispered, especially because of that rumor. Salonia asked in doubt, rumor? Pauline quickly explained, the rumor that Mrs. Verandi rejected Miss Grace. Salonia tightened the glass in her hand and thought to herself, so the rumor about the day we met at the store has spread like this. Pauline continued her questions, isn't he joining you for the party tonight? Salonia looked blank, what are you talking about? Pauline excitedly revealed, the beast of the night, I read in the newspaper that he is staying at the Besson mansion. Suddenly someone interrupted the conversation, excuse me, Miss Salonia. A strange girl with a charming appearance smiled and said, I couldn't help but eavesdrop on everyone's conversation. She stepped in front of Salonia, as far as I know, the beast of the night does not currently belong to any faction, I would like to invite him to join my family's knighthood. Should I contact the Besson mansion about this? Pauline questioned uncomfortably, what are you saying? He is Miss Salonia's guest, how can you be so rude? Salonia raised her glass and smiled charmingly, I'm sorry, but he is about to join the Besson family's knighthood. She glanced at Salonia deeply and turned away, I see. Salonia felt confused by this girl, she remained silent. Abel asked friendly, Miss Salonia, do you need to rest for a while? You don't look well. Salonia immediately stood up, thank you, I'll be back after going out to get some fresh air. In her heart, questions swirled, why did I do that, why did I lie? Salonia walked and thought of Tan joining the night squad, I'm only thinking of ways to chase him away, he didn't even come to my ceremony. She clenched her hands at her sides, I'm so ashamed. Suddenly the hall became noisy, everyone looked out the door, look, they've finally arrived, oh my god, how can they be so shameless? Salonia turned her head curiously, who are they talking about? She tried to look at the group of people who were in an uproar, who could have arrived, the sound of discussion still didn't stop in her ears, she actually came to Miss Salonia's party. It turned out to be Grace, she brightly linked arms with Ian as they entered, the crowd shouted in unison, Miss Bennet.